and welcome to the course. My name is William, and I'm going to be your instructor for this course. I've been developing games for a very long time, but I absolutely love teaching others how to create games even more. Now in this course, we are going to develop 30 games in 30 days. This is a great course if you are just starting off in game development or a more experienced individual, because we are going to build those foundational skills and of course add 30 games to your personal portfolio. Now without further ado, let's jump right in and check out some of those games we're going to create. If you would like, you can also play all the games mentioned here at itch.io for free. A link will be attached. Alright, in this section, we're going to go ahead and set up everything we need for the main scene. We're going to start off creating a new project. Then we're going to go ahead and add all the folders for the art, components, and the scenes. Last but not least, we're going to create a simple UI for navigating the list of games. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, in our Godot Engine Project Manager, let's go ahead and create the new project. Go to the top left, hit Create. Let's give our project a name. I'm going to call this 30 Games in 30 Days. Make sure you're saving it in the correct location. You can put that wherever you'd like. Leave everything else the same and simply hit the Create button. Alright, once your project opens up, we're going to go ahead and do a few things. First thing we're going to do is go ahead and select the 2D view. Make sure you back out of the camera just a little bit so it's centered a little better. Perfect. Once you're here, let's go ahead and add the different folders we're going to need. So on the rest folder, let's right click, create new folder. Let's call this first one art. This is where we're going to hold all of our game assets in it. So let's go ahead and change the color as well. Right click it, set color. I'm going to change this one simply to red, and there we go. Awesome. Let's do the next one now. Let's right click over here, create new folder. This one's going to be called game_components. Perfect. Let's change the color for this one. Let's make this one an orange, just like that. Great. One more now. Right click, create new folder. Now this one here, we're going to call it scenes, which is going to house all of our scenes. Perfect. Let's change the color of that one as well. I'm going to go ahead and make this one green. Now again, you can customize these however you'd like. You can also make the names whatever you'd like, but as long as we have each one, we should be set. Awesome. Save what you got so far. Looking good. Alright, before we create the main node, what we're going to do is we're going to go inside of our project settings and adjust a couple things. So on the top left, go ahead and select project, project settings. Then from here, go ahead, scroll on down to environment, which is going to be under rendering. You can also type environment in here as well. But you're going to find environment right above 2D. Then we're going to go ahead and change the default color. What I'm going to do is simply change it to a blue. Something like that should be okay. You can make this look whatever you want, but I think this looks pretty good. I might make it a little more blue instead of purple, so something like that, and maybe a little bit over here as well. Perfect. Awesome. I'm going to keep that there. There we go. The other setting we're going to change is actually going to be inside the input map. This is going to be for some of the button pressing we can do. Now we have a couple default ones already set that are in the advanced settings, but we want to go ahead and add a couple of default ones that we're going to be using. So to see those default advanced ones, you can slide this here and you'll locate all of those there. But we're going to add some regular ones. So let's go ahead and add a couple for moving up, down, left, and right. So I'm going to go ahead and simply give this one an A key. So we're going to do the A here. Or instead of A, we could just call this move_left. All right. Which is going to be done by pressing that A key. So let's go ahead, let's add that now. Perfect. Let's add this little plus button right here for the actual action. Simply type in the A key, and there we go. Hit OK, and perfect. So we're going to do this for each other direction. Let's go ahead, let's do move_right, all lowercase, enter to add it. Hit that little plus button again, type in D, go ahead, hit OK, and there we go. Awesome. Let's go ahead and do the up key now. So let's go ahead and just call this move_up. Let's add that in. Select the plus button, select W key, hit OK, and there we go, move up. Let's go ahead and do move down now. So move_down. Add that. Add the little plus. Let's do the S key for that. Hit OK. And there we go. Perfect. Awesome. Now another one we can also add is the space bar. So let's add space_bar. Let's add that in. Add the plus and just select the space bar and it should pop up. Perfect. Awesome. So those are going to be most of the regular keys we're going to be using throughout this. We're also, though, going to be using the left and right mouse click button in some of the games. So let's go ahead and add those as well. I'm just going to call this left underscore click. All right, and that's going to be the left click of our mouse. So let's add that in. Hit the little plus button here. Now here we can't simply hit that button. We're going to have to go ahead and find it in the mouse buttons right here. And then go ahead, locate the left mouse button. And there we go. Awesome. Then let's go ahead, let's do right click now. So right underscore click. Let's add that in. Let's go ahead, plus button. Find the mouse buttons. Find the right mouse button. And there we go. Perfect. Awesome. And again, this should be all of the keys and different mouse click buttons we're going to be using. If you ever wanted to add more in here, you could totally do that, but these are going to be the default ones that we're going to be using for most of the games. Okay, awesome. Let's close that, save what you got, and looking good. All right, now we can go ahead and create the main scene for our main menu. So this is where the player is going to be able to select which game they want to play. So let's go ahead and start this off with a 2D scene. Let's go ahead and rename that main. Then inside main, let's right click, add child node. Let's add another node 2D. And we're going to simply rename this main menu. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and save this. Now where we are going to be saving this main scene is going to be inside of our scenes folder. So let's double select it. There we go. Hit the save button, and there we go. If you open up the scenes over here, you should see that main.tscn. Perfect. Now one more folder we could create inside of our game components is something where we can hold all the different scripts and other components we make for this main scene. Now I know this technically is not a game, but it's nice to keep things organized, so let's go ahead and just add it in the game components. So let's right click on it, create new folder, and let's just call this main underscore menu. Perfect. And there we go. Awesome. All right. So now the next thing we're going to add in the main menu node up here is going to be a canvas layer. Now we're adding a canvas layer because it's going to hold most UI things in here. So let's go ahead, right click, add child node. Let's type in canvas. Canvas layer should pop up. Select that there, hit create, and there we go. Awesome. All right. So now the next thing we're going to do, we're going to right click, add child node. Now we're going to go ahead and we're simply going to be adding a control to house everything. So let's add a control there. Let's make sure the control matches the screen size, just like that. Perfect. Awesome. All right. Next thing we're going to add in here, we're going to right click, add child node. And the next thing is going to be a scroll container because we want to give the player the ability to scroll through all their games. Perfect. Now this scroll container is similar to the control. I'm not going to make this exactly the same size. I'm going to make it a little less. Something like this should be good. And you'll see why in just a bit. So go ahead, make sure it matches up with mine. Perfect. Now inside of here, we're also going to need another container, such as a VBox container, which allows us to scroll vertically. So let's go ahead and add a VBox container. Perfect. And inside this VBox container, then we're going to add all the different games we have, okay, which are going to be their own little node. So these nodes, though, we need to create them outside of the VBox container first, okay? So we're actually going to create them in just a control. So let's right click, add child node, and we are going to be using a text direct for this. So let's type in texture, select the text direct. Perfect. All right. Then what we're going to do is we're simply going to go ahead for the texture. We're going to do a new Atlas texture. Click on it again, open it up. And we're going to use one of our default textures we have, which is the simple icon.svg. This isn't going to exactly represent the game, but we are going to use it as a little template. So we're going to have it about the same middle as we had the scroll box. So let's go ahead and keep it something like this for now. And what we're going to do is we're going to simply go ahead and let's rename this. Let's just call this game button. All right. Perfect. And remember, we're going to duplicate this over and over again, so we will have different things inside of it that will connect to a script. Okay. So let's go ahead though for game button. Let's right click, add child node. We're going to add now a color rect, which is going to overlap the current image. So I'm just going to take that color rect and match it up with our current image there. You can double check the scaling simply by selecting the one above it and just make sure all those lines match up, which they do. Perfect. Let's rename this color rect to BG for background. Perfect. And then what we're going to do is we're going to make this background completely black. Perfect. Let's go ahead, Control D it, drag and drop it into the original. Perfect. This one's going to be kind of like the inside color. So let's make it white. And then what we're going to do is simply just match it up by giving it that outer background. So there we go for that. Here we go for this side. And then this side doesn't need to be perfect, just completely up to you. And then one more over here. Perfect. Now again, you can always customize these things however you'd like, but I think this matches up pretty well for the type of game we're making. Okay, perfect. I might do a little bit less over here. And there we go. Awesome. I think that looks pretty good. Remember, if you want to adjust it, you totally can. That's completely up to you. But I think that looks pretty good for what we're working with. Awesome. Let's close out the background. All right. So a couple other things we're going to add inside of here. We're going to need a couple labels. So let's go ahead, right click, add child node. We're going to add one label here. And this label, we can go ahead and just call this number. This will be which number game it is. So label number. And I'm simply going to put this on the lower left. So I'm going to move that to the lower left side, somewhere about over here. And let's go ahead, increase it just a bit. Let's do something like this. Perfect. And for the placeholder, I'm just going to do a hashtag and a 0. Now, if you can't see it, it's because it's white text. So let's go into here, new label settings, click on it again, font. Now let's go ahead and change the outline to something. So the regular font size, let's keep it at 16 for now. Or better yet, let's change that to 30. And then let's go ahead, change the size of the background to 12, change that color to black so it outlines it. All right, so I think we can outline it a little bit more. I want it to be a little more bold. So let's go ahead and make this something like a 15. And then we can make the regular font a little bigger. Let's do 33. Maybe a little more. Let's do 36. Perfect. I like that a lot better. Awesome. Now again, you can always adjust this however you'd like, but I think this looks pretty good. I'm going to move it up just a bit and then move it to the left just a bit as well. I'm going to select away so I can view it a little better. Looks like it might need to move a little bit more to the right. So let's move it a little bit more to the right. Perfect. And there we go. Awesome. I like that. Perfect. So that's going to be the number placeholder. Okay. Now we need the actual title of the game. So let's go ahead and duplicate this. Control D. And we're going to change the name. So label. And we're going to say title. There we go. And what I'm going to do is I'm simply going to put this somewhere somewhat in the middle. Let's do it like right here for now. Let's go ahead, center everything up. Perfect. Now for the label settings, if we change this one, it's going to change the original one, which we do not want to do. So let's right click, make unique. Now we can make our changes without affecting the other one. All right. So I'm going to make this one a lot bigger. Let's see what 60 looks like. Should be pretty good, but we do want to make it more bold. So let's do 30 for this. Maybe a little less. Let's do 28. Perfect. Awesome. And again, I'm going to go ahead, center this up. We might center it more after we get the button on the right, but I think this looks pretty good. And because this is going to be a name, I am going to make it a little bit bigger, just in case some of the games have bigger titles. So let's go ahead and do something like that and that. Change the placeholder text to title. Perfect. And then what we need now is a simple button over here to play the game. Okay. So let's go ahead and make that button real quick. Let's right click on the node. Let's go ahead and just simply use a node 2D for the main node of it. And let's call this play button. Awesome. Now for play button, we're going to have it a nice blue button that matches the background. So let's go ahead, add child node. Let's add a color rect. And I'm going to simply move that on over here. This is what the play button is going to be. Let's make this black. And let's go ahead, simply stretch this out just a bit to match the size of our button. Perfect. I'm going to move it up just a bit. Again, you can always customize this however you like, but I think that looks pretty good. Maybe down a little bit. There we go. Maybe a little bit taller. and then move it down just a bit so it matches up. Awesome. All right, let's change the name of that to BG for background. Let's duplicate it, drag and drop it in there. Now this one here, let's simply go ahead, select color, use the little color match tool, select the background. Now if it's not the same, it might be because I am using this little highlighter on my mouse. So for you it should be okay, but for me I might need to darken it myself a bit. So I'm going to do something like that. That should match up pretty well. I might adjust it later, but I think it looks pretty good. Awesome. All right, so now we need to go ahead and adjust it to the background. So go ahead, use your tool here. Let's simply match it up so we can give it the same kind of background we've been giving everything else. Awesome. And then one more there. And then one more there. Perfect. Awesome. And again, you can always adjust this. It's up to you. As long as it looks good to you, it should be okay. And I think it looks pretty good. Awesome. Now we just need the text for it. So let's go ahead, right click, add child node. Let's do label for text. Perfect. I'm going to go ahead, drag this right over here. I'm going to simply move it over here. Type in the word play. Let's go ahead, center everything up. Perfect. Now it's a little small. Let's go ahead and adjust that. Let's go ahead. Let's make the text. Let's see what 30 is. It might be too big. 30 looks like it should be okay. Maybe a little bigger. We could do 32. Perfect. Let's give it that black outline. Let's go ahead. Let's make this about 13. Change the color to black. Perfect. Now again, remember you can always adjust these if you want to, but I think that looks pretty good. Awesome. All right. Now we just need the actual button node, and that's pretty easy. Let's go ahead, add that. Type in button. Make sure to move it on over. I'm going to use the drag tool. There we go. And this one over here. Perfect. Now it's kind of darkened out. I'm going to use the default theme we have. If you go into the controls, theme, change type variation to flat button, and there you go. The only thing with a flat button, it gives it a nice little white marker around it, but overall it looks pretty good for what we're doing with it. Awesome. All right. I might move the text a little bit up because I can see the Y is there, just because I don't like it necessarily like that. Let's go up a tiny bit like that. Awesome. As long as the button node is in front of everything, it should be okay. I'm going to change the name, though, of the button node to button play. All right. Capital P. Perfect. Awesome. All right, and that should be good for that. Perfect. Let's go ahead, close that up so we have our entire game button. Now let's go ahead and add this into each one real quick. So what we got to do, if you remember, we need to drag and drop this into the VBox container. Okay, so let's go ahead and simply put this into here. Perfect. Now if it gives you this little box here, the way to fix that, select the VBox container, select this button up here, and do expand, and there you go, it should expand it. Now the reason why I said we need to adjust it is of course this here. As you can see, it's stretching out the entire thing, and ours is a little bit cutting it short. So we can either do a couple things. If we can move it to the left, that would be nice, but if we can't, then we might need to pull it out and adjust it real quick. Or we could go ahead and shrink the actual container itself. Let's see if that works instead, which it does. Perfect. All right, and I'm gonna go a little less. It's okay if it sticks out just a bit. You'll see why, because we're gonna have a little scroll bar that's gonna pop up, all right? And then of course we can just simply move it on over to the right to center everything up back the way we want it. Perfect. So about there should be good, awesome. And again, we are gonna adjust this so we can see that scroll bar, which will cover up the little mark here. So don't worry about that too much. But overall, things are looking pretty good. Awesome. All right, so we have our game button here. Now we need 30 of these. So let's go ahead. Let's go ahead, Control D, and you'll see it pops up right below, which is great. So we have button 2. So this will be 1. I'm going to change the name of this to 1. Or actually, even before we do this, one really cool trick we can do so we don't need to repeat anything. I'm going to delete that one we just made. What I'm going to do is I'm simply going to go ahead and make this default name. Let's add that script real quick. Let's go ahead, and we want to put this, remember, in the correct location, which if we go up a path, go into Game Components, Main Menu, perfect. We'll put the script right here. There we go. Awesome. Hit Create. We're going to have that nice script here. Now, the only thing we're going to do with this script is just simply connect that button, because if we don't do this now, we're going to have to connect each one we do when we duplicate it, okay? So go to Node, make sure you're selecting button play, select pressed, and then simply make sure it is selecting our game button here, and there we go. Awesome. You'll see it connect and have that little green thing there. But now if we go ahead and duplicate each button here, it should go ahead and keep it all connected, so we don't need to duplicate that step, okay? Awesome. So let's go ahead, close this all up, simply select game button, Control D, and just keep going until we get to 30. So far we should be at, if I scroll this over, you should see the name. I'm going to make this 1 just so we keep things the same. 1, 2, 3, and I'm going to go ahead, I'm just going to go all the way to 5, or maybe even 10, then just copy them all and duplicate them all. So I'm going to close these up real quick, so it looks a little nicer. There we go. There we go. Awesome. So we have 1 all the way to 10. I'm going to simply hold down the Shift key, select the bottom one, and then Control D. There we go. And then Control D again, and we should be all the way to 30 now. So if I scroll to the top, simply close them out just like this. It's a little faster. Keep going. We should get to the point where 30 is going to be there, and we should be set. Let's go ahead and see where we are. And there we go. Yep. So we should have 30 buttons. Awesome. Perfect. That's great. All right, let's save that again. Let's go ahead and play current scene. And we should be able to now scroll through them all. Perfect. Just like that. Awesome. I like it. All right. Now again, like I said, this little thing here, we can adjust that to make it go away so it looks a little nicer. You can see it now too, because now we have enough to make it visible. So again, I'm just going to simply go ahead, and if I see the little button, which I should, oh, I can see it from here. Make sure you're selecting the scroll container. I'm just going to move that over so it covers it up, which should be like that, and we should be okay. Perfect. Awesome. And then again, if you want to adjust the whole thing, all you got to do is just move it over, but I think it should still be good. So if we save that now, play current scene, and we should be able to now scroll through them all, and it looks nice and clean. Awesome. All right. If we get to the bottom, it should stop. Perfect. And there we go. All right. Looks good. Let's save what we got, and there we go. All right. Let's go ahead and wrap up the main menu by completing the UI script. All right. So let's go ahead and open up that script we created earlier. This is for the button pressing, if you remember. We currently shouldn't have anything in here. But how this is going to work is we are going to have preset values on the nodes that are going to be for the name and also the number. And if the name matches a current preload that we have, it'll load up the game. So let's go ahead and start that off by adding a couple variables at the top. Let's do an @export variable. And we're going to say game underscore name type of capital S string. Then we're going to go ahead, do @export variable game underscore number, which is also going to be a type of capital S string. Perfect. Awesome. And then below this, we're going to have all those preloads. So let's put a comment here and say current games made. All right, perfect. And we're going to go ahead, do a variable, and we're going to call this the starting underscore UI, all right, which isn't necessarily a game, but it's going to be good for testing right now. So let's go ahead and equal that to preload. Perfect. So this doesn't exist yet, but we can go ahead and open up our scenes and copy our main scene we have. Let's control, or even yet, let's right click, duplicate, and then we can name it starting underscore UI. Perfect. Hit OK. Perfect. Let's open up that starting UI, go to the 2D view of it, and just so it doesn't look exactly the same, I'm simply going to go ahead and delete the canvas layer of it. All right. Perfect. Awesome. And we can even go ahead and change this to just UI. Perfect. Let's save that. There we go. So when we open this up, it should go ahead and show just a blank screen. Okay. So let's go back to main. You could ignore this error here. Let's go back into the script. All right. So now, of course, we need to drag and drop that into the preload. So let's go ahead, take that starting UI, drag and drop it right in there, and there we go. Perfect. Let's save that, and looking good. Awesome. Now, before we get to the buttons functionality, we need to update the actual name of the game and the number, which is going to be in our function _ready, which runs on the start of game. Okay, so let's go ahead and open up one of our buttons here. Let's take our label text, drag and drop it in there, do a dot text, and we're simply going to set that equal to our game name. Okay, similar thing, let's do it for the label number, drag and drop that, do a dot text. Let's go ahead, equal that to double quotes, hashtag, then a plus, and then the game number so it matches up with what we got currently. Perfect. Awesome. Let's save those changes, and there we go. So now for the actual pressing of the button, which should go ahead and open up the new game. Let's go ahead and start off with a variable, call it variable picked underscore game, which is always going to equal nothing at the beginning. But if it matches a current game we have, such as a if game name equals, and we're going to go ahead and just call this starting UI. Then we're going to go ahead and set our picked game equal to our starting UI dot instantiate, which creates the actual game. Okay, perfect. So we're going to do an if statement for each game we create throughout it. So for now, though, we only have one, so we can leave it like this. Now, a couple things we also need to do, though, is we need to go ahead and tell it where we want it. So I'm going to take our main node right here, drag and drop it into here. I'm going to do a dot add child, and then go ahead, add the picked game in there. Perfect. Now, another thing to do also, just to make sure things are set correctly, I like to do is set the actual position. So let's go to picked game. Let's do a dot global underscore position, and then simply equal that to a vector2 parentheses 0, 0 for x and y. Awesome. And then the last thing we're going to do is, of course, make the current main menu invisible. And we can do that simply by taking the canvas layer, drag and drop it. We could do a dot visible, and then go ahead and simply set that to false. Perfect. Awesome. So again, though, eventually we'll be adding more preloads for the games, and then, of course, more if statements to equal in case, of course, the game exists. Awesome. So let's save that. Perfect. I'm going to close up the game over here. And what should happen is if we hit play here, we should go to that empty screen we have in the starting UI. So let's go ahead, play current scene. And there is one issue, though, if you haven't noticed, is, of course, we never set the actual title or the game number. But we can do that pretty easily by simply selecting the game button we want to use, typing in the name, which, of course, is all lowercase, starting UI, and then the game number, which is just going to be 1 for now. Perfect. Save that again. Let's run the game. We should see the title, perfect, and the number, awesome. If we hit play, though, it should be a blank screen. Perfect. Looks like everything's working. Looking good. All right. Let's save what we got. Let's go back to 2D view. Let's close up our folders and exit out of our current games over here. And there we go. Alrighty. Alright, in this section, we're going to go ahead and edit the new starting UI scene that we created earlier. This UI scene is going to be our base plate for each game we're going to be making. We're going to have 3 different UI nodes. One for the game start, playing the game, and also game over. We're also going to ensure all the fonts and colors match correctly. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, let's go ahead and get started creating our starting UI. So this is going to be kind of like our default scene that we're going to use for every other game. It's going to be pretty simple. No scripts, it's just going to be, like I said, just the UI. So let's go ahead and open that up. Alright, so we had this from the last section. This is just our starting UI. We can go ahead and remove and rename a couple things. Let's go ahead and rename the main node right here, just so we know exactly what it is. Let's just call this the starting underscore UI. Perfect. Let's remove the basic UI node we have right here. Go ahead and delete that. Perfect. All right. So like I said before, we're going to have 3 different sections in here. We're going to have our starting UI, which is basically just the name of the game and a simple description of the game. We're also going to have a play button and also a quit button. Then the second UI node is going to be a simple quit button in the top right corner of the game in case they want to exit out of the game. And then the last UI node is going to be the win-lose screen. So let's go ahead right click, add child node. We're going to be doing these all in canvas layers. So let's go ahead and do this one first. Let's call this the start screen. All right, perfect, awesome. All right, and then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead, right click, add child node. So we're going to have a couple things in here. Let's go ahead, and the first thing we'll do is create the little background. So let's call this BG for background. Let's go ahead and make this black. There we go. And we're going to put this in the middle. So let's go ahead and stretch this out. Let's do something like this big and then go down like here. Awesome. And just get it in the middle as best you can. We can always readjust it later. That's perfectly okay. Awesome. I think something like that would look pretty good. Perfect. Let's duplicate the BG, drag and drop it back in it. Then what we're going to do, make this one white. And then simply go ahead. Let's make the corners match up. Do it pretty much similar to the one we did the last time. So we'll go over here to there. Perfect. And again, remember, you can always customize this however you'd like. And then over here as well. Perfect. Let's see if they all match up. I think they do. Awesome. The top one might be a little small. We can go ahead and make that a little bigger if you want. Again, that's up to you how you want to customize it, but I think it looks pretty good overall. Awesome. All right. So that's going to be the background. All right. And like I said, we're going to have the main title. Then we're going to have a description, and then we're also going to have a play game and also a quit button. For some other games, we might have a player button or an AI button, but for the most part, most of them are just going to have a play button and a quit button. So let's go ahead and create those real quick. We'll start off with the labels. Let's go ahead and start off with the first one. We can just call this title. And I'm going to go ahead, I'm just move the corner piece over here. I'm going to take the other one. Let's do it something like that. Awesome. And let's go ahead and just put game title. Awesome. Let's give it a label setting. Do something pretty big. Let's see what 60 looks like. And then give it an outline of like 30. Make sure that outline color is black so we can see the text. That looks pretty good. Let's go ahead, center it all up. And then we can center that one as well. Perfect. Awesome. So that'll be the game title. Awesome. Let's go ahead and duplicate this. Let's call it DEC for description. And then what we're going to do is we can go ahead and simply just move this on down. Let's go ahead, right click though, make unique, open it up, font. Let's make this half the size. Let's do 30. And then of course we need to half the size as well of the outline. Let's do 14 for that. You could do 15, but I think a little bit less is good. Perfect. All right. And then we can just call this, for simple, we can just do like text, because the descriptions are going to be a little bit longer, so we just want to make sure that we have something that represents that. So we know that if it goes to the edges, it will go ahead and format correctly. So I'm going to place those there. Perfect. Now, as you can see, though, we didn't have this as wrapping, so it's just going to keep going in case we have more. To fix that, we can go ahead. If you scroll on down, there should be something in display text where we can go ahead and trim the wrapping. We could do, is it trim words? No, that's just going to trim it. We don't really want to do that. We want it to basically force it to be in the same thing. And we should be able to auto wrap. There we go. We want to do word. Perfect. Awesome. Okay. And just to make sure though, because sometimes if you have too many words, it will get too close to the edges. So I always like just to be double sure is make a little bit of space just like that. Okay. Awesome. All right. Perfect. That's going to be the description area. Perfect. Now we just need the buttons. So let's go ahead, right click, add child node, node 2D. We're going to call this button play. Perfect. Let's right click, add child node. Let's add a color rect. And I'm going to go ahead and move this whole button over so we can reuse this for later times. Let's go ahead into the color rect of it, change it to black. We can also change the name to BG for background. Perfect. And then I'm going to go ahead. I'm simply going to make this somewhat as long as the text we have above it. A little lower. It could go a little bigger overall. It's really up to you how you want to design this. I think it looks pretty good. And like I said, let's just go ahead and make sure everything's centered. I think it looks pretty good overall though. Yep, that looks good. Now we need the inside background, so let's go ahead, drag and drop. Same thing what we did with the other one. Let's go ahead, make sure this fits with the other one. Let's make it somewhat similar to the one outside of it as well. Should be about there, and then we could do this for this one. Perfect. Awesome, I think it looks pretty good. This one might be a little bit far, but I think it fixed it now. Awesome. All right, and now we just need the color. And I want to use the blue color we used in the main. So I'm going to go to main real quick. I'm going to select one of the background colors inside of there and just copy it. So I'm going to go to the color. I'm going to copy the hex number. There we go. Let's go over here now. Simply go into here, paste it in. And there we go. Awesome. We want to make sure everything matches up. Perfect. Now we just need the actual text. So let's go ahead, and it's kind of up to you if you want to duplicate the description text so we can use the same values. That's fine. We could just do that just to save time. And then of course change this to just text. And then what we're going to do is change the text to play, and we could do uppercase like that. Perfect. Then of course we need to just readjust it. Awesome. And then we're going to take it and put it directly in the middle. And to help the centering, we could simply go ahead and just move this over there and over there. And let's see how that looks. I think it looks pretty good. Awesome. All right, so there's our play button. Again, if you wanted to make this text a little bigger, you could. You would just have to select it, right click it, make unique, and then of course you can do it that way without changing the other thing, but I kind of like it as the same size. I think it looks pretty cool. Awesome. All right, so now we of course need the quit button, but don't forget we need the actual button of it or it's not going to work. So we're going to add that button there. Don't forget to give it a name, so button play. Awesome. There we go, perfect. Make sure it is surrounding the entire node or it's not going to work correctly. I'm also going to make this one, same thing what we did with the other ones, make them theme as flat button. Perfect, awesome. All right, and that's going to be our button play. So now we need the quit button, so let's go ahead and Control D, change the name, button quit. There we go. And then we're going to go ahead, let's lower this a little bit. It's up to you where you want to place it, but I think somewhere like that is pretty good. Awesome. I'm going to keep the color, but we're going to go ahead and just shrink this button just a bit. I think it looks kind of cool if we have the buttons as different sizes. So I'm just going to shrink this just a bit to there, and then about the same to over there. Perfect. Let's move the blue back over there to match the rest of it. Might need to zoom in if you want to get the exact. Perfect. And then of course the text, we need to match it up again. Match it up. And then of course change it to quit. Perfect. Awesome. I like it. Might need to be moved a little bit more. Oh, looks like I never changed the... Nope, it looks like it did. Perfect. And now we need to change the actual name of the button. So but quit. Perfect. Awesome. All right. And that's going to be it for that. Perfect. That's going to be our starting screen. All right. Oh, don't forget though to readjust this as well. Remember, you can always change these up if you want. I just think this works pretty well, and I like it so far. Nice. All right. So now that we have the start screen, now we need, of course, the next one, which is going to be the game over. Let's do that. That's going to be pretty much the same. So I'm going to Control D, and I'm going to go ahead this time and change the name. This is going to be the game over screen, and you can call it whichever you want, game over, game win, game lose, anything like that, but game over screen sounds pretty good to me. We are, though, going to simply make just the title basically be whatever happens, like your points. It could be your winning, losing phase, whatever. This is going to be the announcement, basically, text. So we don't really need the description text here, so let's remove that. But let's center up this text here by simply just moving it down. Somewhere like that should be good. And we don't want a play button in this screen, so let's go ahead and just remove the play button. And then simply move the quit button up a little bit so it looks a little more centered. Somewhere like that should be good, okay? And then what we're gonna say in the text, we are gonna say game over. Yeah, let's just do game over with a frowny face. There we go. Awesome. All right, perfect. And there we go. That's going to be our game over screen. Okay, pretty simple. Just going to have the quit button that sends you back to the main screen. All right. Remember, if you ever wanted to add other things to it, you totally can. But we're just going to keep this nice and simple because we're going to reuse this over and over again. All right. Awesome. But then the last thing we need, of course, is the in-game UI. Now, the in-game UI matters where it is. It should be on the top because we want all these other ones to kind of overlap it. So let's go ahead and Control D. And I'm going to put one over here. And we're just going to say in-game UI. And then what we're going to do for the in-game UI, we're actually going to go ahead and remove everything except the quit button, okay? Because the default in-game UI, let me turn these off so we can see it a little better, is just going to be that quit button in the top right corner. So let's go ahead and take that button. And let's simply go ahead and just move it in the top right corner. It's really up to you where you want it. You could put it in the upmost corner or just kind of near it like I am. That's completely up to you, okay? Awesome, but there we go. I think it looks pretty good, all right? Awesome. And this is going to be every single UI we're going to have and basically reuse for each game we're making. Now there's one thing you could add to the start screen and the game over screen if you want to. It's completely up to you. Is a panel behind everything, so it kind of will block out the game. Now I'm going to show you what that would look like. Let's go ahead and add it to the start screen. It's just going to be a simple panel. It's kind of going to darken things out. So if we take that panel, put it at the top over there, and then use our pointer tool to stretch out. We could do something like this for each one. That's completely up to you. I do kind of like it, so I might keep it, duplicate it, and then drag and drop it into our other one there. Put it at the top, and just change the name back to panel. So basically when we have these active, it will darken out the screen. So basically if you have that active, it'll be like that. If we have the other one, it'll be like that. But if we just have the in-game UI, it'll be like this, okay? By default though, what you want is you want this start screen one to be on and the game over screen to be off, all right? But so far, everything's looking pretty good. Save what you got, and there we go. In this project, we will be creating a fruit duel game. We will be playing as a player who can slice any of the incoming fruit. Once a fruit is sliced, we will cut it in half and gain a point. If we slice a cherry bomb, however, the screen will flash and we then lose some points. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. In this section, we're going to go ahead and create the main nodes for our game. We're going to go ahead and create all the nodes in the main scene. Then we're going to ensure to add a line 2D to represent the slash. We're also going to add multiple cannon points for the fruit and also a boom scene that appears when we hit a cherry. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started creating some of the main nodes. So what we're going to do first is we're going to go ahead on starting UI. We're going to right click, add child node, and we're going to go ahead and simply add a node 2D. Let's move this on up here. And what I like to do also is name the main node up here the name of the game. So let's call this fruit duel game. Perfect. Then that node we just added, let's go ahead and change this to just main. This will house most of our nodes. All right, awesome. So let's go ahead and add what we need. So one of the first nodes we're going to need is going to be an area 2D. This is going to be the thing that follows around our mouse as the slash. So we're going to have this start right in the top left corner. We don't need to move it around. We're going to go ahead and give it a name. Let's call it area 2D, and we'll just call this slash. And then what we're going to do, we're going to right click, add child node, and we're going to go ahead and add a collision shape. All right, awesome. And this is going to be pretty small. We don't need it to be very big. So let's give it a new circle shape. And we're going to make it relatively the size that it comes out at. We can make it a little smaller if we want to. It's kind of up to you. But I think that'll be pretty good. Awesome, because we just want it to kind of be like the point of the mouse. So I think that works pretty good. Awesome. All right. We're also going to give it a group name as well. Let's go ahead, select the main node of it, area 2D. I'm going to close it up. Let's go to node, group. Let's go ahead and add a new one. And this one's just simply going to be all lowercase slash. All right, perfect. Because eventually with some of the fruit, we're going to have to be looking for whether or not it is getting slashed with this little thing here. Okay, awesome. So the next thing we can do is we can go ahead, right click, add child node. We can go ahead and simply add a line 2D. And this is also going to follow around the mouse once we get the script created. We can leave everything else the same for it though. No worries there. Next thing we can do, let's go ahead, let's right click, add child node. We can add a node to house all the cannons. So let's go ahead and add another node 2D. These cannons are going to be responsible for shooting the fruit out. I'm going to have a couple moving out from the bottom and then two, one from the right and one from the left. Okay, awesome. So let's rename this. I'm going to call it cannons with an S. Awesome. And we don't have to move it around. Let's add some nodes inside of it though to represent the points. So we can just name this just cannon by itself, no S. So this will be cannon, and we'll just call this cannon 1. Okay, awesome. All right. And like I said, we're going to add some at the bottom. So let's use this one here. Let's move it down over here. We might move these around a little later, but for now I think we'll keep it. So we'll have cannon 1 there, Control D, cannon 2 somewhere about here, cannon 3, let's do it like right here. And then we're going to have another one, cannon 4, and then another one, cannon 5. And again, you can move these around however you'd like as long as they're on the bottom here. It should be fine, okay? I might go ahead and just select all of them real quick. And I just want to make sure they're pretty centered here, maybe a little lower. Let's see how that looks. I think that should be good. Awesome. All right, now we need the 2 on the side. So let's go ahead, Control D, cannon 6, like I mentioned before. I'm going to put it right over here. Awesome. And then the last one, cannon 7, I'm just going to put it right across, right over here. And again, we might move these around later, but for now, this should be okay. So these are going to be all the points that the fruit are going to come out once we create the cannon script. Okay, awesome. Let's close that up. Perfect. All right. So now we have our line 2D, our cannons, our area 2D. Now we're going to need some other things here. Let's right click, add child node. We're going to need a label. This label is going to represent how much time we have left in the game. So let's go ahead. Let's just call this label time. Okay, awesome. For label time, I want it in that top left corner. So let's go ahead and we're going to simply move it somewhere like this. Awesome. And then we're going to have the time. Let's click it, go to inspector, have it just say time, colon, and then we'll start it at 20 seconds like that. Okay, let's go ahead and I'm going to simply center it just like that. I might move it over just a bit so it kind of matches up with the quit button. I think it looks pretty good though. Awesome. Again, you can always customize this however you like. I'm going to give it a label setting so it kind of matches the other font. Pretty simple though. Let's just go ahead and make that 30. Yep. And then let's go ahead, make this 13. Change the color to black. And we should be good. And again, you can always customize this however you'd like. That's completely up to you, but I think that looks pretty good. Awesome. All right, so we have our label. Perfect. Now we're going to go ahead and we're going to need an actual timer. So let's go ahead and add a timer here. Now this timer, this one's going to be for the game length. So let's go ahead, do game length. Perfect. Awesome. And I don't think we'll set anything here. We might give it a one-shot value though, so it doesn't keep repeating. And then it's going to automatically be set to 20, but we'll set it to 20 here just so it matches up. Okay, awesome. Perfect. Eventually we will attach a signal to it, but for now we can leave it as is. Awesome. All right. So now we just need, of course, the animation for playing the boom animation once we hit a cherry. So we're going to go ahead, right click, add child node. For this, we're going to add a color rect. And we're going to go ahead, let's put this above or even below the label because I still want to see the time label. But we want this to cover the entire screen. Now it's not always going to be active. In idle, it's not going to be active at all. It's actually going to be completely invisible, so we're not going to see it. But once that happens, we will go ahead and see that appear with some text in the middle. But let's go ahead and just call this flash. Awesome. And then let's take our label time, just so we can keep the same font. I'm going to duplicate that, drag and drop it into here. Perfect. And I'm just going to go ahead and call this label boom, which is the word it's going to say. And just so we can see it a little better, let's close the main screen there. And I'm simply going to go ahead, take label boom, and I'm going to just stretch it out all the way here so we can just center it up real easy. So let's center it there. Perfect. And I'm just going to say boom here with exclamation point. Awesome. All right. And if you wanted to make it a little bigger, which I might do, all you got to do, right click, make unique, simply select it, and then simply increase it. So I'm going to do 60 for this. And then, of course, make the outline a little more thick. Let's do 28 for that. And there we go. Awesome. All right, perfect. And again, now we just need an animation player to make this go into effect. So I'm going to turn this off for now. Let's go ahead, right click on main, add child node, and we're going to add an animation player. And it's going to be real simple. All we want to do is add a nice animation. We'll just call that one idle, which is going to be the one that's going to play by default. And again, the only thing we want to happen with idle animation is simply we want to make the flash invisible, which it already is. But to make it in the animation, you have to go to visibility. And there you go. Keep it off and hit the key here. Perfect. So that'll turn it off. But of course, we want the actual boom animation. So to do that, let's do new. Let's call this boom. And all we're going to do is simply make this visible just like that. Perfect. Key it. So it's going to stay like that. And then we are slowly going to make it invisible over time. Now it really depends how long you want to make it. I made mine originally like 2 seconds, so we can make it 2 seconds as well. So let's go ahead and let's go to 2 seconds. So we got to increase the default, go all the way to 2. And even before we do though, we want to save the modulate, which is the full visible value. And then once we go all the way down, we're going to want to make this go like this. Hit play. Perfect. And then also we want to make it invisible, so we're going to click that and do that as well. So when we hit play, it's going to look like this and fade simply away. Okay, awesome. So we go back to idle, hit play, it's not going to be visible, great. And if we go to boom, hit play, it's going to appear and then slowly fade out. Okay, awesome. Let's go back to idle though and let it rest there. Perfect. All right, awesome. Let's save that real quick. Let's turn back on the original screen, which is right here. Perfect. And so far, looking good. Save what you got. All right, in this section, we're going to go ahead and create the fruit node. We're going to start off creating the main node for the fruit. Then we're going to go ahead and add all the different slices of fruit. There should be 4 overall. Each one of those slices is going to need its own area 2D. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started creating the fruit slices. So we're going to go ahead and create a new node for this. We're going to go inside of fruit game tool, add child node. We're going to create a character body 2D for this. And the starting one is going to be the apple. So let's go ahead and just call this apple. There we go. And what we're going to do is we're going to create this as its own scene. So let's right click, say branch as scene. And we're going to make sure to put this inside of our game components fruit dual game folder. Okay, awesome. Make sure it's in there. You can open it up, double check it. Should be there, perfect. Then you can open it up. Awesome. Let's go back to fruit dual though. Let's remove this one here. We don't need this one. Now we can use this one here. Awesome. So once we create one, then we can simply just change out all the sprites. So we're really only going to need this one here. Okay, awesome. So as mentioned, we're going to have to give this a main sprite and then also a couple different ones per different slice. So let's go ahead, add child node, and we're going to go ahead and add a node 2D, and we're going to call this whole sprite. All right, so this one is not going to be sliced yet. It's just going to be plain old whole. Then we're going to go ahead, add a sprite 2D. Then let's locate the sprite we want to use, which is in our art folder, fruit dual, and whichever fruit you put in here. If you put the whole thing in like me, then you have to open that up and locate whichever one you want to use. This is going to be the apple, so I'm going to use the red or the green apple. Perfect. Now the sizing, it really depends. The whole screen is going to be this big, so I might increase it just a bit. Let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to go to transform, and I'm simply going to make this, let's see what 3 looks like. That looks pretty good to me. If you wanted to make it 4, that's up to you, but I think this should look pretty good. Let's see what 4 looks like though. And yeah, that looks a little too big for me, so let's do 3. Awesome. All right, so then what we want to do is to make it less blurry. To do that, simply go to the texture and go to filter, change inherent to nearest, and there we go. Awesome, and there's our apple, okay? Perfect. So that's going to be our whole one. Now we just need all the different halves. Now we're going to do the halves a little bit differently. But let's go ahead, add child node, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to add another node 2D. And we're going to start off with the slice right, okay? Awesome. So let's do slice right, okay? Perfect. And how we're going to do these is we are going to put these basically in 2 different halves. So we're going to have a half for each one. And because we're doing that, we're going to need to give it its own character body. And the reason we're doing that is because when we want these to basically fly apart, they need to have their own character body to have the velocity. So let's go ahead and add right click, child node, character body, and we're going to give it a slice name. So we're going to have our half 1, and then we're also going to have our half 2. So I'm just simply going to duplicate it. Okay, awesome. Then for each half, we're going to go ahead and we're going to add a color rec to it. And honestly, let's just go ahead and just make this one here and remove this one because we can simply just duplicate the whole thing. So we'll add child node and we're going to add a color rec to this. The reason we need this is because we can go ahead and basically crop it, and that's what we want, okay? So this one here, as mentioned, we're going to have a top part and a bottom part. So this half 1 is going to be the top part, okay? So the top part is going to be everything above. So what I'm going to do is simply make this like this. Now we want it to be a lot bigger, and the reason is because in the future we're going to have different shapes of fruit that might be longer than the apple. Like the banana is a little bit longer, and so forth the other types of fruit. So you want to make this thing pretty big so we don't have to change it on each one individually. Okay, so make it relatively big like this, okay? Awesome. All right, and then what we're going to do is actually add the sprite to it, okay? So we'll just call this half 1 as well. Perfect. Then we're going to right click, add child node, and we're simply going to add a sprite 2D, okay? Awesome. Then we need the apple again. Let's drag and drop the apple into there. Perfect. We need to make sure it centers with the original apple, and also that the sizing is the same, which we set it to 3 if I remember. Perfect. The texture, nearest, awesome. And then we just have to set it correctly, just like that, okay? Now how are we going to get it to actually half it? So there's a way we can do that pretty easily. Is simply go to our half here, and then we're going to go to the visibility, and we are going to crop or clip only. There we go, and there we go. And if we go ahead and now make the whole sprite invisible, you're going to see that we have now this here, which is the half of it, okay? Perfect. So now we just need to do this for the other side, okay? So we have this one here. So what we're going to do is we're going to control D. So we have half 2. Change the name of this one to half 2. And then what we'll do is we can simply move this down. So I'm going to move this down to here. And then the sprite, we're just simply going to move this up until we get to the center point, until it's about even, okay? So now if we go ahead and make this one visible, it should match up because it's right behind this. Because if I take this away, you'll see it's still there. So that's how we can kind of make sure we're in the correct positioning, all right? Awesome. So this is the slice right, okay? So we're slicing it right like that, or either way, basically. So let's go ahead, we'll keep that there. Let's go ahead now and turn off this one and this one. So now we can go ahead and just duplicate this. So now we have the slice right. Now we need the slice down. So it's going to slit each part right here and here. Okay, so let's go ahead, take that, duplicate it. Let's call this slice down now. Perfect. And let's go ahead and make this visible. And if you guessed it, we are just simply going to rotate these now. Okay, now that's pretty easy. What we're going to do is simply just rotate the half here. So let's go ahead and we're going to go to layout and we're going to go to transform and we're simply going to set the rotation to 90 degrees like this. Perfect. We'll set the rotation of the apple back as well, but I'm just going to move this over here and then move it up just a bit so it's about even in the middle. Perfect. And then what we're going to do is we're going to rotate the apple now, which is going to also be 90. It might be negative 90 though because of the other way, which is perfectly fine. There we go. Let's see. Okay, so we have this half here. So we can go ahead and move this all the way to the right. Or, well, we want the left one, so it's going to go ahead and do this like that. Perfect. Awesome. So that's going to be our half over there. So now we just need to do our next one. And honestly, so I don't have to rotate the whole thing, I'm going to delete our second half that we have. Simply just copy and paste it. And then I'm going to simply take that there and just move it on over. Just kind of link it up. Perfect. And then I'm going to take our half here and I'm simply just going to move it on over till we get there. Awesome. And then just to double check everything is aligned, let's go ahead and make the whole sprite visible in the back. And then we can make this one turn off and it's still there. Perfect. Awesome. So that's going to be our slice down or up, depending on where the mouse is. Okay, perfect. All right, so now we need the horizontal ones, so the sideways ones, which are pretty similar. So let's go ahead and we're going to simply take this, duplicate it, and we're going to go ahead. This one here we're going to rename. We're just going to call this sliced right slashed, because again, we're going to have two different sides we can do this. So we're going to say slice. We could do sliced right slashed. Okay, perfect, which is that horizontal. Awesome. And let me double check which one I had for that, because I think the sliced right one is simply going to be the horizontal one that we have to begin with, which is going to be one here and then one here. Okay, so let's go ahead now and let's rotate these correctly. So we have our half one. We need to rotate this horizontally, so let's go ahead. Let's go to transform. Let's go here, and I think it should be 45. Looks like it'll be negative 45. So let's do negative 45. Perfect. We do have to move it down though, because as you can tell, it's a little too high up. So let's go ahead and put this somewhere like here, and then we'll do it there. Perfect. Awesome. Then we got to rotate our apple. Let's go ahead, rotate the apple. Let's see, let's do it 45. It is going to be this one, but we have to now adjust it to the middle. Perfect. And then like we did before, let's just remove that second half. We don't need it. Let's turn off the whole sprite. And the other one as well. So we have this here now. Perfect. Now we can go ahead, Control D. Let's go ahead and take this and just move it on down till it matches up. Just like that. Perfect. Then we're going to take the sprite and simply just move it until it connects. Awesome. And then we shouldn't see any lines. Everything should be perfect, and I think that looks pretty great. All right, so that's the sliced right slashed. All right, because as you can tell, it's going like this. Then we're going to need to do the one that goes like this. Okay, so let's turn that back on there. Perfect. All right, let's duplicate this. Control D. So let's go ahead. Let's just call this sliced left. Perfect. Get rid of the 2. All right. I'm going to make this one invisible here. Let's go ahead and remove this one here for now. We don't need it. All right. So now we need to do the angle a little differently here. Let's go to transform layout. Let's go ahead and just do 45 now, which is perfect. And then we're going to take this relatively in the middle. Let's take our sprite, make this negative 45 now. And then what we're going to do is simply move it on over here, match it up. Perfect. Then we can go ahead, duplicate this. And what we're going to do is simply move the whole thing up just a bit till it's about centered. Make sure it is centered both ways as well. Perfect. Take the sprite, simply match it up. Now see how there's that little line? That means we made this not close enough, so make sure you make it close enough. It's going to give you that, and you don't want that. And that should be okay. Perfect. Awesome. And there we go. So now we have all of our slices created. Perfect. So now we just need the area 2Ds, and these are pretty easy. We're just going to have basically a marker for each one. So let's go ahead, create those real quick. Add child node, area 2D. All right. So the first one, we're going to do area 2D side. So if you swipe it like that or slice it this way, it'll go ahead and initiate this. So let's go ahead. Let's just call this side. Perfect. And then let's go ahead, give it a collision shape. Perfect. Give it a rectangle one. All right, and this one's going to be pretty thin. We're just going to go ahead and have this real thin, but directly in the middle. Let's do this here, and then a little bit there. Perfect. And we do want them slightly far, so we're going to go like this and like this. I think that'll be pretty good. Perfect. Awesome. So that's the side one. Okay, now we're going to need the middle one. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and just duplicate this, Control D, change the name to area 2D middle, and then take that collision shape, and we're simply going to rotate it. Okay, let's go ahead and rotate it 90 degrees. Perfect. Awesome. All right. We got the middle now. Now we need the slashing side. So we have the right slash and the left slash. So right slash is this way, left slash is this way. So let's go ahead, Control D. Let's call this right S or right slash. Right S. Perfect. And then take that collision shape. Let's go ahead and let's make this 45. We might need to do negative 45, which we do. So let's do negative 45. Perfect. All right, let's do the last one now, which is the left slash. And if I got these mixed up, then we'll fix them later, no worries. There's a lot of different ones we're doing here. Left S for left slash. And this one is just going to be regular 45, not negative 45. So 45, perfect, awesome. So now if the player slashes in any or direction with the script, it'll go ahead and initiate any of these other ones we created. Okay, awesome. All right, the last node we need in here is just a timer, and that's going to be a timer that kind of takes it away. We don't want these just floating around forever, or that'll use up too much compute power. So let's go ahead, right click, add child node. Let's go ahead and we're going to add that timer. So let's do timer, perfect. And eventually we'll add a signal to the timer, but we will do a one shot, and we will make the current lifetime 3 seconds. Okay, perfect, awesome. All right, and I think that should be everything. I don't think we're going to need anything else in here. I think we're looking good. Eventually we will go ahead, add the scripts to it, but then we will add different ones inheriting either the banana, cherry, grape, and all the others. Let's save what we got, and looking good. All right, in this section, we're going to create the fruit scripts. We're going to start off creating a main fruit controller. Then we're going to go ahead and ensure that when the fruit is hit, it is going to split correctly depending on where it was hit. Then we're also going to go ahead and add a simple script for the fruit pieces movement. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started with some of these scripts. Let's go ahead and do the half one first because that is a very small script to start off on. So let's go ahead and open up one of our halves. Let's go ahead and add one here. I'm going to get rid of the underscore and the 1 and just keep half.gd. Make sure you're saving it in the correct location, such as the fruit dual game under game components. Let's go ahead and create that. Perfect. Now this is going to be a real simple script. We're just basically going to be adding the gravity once it's hit. So the starting gravity is always going to be 0. So let's go ahead and just do gravity equals 0.0. Okay. But once it does have the gravity, we'll do function underscore physics process. And then we're going to simply say if not is underscore on ground, or on floor actually, There we go. It's not on the floor. Then we're simply going to set the velocity dot y plus equals the gravity that we have times delta. All right, awesome. And then outside of the if statement, still inside the physics process function, we're going to set move and slide. Perfect, and that's all we need. Simple and easy. So once this is sliced, though, it's going to be given some gravity, so then it will start to move correctly. All right, but we need to add this to each half. So let's go back to 2D view, and we can simply find the script by going over here to game components, fruit dual game, opening that up, and you can see then you currently have the apple and then also the half. So then we just have to add this to each one of these. So let's open up each one of our halves and simply drag and drop it onto each one. Perfect. And also note that each one of these sliced halves should be completely invisible with the main node as seen here. The only thing that should be visible, of course, is the whole sprite, and of course all the Area 2Ds, timer, and the main apple. But these ones here, all the sliced ones, should not have anything on them, okay? Make sure you add this half.gd to each one of our character bodies for the halves. Okay, perfect. So we have them attached to this one, we have them attached to that one, and that one. Perfect, awesome. Looking good. Go ahead and save that. All right, let's move on to the next script. This one's going to be the main node script, all right? So this one's going to be in charge of determining whether or not it's hit, and of course, which sliced one to make active, okay? So let's go ahead and select the main node of the apple, add script. Now we're going to change the name because other fruits are going to use this, so I'm going to call this fruit.gd. Make sure you're saving it in the same spot we had the other script, fruit dual game, under game components. Perfect. All right. So we're going to be adding a couple things in here. Let me make the screen a little bigger. All right, so we're going to add a couple variables at the top. Super simple. Let's start off with a variable for direction underscore hit, and that is going to be a type of capital S string. Okay, awesome. Then we're also going to have a variable called gravity, equal that to 300.0. Below that, we're going to go ahead, have a bool. We're going to call it hit. And we're always going to start it off equaling to false. Okay, perfect. Then we're going to have another variable. This one's going to be called rotation underscore speed. And this is going to be preset to 120.0. Okay, awesome. All right, so those are our current variables we're going to have. Below that, we're going to have a couple functions. We're going to have function for physics process. So let's go ahead and add that there. Inside of it, similar to what we just did in the other script, we're going to say if not is underscore on floor. And then inside of it, all we're going to do is set our velocity dot y plus equals our gravity times delta. All right, perfect. And then just like we did, we're also going to have that preset function move and slide to give it the actual movement. Okay, perfect. Below that, we're going to have another simple function, just our simple process function. Inside of there, we're simply going to set our rotation degrees plus equals our rotation speed times delta. Awesome, and that's going to be all of our starting functions. So save what you got so far, and looking good. All right, next up, we're going to start connecting our area 2Ds. So these are going to determine which side we want to basically shoot out a slice, okay? So let's attach all these real quick. So let's select our area 2D, and then starting from the inspector, select your node up here, go to the signals button, and then all you got to do is select the area entered, which is the top one. Make sure it's connecting to the main script on the top, and there we go, it should pop up. Perfect. Awesome. All right, so we have our area 2D side first. Let's add the middle one as well. Let's go ahead, connect it. Let's do the right slash one as well. Connect that, and then the left slash, and connect that. Okay, awesome. Since we're here, we could also go ahead and just simply connect the timer. Remember the current settings was wait time at 3 seconds and 1 shot on. Okay, so go ahead and connect that. Awesome. Perfect, and there's the timer. And because we're also here, all we have to really add in the timer is just queue_free, which is going to get rid of the fruit overall, which is using that queue_free function. And that's all you're going to need for that bottom function there. So you can add that just to be done with it. But as for these ones up here, there's going to be a little more stuff in them, okay? So let's start off with the first one, which is going to be the side one, okay? So let's get rid of the pass. All right, so the first thing we're going to be looking for is an if our area dot is underscore in underscore group. And that group that we're looking for, if you remember from the main scene, is going to be the slash. So within double quotes, put the slash there. Now we're also going to want to make sure that we haven't already been hit. So we're going to make sure that that hit equals false. Okay, perfect. All right, but if all these are the case, then what we want to do is simply set our hit and equal that to true. Okay, perfect. The next thing we'll do is make whichever sprite we want invisible, such as the whole sprite. We no longer want this one to be visible, because if you remember, on start, this one's always going to be visible, and these 4 below are going to be invisible. All right, so let's now make this one invisible by doing a dot visible equals false. Okay, perfect. Right below it, though, we're going to have to make the one we want visible, which is the slice right. So let's add that there. Perfect. Let's do a dot visible equal that to true. Perfect. All right, now we have to pass in some gravity, because if you remember, the original gravity of those slices within it are set to 0. So we need to pass in those. So let's add each one here and do a dot gravity. And we're simply going to set that equal to 100. We could add a different one later, but that's kind of up to you. Let's go ahead, copy this whole thing here, paste it below. We know that everything's the same except this 2 here. You could have dragged and dropped it, but I just like to copy it. So there we go, perfect. So now we're adding the gravity to these, which is great. Awesome. So now the next thing we need is the actual speed calculation. So let's go ahead and create a new variable in here. We're going to call this fruit underscore speed. And what we're going to do is we're going to default set that to 1000, okay? I find 1000 works pretty well. You're always welcome to try different speeds. But what we're going to do now is pass in that speed. So we're going to take our half one, and we're going to do a dot velocity, and we're going to equal that to a vector 2, okay? And then with that vector 2, we're going to do a dot up, because we're going to shoot the piece up, and then we are also going to do a dot rotated, and within the rotation, we're going to set, again, our slice. So let's grab that slice again, drag and drop it within there, and do a dot global position. And then we just want to times it by the speed we have. So times the fruit speed. All right, perfect. And that's all you need. So now we just need to do that same thing for the other one. So let's copy the whole thing. I'm going to enter behind it, paste it in. So now we just need for the other slice. So we have to do it for the half 2. So let's do half 2. Awesome. But if you guessed it, we have to change which way it's going to go. So it's no longer going to go up. This one's going to go down. Okay. So make sure to change that to down. Awesome. And then I think we should be looking good. All right. We could change also this in here, but I don't think it's really going to affect it. But overall, it should be set with that. Okay. Awesome. So go ahead and save that real quick. Perfect. So now we can do the other ones with just copying and pasting this in and changing a few values. Okay, so let's go ahead and just copy this whole thing we have here. I'm simply going to paste it in for the middle one. Perfect. And we're looking for the same stuff. We're looking for that slash, and also if it doesn't already equal hit, which is great. So now what we want to do is we want to go ahead and change the actual positioning. So we're no longer going to shoot it up and down. We're going to shoot it left and right. So let's go ahead and change this to left. And then we're also going to change this to right. Okay, perfect. Awesome. Then, of course, we need to change what exactly we're making visible. So we don't want to use the slice right anymore. We want to use the slice down. Okay, so you can either change it like this, or you can do the slice down. And then just simply copy it. Or better yet, just copy it like that and just paste it in for each one. We know the half is always going to be half 1 and half 2. So I'm just simply going to paste these all in just like this. Nice and simple. Perfect. Awesome. And we should be set there. The only extra thing we could add to this, to both of them actually, is to start the timer. So if we wanted to, we could simply go ahead on each one of these and grab our little timer here. And we could do a dot start. And then also we could go ahead and we could reset our rotation speed. If you want it to keep spinning after it's sliced, you can, but I find it looks a little better if we equal it to 0. And then in the future, not necessary right now, but what we could do is we could simply go ahead and connect to our main node script by doing a $ and a dot dot in between quotes and getting our dot score. Now this does not exist yet, but we could have it here ready to go once we create it. All right, so we'll do a plus equals 1. All right, so we could add all this now. This isn't necessarily necessary right now for testing, but might as well put it in so we don't forget later. Okay, awesome. Let's add that in there too. Perfect. All right, so now we need to do the horizontal movement ones. These ones are a little different. So let's go ahead and just copy one of these real quick. And we're going to be doing the right S1, so the right slash. So let's go ahead, paste this in right here. Perfect. So this again is for the function for the right slash. All right. So of course we need to change which ones we're making visible and adding gravity to. So we're going to go ahead and let's go ahead. We want to make the slice right. So we're going to be using the, let's see, sliced right slashed. So we could go ahead and just type that in here. Sliced right slashed. Perfect. Copy that. Let's just paste it into each one so we don't forget. Perfect. 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 Awesome. And there we go. Perfect. Great. All right, so now what we got to do is give it a little bit of a horizontal movement. And the best way I've found to do this is actually use the up and down. So let's use up here and then make sure it's capital O or it's not going to like it. And then down over here for our vector 2. And then we need to add a little bit of positioning movement to here. And the reason is because that horizontal movement is not a natural up and down. We have to add a little bit of some degrees to that. So how we can do that simply is adding a plus to our global position and doing a deg to rad. In between the parentheses, we're simply going to set -45. Okay, perfect. And that works pretty well overall, okay? And we're just going to add that same thing to the one below. We can leave everything the same, including the -45, okay? So just simply add that there, and we should be looking good. That has worked good for me in the past, and it should be working good for you as well, okay? Awesome. So let's save that real quick. Perfect. And we can simply go ahead now and just copy this whole thing here. Paste it below for the next one. This is going to be the left slash area. So let's go ahead and change this to sliced left slashed. All right. And simply go ahead, copy all of it, and paste it in for each one. Perfect. Nice. There we go. And there we go. So make sure that has left for each one. Awesome. Then what we're going to do is we need to change the actual drag. So let's go ahead and instead of -45, we are going to do just +45. Okay. And that should work great. All right. Awesome. So we're going to go ahead and do that there and that there. All right. So let's save that. Looking good. And there we go. Awesome. All right. Great. And that should be everything. All right, now this isn't going to work right now because we are still missing that score one right here. And of course, we don't have the cannons working yet to actually shoot the fruit out yet. All right, but we will do that in the next couple sections. So let's save everything we got though. Perfect. Let's go back to 2D view. Let's go ahead and save what we got over here as well and jump back to Apple. So in the next section, we're going to create the rest of the fruit, which are going to have a couple different types of sprites. So awesome. Looking good. All right, in this section, we're going to go ahead and create all the other fruit types. We're going to start off creating multiple copies of the fruit. Then we're going to give each fruit its own type of sprite to make it different. Then we're going to ensure all the sprites cut correctly. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started creating the other types of fruit. So we already have the apple, but we need 3 more. So let's go ahead, and what we're going to do to make this really easy, we're simply going to go to Scene, New Inherited Scene, and we're simply going to use that apple scene because everything else should be the same except, of course, for the sprite. So let's go ahead, open that up. We're going to change the name of this. Let's do banana first. Let's go ahead, enter that. Let's save it. Make sure we save it in the same location, the fruit dual game under game components. Save banana.tscn. Awesome. Now for banana, we just need to drag and drop the correct sprite. So let's go ahead, find the banana sprite. Open up the first one for the whole sprite. Drag and drop it in. Perfect. There's the banana. Awesome. Let's save that. Then let's go ahead. Let's do the rest for the pieces. So we have these other ones. So we can go ahead and highlight these. And simply go ahead, open up each one. Just drag and drop the banana for each one. And because we made it so large, such as the half, everything should fit. But we're just going to double check. Perfect. Let's go ahead and make that invisible. Make the slice down one visible. Open up each side. Let's go ahead, drag and drop the banana. Perfect. Perfect. That looks great. Awesome. Let's go ahead, invisible that one. Now for the next one. Open it on up. Drag and drop the banana. Perfect. There we go. Nice. Last one. Let's go ahead, make that invisible. Open it up. Drag and drop the banana. There we go. And there we go. Nice. We got it all. All right, so that's everything for the banana. Let's save all that. Perfect. Make sure, though, that the first one is visible, which is the whole sprite. So save it again. Perfect. Let's do the next one. So we can go ahead to scene, new inherited scene. We're going to go ahead, select apple again, open it up, change the name. Let's do grape for this one. Awesome. Let's go ahead, do the same thing. Let's use grape. I'm going to drag and drop it in. Perfect. Let's do the next one. Drag and drop it for each one. There we go. There we go. Make sure you have it visible to make sure it's working. Perfect. Let's do the next one. For the slice down, drag and drop each sprite. Perfect. There we go. Make that visible. Looks like it's grape. Awesome. Let's do the next one. Open it up. Drag and drop the sprite. One more. There we go. Let's go ahead, close that. Last one. Open it on up. Drag and drop the grape. And there we go. Nice. There we go. Close that up. And we should be all set. So all of them should be the grape, which they are. Perfect. Make sure you only have the whole sprite open. Let's save that. Save it in the same section. There we go. All right, one more regular fruit. Let's go ahead, go to scene, new inherited scene, select grape, or you could do any of them, but I like using the same one, which is apple. All right, let's go ahead and do watermelon for this. All right, for watermelon, let's go ahead, open up the hole. Let's go ahead, drag and drop the watermelon sprite. Perfect. Open up the next couple, make the original invisible. Drag and drop it. There we go. And there we go. Nice. Let's go ahead, do the next one. Open it on up. Drag and drop it for each one. Nice. Invisible. Make this one visible. Two more left. Let's go ahead, drag and drop it in. There we go. Nice. All right, next one. This will be the last one. And then we should be all set with all of our regular fruit. All right. We do have one more fruit to make. That'll be in the next section. That's going to be for the cherry bomb. It's going to be a little bit different, but mostly the same, only a couple different coding differences. Let's save this though. Let's go ahead, save it in the same section. Awesome. Just make sure that the original is visible and not any of the others. Perfect. Let's double check them all. There's the grape, banana, apple. Perfect. All right, looking good. All right, don't forget to save, and there you go. All right, in this section, we're going to go ahead and create the cherry. So the cherry is going to be the one negative fruit we have, where if we slash it as the player, we're going to get negative points. So we're going to start this off creating a new sprite for the cherry. Then we're going to give the cherry a simple flashing red animation. Last but not least, we're going to add a script for the cherry's functionality. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started creating the cherry. So what we're going to do, instead of starting completely from scratch, I'm simply going to go ahead, locate our apple scene that we have, right click it, duplicate it, change the name to cherry. Then we can simply go ahead, double click that scene, and open it up. Now we're not going to need a lot of things in here, so we can go ahead and remove quite a bit. Let's go ahead though and close all these up. Alright, so let's go ahead and just simply select the bottom one here, hold down shift, and then select the slice right all the way up there. We should only have the main node and then also one node for the sprite. We can change the name though to cherry. And then we're going to go ahead, save that. Perfect. Alright, now what we're going to do is change the sprite, of course. So let's go ahead, locate the cherry sprite, drag and drop it in, and there we go. Awesome. Now we got to go ahead and add that animation. Simple enough. Let's add it in the whole sprite. Right click, add child node, animation player, add that in there. Let's go ahead and add a new animation. I'm just going to call it idle. And we're not actually going to be editing the idle one. We're going to edit the other one. So until we add something in here, I don't think it's going to go into effect. So let's go ahead and just simply add something like the visibility. Let's go to inspector. Let's go ahead and just save something like I said, the visibility, like that. Perfect. Then we'll have the reset one. So let's go ahead and edit this one though. So what we're going to do is we're going to make this about 1 second long. And all we're going to do is simply change the color of this. So we're just going to go ahead on the sprite 2D. We're going to go to the modulate. We're going to save the original color, just like that. But then once we get to half a second, so 0.5, then we're going to go ahead and just simply make this red. Okay? Awesome. And then we're going to go ahead, save that there. Then at the end of the 1 second, we're going to go ahead and simply make this back to what it was. Perfect. And then make sure it is on repeat right here. Make sure that's blue. If you hit play, then it will go ahead and start playing. All right. Now it's up to you. If you want to make this faster, you totally can, but I think it looks pretty good for what we're working with. So I'm going to go ahead, send it back there. Perfect. All right. The next thing we need in here is, of course, an area 2D. So let's right click on the main node, add an area 2D. And then all we need is one simple collision for this, because it doesn't matter what side we hit it on. I'm going to add a collision shape and simply give it a circle shape. All right, just like that. Make it slightly big, about that size. Awesome. And that's going to be all the nodes for it. So let's go ahead and save that real quick. Select the main node, detach the original script, because we're going to make a new script for the cherry. Add the script, make sure it's in the Fruit Duel game under game components, like we have everything else. Hit create, and there we go, looking good. All right, so this is going to be a really simple script. We're just going to want a couple things to happen. So the first thing we're going to do is add a variable. We're going to call this direction hit. Give it a type of string. And then we're going to go ahead, give it a variable for gravity. We're going to equal that simply to 300 starting off. 0, perfect. We can put those right next to each other. All right, then we're going to go ahead in our function underscore ready. We're going to go ahead and we're simply going to set our animation. So drag and drop this in here, do a dot play, and then just simply set the reset one. All right, awesome, perfect. Then below that function, we're going to go ahead, do function process, and we're simply going to set our rotation degrees plus equals 120 times delta. That's just going to give it a default rotation, which should look pretty good. All right, awesome, there we go. All right, underneath that, we're going to go ahead and we're simply going to create our function for our physics. So let's do it, physics process, perfect. If not is underscore on floor, just like we've done in the past, we're simply going to go ahead and set our velocity dot y plus equals our gravity times delta. All right, perfect. And then don't forget, you have to have that move and slide or it's not going to actually move the object. All right, awesome. Now we have one more function to do, and that's going to simply be our area 2D. So let's go ahead, select our area 2D, go to the node, area entered, connect it to the cherry script. Then what we're going to do is we're going to be looking for, of course, the slash. So let's do if area dot is underscore in underscore group, parentheses, double quotes, slash. If that is the case, then we're going to want to go ahead and we're going to find the parent. So this does not exist yet, but we will find it simply by doing a $, double quotes, dot dot slash, which goes up one directory, and then animation player. So animation player, okay? Awesome, perfect. Then what we're gonna do is also decrease the score. If you remember in the last script, we did $, double quotes, dot dot slash, or actually you don't even need the slash actually, because it's only up one. And then we'll do dot score, okay? Awesome. See, make sure it has score there. Perfect. Don't forget the minus equals. Now I like to do a -5. I think that's a little more better than a 1, but that's up to you. And then of course we need to get rid of the cherry. So we'll simply do a Q free. Perfect. Awesome. So remember, these are not existing right now, but they will be existing in the next couple sections. That'll be for the animation player and of course the -5. Okay, awesome. Now this one here though, I think we actually might have created it. This was our .play. And let's double check it real quick. I think it was in our original. If we open our main animation player, was it here? Oh, it looks like we already did make it. That's our boom. Okay, so we'll just simply put boom there and play. There we go. And that'll play that animation. Okay, awesome. All right, let's go ahead and save that real quick. Perfect. Go back to 2D view and we'll be set at the main scene. Perfect. So far looking good. All right, in this section, we're gonna go ahead and create the cannon script. We're gonna start off creating a new script for the cannon. Then we're gonna ensure a random fruit is selected. We're also gonna ensure a random position is selected when firing the fruit. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started creating the cannon script. So this script is going to be responsible for shooting the fruit out at a random amount, and of course the random positioning, random type, and all that. So let's go ahead and select the main cannons node right here. Let's add a script, cannons, make sure we're locating it in the correct script right over here, fruit dual game, open, create, perfect. All right, so we're going to have a preload for each type of fruit. So let's simply create a variable. We're going to do apple for the first one. That's going to equal preload. And then if you type in apple, it should pop up. Just make sure you're adding the TSCN. Perfect. Then we can simply just copy this, paste it below. I'll paste it for each fruit. Should have 5 overall. Change the name, which is going to be banana. And then, of course, change banana over here. It should pop up. Sometimes it adds this little extra part here. Just remove that and you should be good. Let's do the next one. This one's going to be grape. Go ahead, change this here to grape. And you should be good. Awesome. Let's do the next one, watermelon. Hopefully I'm spelling that right. Watermelon. There we go. Remove that over there. Perfect. Awesome. All right, now the cherry. Let's go ahead and add that. Cherry. Perfect. Change this right here to cherry. Perfect. Awesome. All right, and there's all our fruit. Nice. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is we need to initiate basically everything when that timer goes off, okay? Which is going to be the timer here. I'm pretty sure. If not, we can go ahead and create a new one. That's going to be the timer for the game. So we are going to need a specific timer for basically kicking this off. So let's go ahead and add that real quick. Looks like we missed that originally. It's just going to be a simple timer. You can give it a name, but I'm just going to keep it as timer since it's already inside the cannon. So let's go ahead and connect that real quick. We're going to connect that to our cannon script right here. Perfect. And there we go. Awesome. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is we need to make sure that the game is on. Now we're going to be setting this variable in the next section, the next script. So it's just going to go up 1 to the main. We're going to add that script originally right here. And all we're going to be doing is looking for, of course, that .game underscore is underscore on, because we don't want to be shooting fruit out until the game is on. So we want to make sure that's on. So if it equals false, then we're simply going to return, which will cancel out everything we're going to do after this. Okay? Awesome. All right, but if it is the case, we can make a fruit. Then we're going to go ahead and start creating some variables. We're going to call this ran, which is going to be a random number. So we're going to do random I range. And in random I range, we're going to have 1 to 7 values. All right. I find that this works pretty well. And then we're also going to go ahead. We're going to have variable. We're going to call this bomb, or we could even call it cherry chance, honestly. Cherry chance. And we're going to equal that again to a random I range. And we're simply going to set that to a 1 to 10. So out of 1 of every 10 times, we're going to have a cherry bomb, which is great. And then we're going to have, of course, the type of fruit. We're going to need a variable for that, which is going to be called fruit underscore instance. All right, awesome. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to check. We're going to say if our cherry chance is less than or equal to 2, then what we're going to do is we're simply going to go ahead and set our fruit instance equal to the cherry dot instantiate, all right, which is going to then pick which one, of course. All right, but if that isn't the case, then we want to pick a regular fruit. So we're going to go ahead, have an else here. And inside our else, we're going to have a couple things. We're going to have another random value, which is going to be called variable fruit. Because we have multiple fruit, we don't just want to be making the same one each time. We're going to do random I range. And we're going to have 1 to 4 because we have 4 fruit. So it's going to choose one of those fruit. And then we're just going to have a couple if else's. Say if fruit equals 1, then we can simply set that fruit instance to, of course, the apple. So let's go ahead and set that to apple. Awesome. Then, of course, we can do an elif. We can do elif fruit equals 2 now. And this time we can change it up. We can say if this equals that, then we'll say that it is going to become the banana. All right, perfect. Let's copy the elif. Paste it right below, make sure it's on the same line. All right, so the next one, we're gonna go ahead and do grape. Let's add the grape there. All right, one more. Let's go ahead and now do the watermelon. Don't forget to change the number though. If we don't change the number, it's never gonna actually change the fruit. All right, there we go. And now let's do the watermelon right here. And there we go, nice, awesome. All right, so that's gonna go ahead and depict what exactly we're creating. Then next up, outside of this if else, we're going to go ahead and start adding it into the real world. So let's go ahead and do add sibling. It's important we do add sibling because it needs to be in the right directory. And then we're going to do fruit instance. So we're creating that new fruit. I'm going to add a couple enters here so we can see it better. There we go. So under add sibling, we're going to go ahead and do variable. And we're just going to call this fruit underscore speed. And we're simply going to equal that to 600. You can play around with the actual firing speed, but I think this works pretty good. I'm going to say if our random, which is RAN, equals 1, then we're going to go ahead and shoot it out of the 1 position. All right. So let's go ahead and create that. Once we create the first one, we can just simply copy and paste it for the others. So we'll do our fruit instance dot global position. And we're going to go ahead, equal this, because we're at the 1, we're going to shoot it out of cannon 1. So let's take cannon 1, put it right there, perfect. We're going to do our dot global position of that, okay? Awesome, so that's going to give our initial position based on which cannon. Okay, now we need to give it some actual force so it really shoots out of there. So again, we're going to do fruit instance. And this time we're going to set its velocity, set velocity. There we go. We're going to equal that to a vector 2, similar to how we did it in the fruit scripts. We're going to do a dot up, all right? And then we're going to do a dot rotated, and then again, we're going to do fruit instance. And we're simply going to set our dot global position. Make sure you spell this right, or it's going to give you errors later on. And then we're simply going to go ahead, and I think we can just do a plus for this because we're doing this one over here, which is on the bottom part. We'll have to do some times ones for the diagonal ones. But let's go ahead and do plus for this. So let's do plus. Again, we're doing that same thing. We're going to do a drag to rad. Drag to rad, wherever that is. Oh, sorry. Whoop, drag. Spelling wrong. And then we're going to do 20, okay? Awesome. And then, of course, we're going to times it by the speed that we set earlier. So we're going to go ahead, times the whole thing by the fruit speed. Okay? Awesome. And there we go. Perfect. Awesome. All right. Nice, nice. So now we can go ahead and we're going to simply copy this whole thing. We're going to paste it below. I'm only going to change this if to an elif, just so it only does it once and doesn't check the others, just to help processing speeds. So we're going to change this one to 2. So, of course, this is going to be the second one now. And, of course, we're not going to be using canon 1 anymore. We're using canon 2 now. Okay? Awesome. Now, canon 2, we're going to keep pretty much everything the same, except we're not going to do our drag rad. We're just going to simply times the whole thing. And that's because we want them to be a little bit different than the others. Okay? So let's go ahead and remove that real quick. Perfect. And keep it just like that. All right? Because we want some different styles of movement when we have all these fruit. Some we want to go a little more, some we want to fly in different directions, all that, okay? So let's go ahead and keep this as it is. Awesome. Let's go ahead and copy this whole thing, paste it right below. Awesome. So this is going to be for the third one. So let's go ahead, change it out to 3, change the canon to 3, and I think we can leave primarily everything else the same. We're still going up, and we're still timesing it by the speed. So I think we can leave everything the same. All right, awesome. So let's copy the whole thing again, paste it below, change our value now to 4. Of course, change the canon number to 4. Okay, there we go, perfect. Now for our canon 4, we're simply going to, again, keep everything the same, times it by speed, perfect. So keep everything the same. Now for 5 though, it's gonna be matching up with the original one with the if. So we're gonna need that plus drag 20. So let's go ahead, copy this whole thing, paste it below, make sure it's on the right line, change the random number to 5, canon 5, and then we're going to re-add the plus drag to rad 20. Okay, awesome. And because we're not on the same section as it, we're on the other side, so we're no longer on the left, this is going to be all the way on the right, we're going to change it a little bit and just do a negative 20 now, okay, to give it a little bit of a curve, okay? Awesome. Now, of course, we need the diagonal ones, okay, which are 6 and 7. 6 is on the right, 7's on the left. So let's copy this whole thing, paste it below. Let's go ahead and do 6 first, which is on the right side. And what we're going to do now is we're simply going to, instead of doing a negative 20, I found that the best one that works is a negative 80, okay? So everything else the same, but negative 80. And if you guessed it, for 7, all we're really going to do is simply make that a positive 80. So let's go ahead. But don't forget, almost forgot, change the canon, all right? Or else it's just going to keep shooting it out of the same one. We don't want that. We want it to be different. So change that to 7, and then also change this to 7 also, okay? Awesome. And then we're getting rid of the negative here because we want it to now go from left to right, okay? Awesome. But I think that's it, and we should be looking good. All right, let's save what we got here. Go ahead, save that back to 2D view. And there we go, we're looking good. All right, in this section, we're gonna create the final script for the game. This is gonna be the main script. We're gonna start off creating the new script and attaching it to the main node. Then we're gonna ensure the line 2D follows the mouse and that the game's timer updates correctly. We're also going to connect all the UI buttons to this script that start the game and end it. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started creating this final script. But before we do, I noticed we missed one thing, and that's inside the original timer for the cannons. I noticed that we forgot to set auto start on, okay? And also, just to note, if you want to adjust the wait time for a fruit to fire out of these things, you'll have to adjust the time right here. But you have to make sure the auto starts on or it will never start, okay? Awesome, so make sure you got that there. I'm gonna close the cannons up. Let's go ahead, select the main node here, add script. Make sure we're adding this in the correct location, which is the fruit duel game. Open, create, and there we go. Awesome, all right. So let's go ahead and add a couple things in here. First thing we're going to add is an @onReady. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. We're going to set a variable called mouse underscore trail underscore line. Okay, and this is going to be equal to, of course, a line 2D, and of course our current line 2D that we have, which is right here. You can simply drag and drop it in, and there you go. Awesome. Then we're going to have a couple other variables here. We're going to have a variable called max underscore trail underscore points, and we're going to equal that to 5. We can always adjust it later. We're going to have another variable. This is going to be called point underscore distance underscore threshold. There we go. And we're going to go ahead and equal that to 2.0. Okay, awesome. Next up, we're going to create another variable. We're going to call this mouse underscore still underscore timer. Okay, and we're going to equal that to 0.0. Then we're also going to go ahead, create another variable. We're going to call this, of course, mouse underscore still underscore timeout. Okay, and these are all variables we need to make that slicing effect look somewhat realistic. Okay, and we can always adjust these later on. We're also going to create another variable. We're going to call this last underscore mouse underscore position. Okay, and we're going to equal this to a simple vector2, and we're going to equal it to vector2 dot inf. Okay, awesome. All right, and there we go. Now we need a couple more variables right below. We're going to go ahead and set our variable game underscore is underscore on, which you've seen before, and we're going to always set that to false at the beginning of the game. We're also going to go ahead and we're going to set our score as well, which at the beginning of the game we always want to set to 0. Okay, awesome. Let's go ahead and create our first function. This is going to be our ready function right below, and all we're going to do is we're going to set our mouse trail line right here to dot clear underscore points, and we are going to create this. Okay, but for now we're just going to keep it as is. It's going to be an error for now. Clear points. And then we're going to go ahead and get our label time dot, and we're going to do text, and we're going to simply set our text to what we have it currently, which is double quotes, capital T time, colon, 20. Okay, awesome. All right, keep that and looking good. All right, let's continue on. So let's go ahead and do the next function. This next function is going to be the bulk of our code. This is going to be our process function. And of course, we're going to be updating quite a few things in here, specifically for the 2D line. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create a variable for our current underscore, 2 R's, current underscore mouse underscore POS for position. And we're simply going to equal that to our get underscore, let's do our global mouse position. All right, awesome. All right, because we're going to need this for a couple things. So let's go ahead and go down so we can see a little better. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is we're simply going to have an if statement and say if game is on equals true. Then we want to update the time. So we're going to go ahead, get our label time, drag and drop here, do our dot text, and then we're simply going to go ahead, equal it to double quotes, capital T time, colon space, and then we have to of course add in our time that we have. So we're going to do a plus str parentheses round I, because we can't do a float, or if we do a float it'll look really bad, so we'll keep round I, and then we're going to do timer game length, drag and drop that into there, perfect, do dot time left. Okay, awesome. All right, so that'll connect that. Perfect, so that's going to be it for the timer. Now we're also going to need, of course, a couple things for the slashing effect. So we're going to do if capital I input, and we're going to say input.is mouse button pressed, and we are going to be looking for mouse. We're going to do mouse button left. You could do right if you want to, that's up to you. And game is on equals true, because we don't want to be able to slash when the game's off. Okay, awesome. So make sure you have that there. Then we're going to do a couple things. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and set our area 2D, which is right over here. We need the actual collision of it though. We need to set the disabled equal to false. So the dot disabled should now equal false, okay? Because on start it should equal true, and we can go ahead and set that right here since we're right over here. Just simply select it and turn that on, because by default it should always be on, okay? Awesome. So save that little change. Perfect. Then we're also going to go ahead and we're going to get the actual area 2D slash. We need it to follow around the mouse, so we're going to do a dot global position, and we're simply going to equal that to our get underscore global mouse position. Okay, perfect. So that's going to make it follow it around. All right, awesome. Then we're going to have to do a little bit of some calculations for the actual line, okay? So we need to start off with an if, and we're going to say if last mouse position does not equal our vector2 dot inf and current mouse position dot distance 2, and we're going to be looking for that last mouse position. And then what we're going to say is if it is greater than 0.1, okay? And if that's the case, then we're going to set our mouse still timer equal to 0.0, okay? And we're also going to have an else if that's not the case, and if it's not the case, then we're going to set our mouse still timer plus equals delta. All right, perfect. That's going to update our timer, which is great. Then we're going to have to do a couple other things. This is also going to be inside the same input if. We're going to go ahead and do if mouse trail line dot get underscore point, it pops up, point underscore count, and we're going to say if that's equal to 0 or backslash, and then within it we're going to go ahead and we're going to say mouse trail line, and we're going to do mouse trail line dot get underscore point position, and we're going to go ahead, pass in mouse trail line again. Here we go. Mouse trail line dot get underscore point underscore count. Okay, awesome. And then we're going to minus that whole thing by 1, and then we're simply going to do a dot distance 2 parentheses current mouse position, and I think we should be good there. We just have to go ahead and add a less than point mouse threshold, and then go ahead and end that there. Perfect. And then we're going to go ahead, add another over here. And now inside of our current if, we're going to go ahead, make sure we just backslash this. We should be able to do a point there. If not, we'll fix it in a bit. We're just going to go ahead and now set our mouse tail line dot add point. If it lets us do it, add point current mouse position. Okay, awesome. And there we go. All right, looks good, looks good. All right, now we can go ahead. I'm going to backspace this once though, and I'm going to space this up one more time there. Perfect. Okay, now that we have that there, we're going to have a quick little while still with everything. We're going to have a while. We're going to do a mouse trail line. While mouse trail line dot get underscore point count, and inside of it we're going to go ahead, we're going to say greater than max trail line, or max trail points, that's fine. And then we're going to go ahead and simply do our mouse trail line. And then we're going to do a dot remove underscore point parentheses 0. Okay, awesome. All right, almost done. Then we're going to go ahead after this while, still all inside the input. We're going to do an if. We're going to say if mouse still timer greater than equal to mouse timeout, still timeout, perfect. And then we're simply going to set our mouse trail line. There we go. Trail line dot clear points parentheses, perfect. And then we're simply going to go ahead, do our mouse still timer. We're going to reset that back to 0.0. And then we're also going to set our last mouse position equal to vector2 dot inf. All right, awesome. And then outside of this whole thing, on the if statement with the input, we're going to do a simple else. And we're simply going to set our mouse tail line dot clear points, just like that, perfect. And then we're also going to set our mouse still timer equal to 0.0. And then we're going to go ahead, set our last mouse position back, of course, to 0.0. Or no, last mouse position, sorry, that's going to be vector2 inf. There we go, awesome. And then, of course, we need to set our disabled area 2D collision shape back to true. So we're going to take that, what we had up there, simply paste it, change this to true. Okay, awesome. All right, and then outside of this whole thing, to actually get the update from it, we're going to set our last mouse position equal to current mouse position. Perfect. And that should be it there. We might come in here and edit a couple things. If we missed anything, we will make sure to debug if we still have issues by the end of it, but no worries. Awesome. All right, let's go ahead and wrap this up with the UIs. So we're going to connect these all to the script. Pretty simple ones, so we can just simply go ahead, remove these extra spaces here. And then what we're going to do is we're simply going to go ahead, select onto the main UI screen. So if we close this up here, if I slide this over, you can see it a little better. If we go to our start screen, and then we go to the button play, we can simply select the button here and then find the actual button node of it. And this is going to be, that's not button, that's button play. Select that there, go to pressed, and then we want to make sure we are connecting it to the main script. Should pop up right here, perfect. And all we're going to do is we're simply going to go ahead. We are going to set our start screen. So dot visible equals false. And then we're also going to go ahead, set our game is on equal to true. Perfect. And then we're going to go, of course, and start the timer. Okay. So locate the game timer, timer game length, drag and drop that right there. Do a dot start. And this one should not be on auto start. So if we select the timer, go to inspector, make sure you're on the timer though. Yep, it shouldn't have auto start on, which is perfect. Awesome. All right. So that's going to be the play game button. So now we, of course, need the quit button. So let's go ahead in the start screen. Since we're already there, let's go ahead, button quit, pressed, make sure it's connecting to main. There we go. And all we're going to do in here, real simple, we're just going to simply do a get tree dot reload current scene. And we're just going to make all the quit buttons connect to that, okay? So we can go ahead, close the start screen. We can open up the game over screen and simply select the button quit. We can go ahead, select pressed here, and we're just going to connect it to the main script. It'll automatically connect to this one, which is great. Then we just need to do the in-game UI one. So open up in-game UI, select button quit, select pressed, make sure it's connecting to main, and there we go. Awesome. All right, now we just need the actual game over timer. So let's go ahead back to our main node, select the timer game length, go to timeout of it, make sure you're on the right one, select main, perfect. And what we're going to do is simply set the game is on equal to false again. So game is on, set that back to false, perfect. Then we're also going to go ahead, we're going to make the win-lose screen or the game over screen, whatever you called it, equal to true. So dot visible equals true. And then we also have to update the score in it. So if you remember, inside of here we had a label for this. This is going to be the game over, or it could be points, doesn't really matter. So I'm going to take this over here, put it right here. I'm going to do a dot text, and I'm simply going to equal that to double quotes, points, colon, space, and then simply do a plus str, and then we're going to go ahead and put score there. Perfect. Awesome. So know that was a lot of coding. Remember, you can always check the source code, save what you got here. Let's go back to 2D view, and there we go, looking good. All right, in this section, we are going to do some bug fixes. We are going to test the game and ensure it's working as expected. Then we're going to ensure the player can fully play the game. Then we're going to go ahead and fix any of the located bugs. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and test the game out and ensure there's no bugs. Let's go ahead and play current scene. Now it looks like on start we're having a bit of an error here. You might have already caught this, but it looks like I labeled the line 2D as a light 2D by accident. So go ahead and change that to line 2D, all right? That'll fix that little error there. Let's save that. Perfect. Let's go back to 2D view. Stop the game. Play current scene. Hit play. Let it load. Looks like we have another issue. It says invalid operands vector 2 float in operation plus. So it looks like we did an error with our global positioning for all of these. These should be global rotation. And I bet we also did this in the other scripts as well. So we're inside the canon.gd. So everything inside of our rotated shouldn't be a global position. It should be a global rotation. All right. So global underscore rotation. All right. Just like that. So go ahead, let's copy that and paste that in for each one down here. Only the ones inside of the rotated parentheses should be this. So go ahead, paste those all in. Awesome. That should fix that error. But like I said, I think we also messed this up inside of our fruits script. So let's go ahead inside our fruits script. And I think, yep, it should be somewhere like right here. See how we did the same thing in all these rotated parentheses in our vector 2s? We accidentally put global position. We should have put global rotation. So let's change all those. Make sure you add these here or it's going to give us that same error. All right. Remember, you can always check the source code. It probably already has the fix on this. So let's go ahead, add this all here. We have that one done, that one done. That one's good. This one needs to change. And I think we're okay. All right, I think everything else looks good. All right, oh, I see one thing actually. We haven't caught this yet, but right here, as you can see, we're turning on the slice right. But this one's the middle one, so we should have the slice down actually active. Because if we go here, we should see slice down, not slice right. The slice right one should be this one. So let's go ahead and change that real quick. That's going to be slice down. Okay, perfect. All right, that's going to be hard to catch. It looks like we got there. So remember, make sure you have global rotation for all these. Let's go ahead. Let's go back to main, 2D view. Let's go ahead. Oops, make sure you're on the right game. Let's save that, close the current game, reopen it up, let that load, hit play. Looks like our swiping is working and looks like we're able to cut the fruit. Let's make sure that we can also hit a cherry bomb once one shows up. There's the bomb. Oh, looks like it works. Awesome. And looks like everything else looks like it's working pretty good too. Perfect. Nice. We can cut all these fruit. All right, looks like our points though are not updating, unless I automatically got 0 points, I don't recall. Let's run it one more time. Let's just not hit any of the cherries. Looks like that's working good. These little lines here are just visible because of the debugger. I can show you how to turn that off. Let's just make sure that the points are actually updating. I'm not going to hit any of the cherries. All right, 2 more seconds. And yep, looks like the points are updating. Perfect, and the quit button resets the game. Nice. All right, looks good. Now to turn off the debugger, if yours was on, you simply can turn this off and on so you can see the debuggers of the collision shapes. All right, I'll keep it off for now. All right, overall, everything seems to be working well. If you find any bugs, please let me know and I will add it to this section. So far, so good. In this project, we will be creating an angled tanks game. We will be playing as a blue tank from a top-down view. Our tank will have a top-down movement and also be able to aim its turret. Our goal is to locate and attack the enemy red tanks. Our bullets will have the ability to bounce off walls in hopes to hit the enemy tank. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, in this section we're going to set up our angled tanks game. We're going to start off downloading the assets being used, which are at the link here. Then we're going to go ahead and create all the new folders for the game's art and components. Last but not least, we're going to give the starting UI a title and short description. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here is the assets pack we're going to be using for our game. It's going to be located at kenny.nl assets/top-down tanks redux. It's going to have everything we need to make our game. So once you're here, scroll on down to download and then go ahead and download it. Alright, once your download is complete, let's go ahead and create a new folder for the assets. That's going to be inside of our art folder we have. So let's open it up, select the main one, right click, create new folder. Let's simply call it Angle Tanks Game. Alright, let's save that name because we're going to reuse it. Hit OK, perfect. So go ahead and extract your downloaded zip and simply drag and drop it into the Angle Tanks game. And you should be all set. While we're creating folders, let's create one now for the game components, because any new component we're going to want to put in that folder. So let's select the main one, right click, create new, paste the name we had, Angle Tanks Game, hit OK, perfect. So now any new components, we want to put them inside this folder. Alright, awesome. Now let's go ahead and create the actual scene of the game. So let's go ahead and duplicate our starting UI scene. I'm going to right click it, duplicate. Let's paste that name, angletanksgame.tscn, hit OK, perfect, awesome. So now we just need to, of course, add it into our selection script so we can select the actual game and play it from our main menu. So let's select the button we want to use, such as button 2. Let's go ahead, give it the name, Angle Tanks, capital A, capital T, perfect. Then give it a game number. I'm going to use game number 2, just like that, awesome. And now let's simply open up that script we have. Let's go ahead and add the preload. If you remember, it loads a little better if we hashtag it out before we put it in. I'm simply going to copy our one above, paste it. Then I'm going to go ahead, take away the inside of the preload, and then simply grab our angletanksgame.tscn from the folder and put it right into there. Perfect. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and give it its name. Let's just call it Angle_tanks. Perfect. You can go ahead and hashtag it. There we go. Nice. Now we just need the if statement. So let's copy that if statement right here. Simply do an enter after it, backspace, paste it in. And then we need to make sure that the name matches up. So I'm going to grab it over here on the right, paste it in, and then simply change out which scene it's going to be, change it to Angle Tanks, and there we go. Should be set. Let's save those changes, go back to 2D view, and now we can go ahead and open up the game. Perfect. Awesome. So far looking good. Alright, let's wrap up the setup. Now we just need, of course, the game title and also the description. One thing to note though, for the art we're using, I simply added just the default size of the PNG and also the tile sheet. If you wanted to add the whole thing in here, you could, but I'm just going to save space by only adding these two here. Okay, awesome. So now let's go ahead and give the game a title and also a description. So I'm going to close up the things we're not using, such as the in-game UI and the game over screen, but I'm going to select the title. I'm going to go ahead and give it a title of Angle Tanks. Then let's give it a simple description. I'm going to say, play as a blue tank and attack the red tanks. Okay, awesome, perfect. And again, it's up to you what you want to put here, but I think this works pretty well. All right, last thing though is of course change the main node here. Instead of starting UI, it should be Angle Tanks Game. Okay, perfect. And with that, we should be set. Go ahead and save, and looking good. All right, in this section, we're going to go ahead and create the main scene for our Angle Tanks game. We're going to start off adding all the main nodes for the area's map. Then we're going to go ahead and give the game's map corners for the player to go around. We're also going to ensure that these player map corners have some collisions on them so the player can't go through them. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started. So we're going to create the simple map we need and add some collision to it as well. So let's create a new node for this. Right click, add child node. Let's go ahead and add a node 2D. So let's go ahead, add that there. Let's change that name to map. All right, awesome. All right, and let's go ahead and just simply make the start screen invisible for now so we can see it a little better. All right, so for map, we're going to add some tile layer maps in here. So let's go ahead, add those tile layer maps. Perfect. All right, so currently we don't have a tile set enabled, so we need to enable a new one. Perfect. Click on it there. Awesome. All right, let's go to tile set right over here. I'm going to make this a little bigger so we can see it better. Maybe I'll move down a bit. All right, so let's go ahead into our art folder, into our Angle Tanks, open up the tile sheet. And once you get there, there should be two. Make sure you're using the default one. So let's take that default one, drag and drop it into there. We don't want it to do this, so hit no. This is going to automatically cut it for you. But we don't want to do that because we're really only going to use one or two. Now, there's a whole bunch of different ones you can use. I'm personally just going to use a plain sand one. If you wanted to add a sand one with a bunch of spots, you can do that. Or even grass, it's completely up to you. But I'm going to use a simple just sand color, just like this. So we're going to select one just like that, go to tile map, and then go ahead, select it, make sure you don't have the eraser on. Let's use the rect tool so we can just go ahead and make it. Now these are a little small, I see, and I don't really like the sizing of this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead, Control Z, and just increase the overall size of the tile map layer. So let's hit transform, and let's simply make the X and Y scale equal to 3, okay? And this will be a pretty good size for this game. So let's go ahead and just surround the entire screen just like that. Perfect. Awesome. And again, you can customize this however you'd like. I'm just going to keep it simple and use a sand one. Okay? Awesome. So now let's go ahead and make the actual borders for the game. So let's Control D on our tile map layer. And what we're going to want to do is we want to make this unique, so we don't want to change the other one with it. So we'll right click on the tile set, make unique. All right? Awesome. Now, the little borders we're going to use are not going to be in this one. There's no boxes in here, and I really like the box look on the sand. So let's go ahead and find those boxes. That's going to be in default size. Let's go ahead and locate it. This is under the PNG, I think, as well. Let's find the regular wood crate right here. And what we're going to do is simply drag and drop that into here, okay? Well, make sure you're on the tile set. Sometimes I get confused there. So drag and drop it into here just like we did before. We do not want it to cut because we're going to do it ourselves. So then what we want to do is we want to simply select it. But there is an issue. As you can see, this is not set to the other sizing. So what I like to do is scroll down and simply change it to what we need. I remember it is 28x and 28y. So go ahead, add that there, and it should be formatted correctly. As you can see, awesome. All right, one thing though we do want to add is we want to add that physics layer because we don't want the player or any of the tank bullets to go across it. So to add that, we're going to select the tile set on it, go to physics layers, add element, and there we go. We should now see an option if we go ahead into select it, scroll on down, and you should see this physics layer option here that you open up physics layer 0, and there we go. Now we do want to go ahead now and add a collision around this whole thing. So what we could do is we should be able to just add some points. So if we do edit points, it should give us something. If not, then we'll just have to go ahead and add them. So make sure that you're adding it in the correct corners. We can adjust it after it. So I'm going to back up for a second. I'm going to add one corner there, another over here, and then another over here. Okay, and then the last one, reconnect it. Okay, but as you can tell, that is not set correctly, so we are going to use the editing tool now, right here, and simply just put it on the right spot over there and over there. Now, if you wanted to zoom in and make this a little more precise, you can. That's completely up to you. Ooh, looks like I'm stuck on that right there. Let me zoom out a bit and just move that over just a bit. Awesome. And we should be set with that. Again, if you wanted to zoom in and make it more perfect, there's also a pixel snapping option somewhere in here, but I'm going to keep it as is for now, all right, because this should still work good. So let's save that change. Perfect. Now we want to do, of course, is write it. But because we duplicated it, it did duplicate all the sand tiles we had currently. So make sure before you start putting things down, let's go ahead, use the rectangle tool again, use the minus tool here. Let's go ahead, take away all the original ones. Perfect. Now, one thing you're going to note, though, is once we start pasting this down, go ahead, select it, you're going to have them a little too close. And that's because the original setting, as you can see over here, is 16 and 16. We want to increase that a bit, okay? So let's go ahead and change that to what we had on the other one, which was 28 and 28, okay? Awesome. Now, I know that's a little big and not as small as we have the original tiles. So if you wanted to change this to that, then I would simply just go ahead to the tile map layer and just shrink it a bit. So I would change this maybe back to a 2 instead, and that's a little better. Awesome. So then let's go ahead and design the actual map. Again, you can do this however you'd like. I'm simply going to make it just have some open spots on each corner, all right? And you'll see that once I start putting it down. So let's go ahead and add those real quick. I'm going to add the corners here. Perfect. And then let's go ahead, let's add the rest over here. And then up here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the middle go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Same thing on the other side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Awesome. And I think that might be a little too tight, so I'll go ahead and just make it to 6 on each side. Perfect. So once we have the game and the tanks in it, then we'll have our tank up here and over here. Now, as you can see too, it's not really centered. Again, if you wanted to center it correctly with the tiles, you could, or you could simply just move the whole thing over just a bit, which I am going to do to keep things more simple. Okay, perfect. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my eraser tool, and I'm just going to get rid of the extra ones we don't need that are not going to be visible in the game. So the ones there, perfect. And then same thing for the other one. If we select back in the tile map layer here, we can get rid of that little extra dot over there and that extra side over there as well. All right, awesome. All right, and I might take away this bottom layer here too, just to clean things up. We don't want extra things for no reason, but I think this looks pretty good. Awesome. All right, let's save what we got, and there we go. All right, in this section, we're gonna go ahead and create the bullet node. We're going to start off creating a new scene for the bullet node. Then we're going to go ahead and give the bullet a sprite image. We're also going to ensure there's an area 2D and timer attached to the bullet node. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started creating the bullet node. So let's go ahead. What we're going to do is we're going to create a new scene for this. And I like to honestly just create it straight out of our scene and then turn it into its own. So let's add child node. Let's go ahead and add a character body. Let's go ahead and just call this bullet. Perfect. And what we're going to do is simply select it, right click on it, save branch as scene, and we want to make sure we're saving it in the right location. Perfect. Save that there. Awesome. And then we're just going to delete it right from here. Okay. Awesome. All right. Then we're going to go inside our game components, Angled Tanks game, and open up that scene. Perfect. All right. So let's go ahead and first add the actual sprite for this. So let's right click on the bullet. Let's go ahead and add a sprite 2D. Then let's go ahead and locate the art piece we want to use. I'm going to open that up. It's going to be in our default size under PNG originally. Then we're going to locate what we want to use for the bullet. And I think there was one somewhere around here. I think it was this one, the shot thin. I think it looks pretty good with it. So let's go ahead, drag and drop it into here. Perfect. So how this is going to initially be moving is it's going to be moving towards the right. So let's go ahead and just rotate the sprite image facing right by rotating the rotation to 90 degrees, which should be like that. And if we want to match it up with the default size of all the tanks that we're going to be creating, it's going to need to be a little bigger. And I think I might have been making it a 2. So let's go ahead, select sprite 2D. Let's change the scale from 1 to just simply 2. Okay, awesome. And we can always adjust this later, or if you want to adjust this for your own, you can totally do that. That's completely up to you. All right. So now we need the actual collision shape. So let's add that. Collision, shape 2D. Perfect. And I'm simply going to go ahead. Let's just use rectangle. So let's go ahead, add the shape, new rectangle. And this is just going to be basically the body shape of it. We'll have the area around it bigger, but for the body shape, we're just going to make it about this. Okay. Let's do that. All right. Awesome. And then what we're going to do, we're going to add an area 2D, add collision shape, area 2D, perfect. Now this is going to be the area, so it needs to be a little bit farther out. So let's go ahead and just duplicate that shape 2D, drag and drop it into it, and we're going to make it unique. So go to the shape, right click, make unique, perfect. And then we're simply just going to make this a little bit bigger, okay? Awesome. There we go, and there we go. All right, perfect. All right, now what we need is we need to add an actual group to this. So we're going to add the area 2D, select the main node of it, go to node, go to groups, and we're just going to add simply lowercase bullet, okay? Awesome, because if you remember, this bullet is going to be kind of bouncing off walls, but of course we need to make sure we signify it in case something hits it that it needs to do something to it, such as another bullet, we want to make it disappear, or if we hit a tank, we need to minus health from that tank. Okay, awesome. Last thing we need to add this is going to be a timer. So let's go ahead and add a timer, and we're going to rename this timer. We're just going to call this lifetime timer. Awesome. All right, because we're going to give some minimum amount of life to the timer. Okay, and we'll connect it to the script later on, but for now I think we can keep everything else the same. We don't need to change any of that for now. All right, awesome. All right, save what you got, and looking good so far. All right, in this section, we're going to go ahead now and create the bullet script. We're going to start off creating a new script and attaching it to the bullet node. Then we're going to give the bullet the ability to bounce off walls. We're also going to ensure that the bullet goes away after hitting a tank or running out of time. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started creating the bullet script. So let's go ahead and select the main bullet node. Then we're going to add a script to it. Make sure it is in the correct location of Angle Tanks game folder. Perfect. Then go ahead and create that, and there we go. All right, so we're going to start off with a couple variables. First variable is going to actually be an @export. So let's go ahead, do @export, and then we're going to do variable. And then we're going to call this initial underscore speed, all right? And this is going to be a type of float. And we're simply going to equal that to 400.0, all right? Awesome. We're going to do another @export. And this is going to be a variable called max underscore bounce. Or we could say bounces because it's going to bounce multiple times. This is going to be a type of int, and we're going to equal that simply to 3. If you wanted to increase it, you totally can, but that's up to you. Now let's go ahead and do another @export. Let's go ahead, call this variable. And again, this is going to be the lifetime, okay? And this again is going to be a type of float. And we're going to go ahead and simply equal this to 5.0. All right, awesome. All right, next up, we're going to do a couple @onReadies. So on ready, we're going to go ahead and do our variable for our bullet sprite. And this is going to be, of course, a sprite 2D. Awesome. And we are going to simply just equal that to our current sprite 2D. So you can just drag and drop it in just like that. Okay, awesome. All right, next up, we're going to do another @onReady. And this one here is going to be for our bullet hit area, which is going to be our area 2D. So bullet underscore hit underscore area. And this is going to be a type of area 2D. And we're going to go ahead and simply equal that to our current area 2D right over here. Okay, awesome. All right, next up, we're going to do another @onReady. And this is going to be for our timer. So this is going to be our lifetime underscore timer. And we're going to go ahead, make that a type of timer, and equal that simply to our current lifetime timer. Okay, awesome, perfect. All right, we're also going to go ahead and add another variable. This one here is going to be for our current bounces, which is going to keep track of those. So we're going to add those there. This is going to also be a type of int, and it's always going to start off at 0. All right, awesome. Then we're also going to have a constant, and this constant is going to be our max underscore collision underscore iterations. There we go, and we're going to equal that to 4. Okay, awesome. And those are going to be all our preset variables. All right, let's go ahead and create our ready function real quick. So let's do function underscore ready. So these are going to be all the things starting off initially. And we're going to go ahead at first, our lifetime timer dot timeout. We're going to go ahead, do a dot connect, and we're simply going to connect that to our current timer. All right, which is going to eventually be underscore on underscore lifetime. Make sure you spell it correctly as it, or it's not going to like it. Timer underscore timeout. All right, awesome, perfect. So that's going to stay red for a second. Then we're going to go ahead underneath this. We're going to simply go ahead and set our lifetime timer dot wait time. And we're going to go ahead and equal that to lifetime. All right, awesome. Then we're also going to go ahead and set lifetime timer dot one shot equal that to true. Okay, and then we're going to go ahead and get our lifetime timer again, and we're simply going to do a dot start. All right, perfect, awesome. And again, this is going to be set once we create it. Okay, and honestly, we can go ahead and create it real quick. It's pretty simple. Let's just select the lifetime timer, go to node. Make sure though you are selecting it or it's not going to pop up. There we go. Go to signal, go to timeout, and we're going to go ahead and just connect it. Perfect. That's going to auto give us the function for it. Now what we want to do is we want to make sure these match, okay? So you can go ahead and paste that, make sure it matches, and it will work correctly. All right. Once this happens, all we're really going to do is just queue free it. So let's simply go ahead and just simply do queue free. Okay. Awesome. All right. Go ahead and save that, and looking good so far. All right, let's continue on. So the next function we're going to create is going to be our physics process function. This is going to handle kind of like all the movement of the bullet when it's bouncing off the walls. All right. It's going to be a little big. Let's go ahead and get started. So let's go ahead, function underscore physics process. All right. So we're going to start this off with an if statement. We're going to say if velocity dot length, and we're going to say is greater than 0.1. All right. If that's the case, then what we're simply going to do, we're going to go ahead and set our rotation. All right. Our rotation equal to the velocity of our dot angle. All right. Awesome. Perfect. All right. I'm going to add a couple enters here so we have more space. All right. So we're going to continue on. Then we're going to create a simple variable. We're going to call this motion. We're going to go ahead, equal that to velocity times delta. All right, awesome. Let's go ahead. All right, then we're also going to go ahead and create another variable. We're going to call this interactions. All right, awesome. And we're going to equal that simply to 0. All right, perfect. All right. Then we can start our while statement. So we're going to say while interactions are less than our max collision interactions, then we're going to go ahead and we're going to go ahead, create a new variable. We're going to call this collision. We're going to equal that to our move and collide, okay? And within our move and collide, we're going to set that motion, okay? Perfect. Then we're going to go ahead with that. Still inside the while, we're going to go ahead, we're going to do if collision equals true, which we can just end it like that and it will be like that. Then we're going to go ahead and we're going to set another variable. We're going to say variable collider. We're going to go ahead, equal that to our collision dot get collider. Okay, perfect. Then we're going to go ahead, do another if statement in there. We're going to say if collider dot is underscore in underscore group, and we're going to be looking for specifically our bouncy underscore ball. All right, or we're going to go ahead and we're going to set collider is static body 2D. All right, awesome. And we're not really going to set anything to bouncy ball. This is just what I used before and it worked really well, so we can remove that. If you wanted to specify certain walls it can bounce off of and not bounce off of, you could set it to that. But if you just want it to basically bounce off any static body wall, then we can do it simply like this. Okay, awesome. All right, so then we're going to go ahead, we're going to say if current bounces are greater than our max bounces. If that's the case, then we're going to go ahead and we're going to set our velocity equal to velocity dot bounce. Within bounce, we're going to set collision dot get normal. All right, awesome. All right, after that, we're going to go ahead, continue on. I'm going to add a space in between these so it looks a little nicer. Let's do it like that. Perfect. So after the velocity set, then we're simply going to go ahead and we're going to set our motion equal to our velocity times collision dot get reminder, and we're going to go ahead and do our dot length, and then we're going to divide that by velocity dot length. Okay, perfect. And then we're going to go ahead, we're going to set our current bounces plus equals 1. All right, awesome. All right, now outside of that current if statement we're going to do an else, because if it's not the case, then we're going to go ahead and simply just do a queue free and then simply return out of the entirety of the function. All right, awesome. All right, now we have to do, of course, an elif on our collider static body, and we can simply do that by going back a bit. And we're going to do an elif, and we're going to go ahead and do elif collider. I'm going to clean that up a bit. There we go. I'll add an enter there too to make it look nicer. We're going to do elif collider, and we're going to say dot is in group, is in group, and we're going to be looking specifically for the group player, or we're going to be looking for the enemy tank. So I'm just going to copy that line there, paste it in here, and simply set this to enemy underscore tank. Okay, awesome. Go ahead, wrap that up there, and what we're going to do here is we're simply going to do what we've done before. We're simply going to queue free it because we want it to no longer be active once it hits one of the tanks. All right, awesome. All right, then we're going to have another elif for another scenario. So elif, and this is just, or we don't even have to do elif actually, we can just do else here to end it. So let's do else. If none of those cases are the correct, then what we're simply going to do is we're going to go ahead and do queue free and then another return. Okay, awesome. All right, and now the last thing we're going to do, this is going to basically be after our entirety of our if collision. So make sure you're on the collision one. We're going to go ahead and just do a simple else. And what we're going to do is we're simply just going to break. All right, awesome. All right, and then outside of the else, at the end of everything, we're going to go ahead and simply set our iteration plus equals 1, okay? Awesome. And that's going to handle basically all the bouncing movement, all right? Now we're just going to need one more thing for the area enters. So let's save that, and we can do that real quick. I'm going to remove some of these ifs here because we're going to have to create this function. So let's go ahead, select our area 2D, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to be looking for an area entered connected to the bullet script. And in here, we're going to do simple little things. We're simply going to go ahead and just do if area dot is underscore in underscore group. And we're going to be looking for the same things we've done before. We're going to be looking for, of course, the player enemy tank, but we're also going to be looking for other bullets. All right, so we're going to look for bullet. Okay, and if that's the case, don't forget to put your colon there. We're going to go ahead and do our area dot get parent. And we're going to go ahead and do a dot q free. Okay, awesome. Then we're also going to go ahead and we're simply just going to queue free the bullet itself. So let's do that. And then we'll go ahead and just simply do a return. Now, of course, we're going to do a similar thing with the player. So I'm going to copy that whole if statement, paste it below, and we're going to be looking for, this time, we're going to be looking for player, or we're going to be looking for enemy tank. Okay, so let's go ahead, grab this whole thing here, and we're going to go ahead, enemy underscore tank. Perfect, awesome. And what we're going to do here is we're simply going to go ahead and just do a queue free and a return. All right, awesome. All right, I'm going to clean this up right here, but we should be looking good. Remember, you can always check out the source code. Let's save that. All right, we should have our physics process function. We should have our area 2D function, our ready function, and also our lifetime timer function. But we should be set with all that. All right, let's save, go back to 2D view. We can go ahead and go back to the original scene, and looking good. All right, in this section, we're going to go ahead and create the tank nodes. We're going to start off creating a new node for both the player and opponent tank. Then we're going to go ahead and give the tanks two separate sprites, one for the body and one for the turret. Then we're going to ensure we add everything to the tank, such as an area 2D and some timers for firing and movement. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started creating the tank nodes. So we'll start off with the player one. So let's go ahead, right click, add child node. Let's add a character body. Let's go ahead and rename this. Let's just simply call it player. Perfect. All right, I'm going to move the player on over to this section right here. Perfect. All right, so let's add a couple things in the player. First thing we should add is the tank body. So let's go ahead and add a node 2D for this. Let's go ahead, node 2D. Let's rename it body. Perfect. All right, for body, let's go ahead. Let's add the actual sprite now. So right click, add child node, sprite 2D. All right, let's find the tank body we want to use. I'm going to use the blue tank, and there should be one around here. If we scroll around, we should locate it. There we go, tank body. I want to use the outline one, which is right here. Let's take that, drag and drop it, perfect. Now all the tanks are going to defaultly turn to the right. So let's go ahead. Let's first increase the size of this just a bit, or actually, let's see. Yeah, it looks pretty good. We could increase it a little bit if we want to, might as well. Let's go ahead and go to the transform. Let's see what 2 looks like. It might be a little too big. Yep. Let's do like 1.5 then. That's pretty good. Awesome. All right, and then the rotation, let's set that to 90. Perfect. Awesome. All right, then what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and add the turret now. So let's go ahead, let's just simply duplicate the body, change the name to turret. Perfect. Now for the turret, there should be a blue turret around here somewhere, like barrel. You can use whichever one you want. I'm gonna use, let's use this one here, barrel 2. I'm gonna paste that in there. And I'm actually gonna use the outline one. I think it looks a little better. Yep. All right, now we need to rotate this also, but let's rotate the sprite first. So let's go ahead, simply set this. Let's go to 0, and it should be, nope, we might need to do 180. Nope, let's see, what do we need to set it to? We're gonna set it to 280, okay. 280, or 270. There we go. All right. And then what we're going to do is we're going to move this whole thing, but make sure you're moving it by this one here, okay? Because what happens is we want that point, as you can see right there, to stay in the middle, all right? So don't move the main turret, just move the sprite, okay? And just simply put it on the corner piece, like right about there, okay? Awesome. And then what we're going to do is we're going to have the target point, okay? So we're going to go ahead and let's just add a node for that. Let's right-click on it. Let's add another node 2D, and we're just going to call this bullet spawn point, okay? So bullet spawn point. All right, and this is just where the actual bullet is going to spawn for that tank. And let's simply just move it somewhere relatively in front of it, like there. Perfect. Awesome. All right, so there we go. Now we have the body and also the turret, which is great. Now we're going to get in a collision shape for the tank, so let's add that real quick. This is going to be the actual, basically the borders of the tank. Let's go ahead, make sure you put it in the right one though. There we go. Let's go ahead, what we're going to do is we're going to give it a box. Let's move it on top of the tank real quick. Perfect. Let's zoom in a bit, and we want to wrap this around the borders of the tank, so let's go like here and here. And we're also going to have an area 2D for anything to impact into it. So let's go ahead, let's do something like that. Okay, awesome. All right, now we're going to need an area 2D. So let's go ahead, right click, add child node, area 2D. Perfect. All right, and what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and of course right click, add child node, collision shape. This is going to be kind of like outside of it. So let's go ahead, add a square, and this is going to be just a little bit farther than the current collision shape we have for the main character body. So something like that. If you wanted to, you could go ahead and change the color so you know this is the outside one, that's the inside one. Just like that. Perfect. Awesome. All right. Now we just need one more thing for the player. We're going to go ahead now and we're going to add a timer. So let's add a child node. Let's add the timer, and we're going to go ahead, we're going to call this fire rate timer. All right, awesome, perfect. Okay, great, and we'll add all the things to it in the script, but that should be it for the player. We have the collision shape, we have the area 2D, we have the fire rate, we have the body, and we have the turret. Awesome. All right, now we just need the opponent. And it's pretty similar for the opponent one. So let's go ahead and just duplicate this real quick. Move this on over to one of the sides we want the opponent on. Of course, we're going to have to switch out the sprite and change the name. Make sure you're changing the right name though. We'll just go ahead and call this opponent. Awesome. Let's go ahead and just use the red tank. So we'll use the red tank body, red outline for this one. Perfect. And then we'll, of course, get the turret for the red one as well. Let's find that. Should be, we have that one's there. Let's locate the red turret. It should be right here. Awesome. All right, it'll be the outlined one. Drag and drop that in for the opponent one. Perfect. Awesome. All right. All right, awesome. Now we just need one more timer, and that's specifically for the movement. Now, of course, our player will move when we control him, but the enemy one will move with a random timer. So let's go ahead and just simply duplicate the timer here. Change the name. We can just call this capital M, movement timer. Okay, awesome, perfect. All right, looks great there. Okay, and we're gonna have two other opponents. We're gonna put one across from this one, so like right over here, and then we're gonna have one more right above here. Okay, perfect. And in the next section, we'll actually give some of them functionality. That's gonna be, of course, in the script. We're gonna have one script for the player, and then another one, of course, for the opponent. I'm gonna add a 1 to this one real quick. Awesome. All right, let's save what we got. And looking good so far. All right, in this section, we're gonna go ahead and create the player script. We're gonna start off creating a new script for the player tank. Then we're gonna ensure that you can move and aim the tank correctly. Then we're gonna go ahead and ensure that when the tank runs out of health, it will end the game. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started on this script. So let's go ahead, let's select our main player node, let's add a script. Let's make sure we're saving it in the correct spot. So angle tanks, open. Awesome. You might have to reopen it once it's done loading. Might take a second or two. There we go. Now we create it. Awesome. All right. So let's go ahead and add a couple variables. There's going to be quite a few of these just because of the movement and also the aiming of the tank's turret. So we're going to start off with an @export. We're going to create a variable, call it tank_speed. And then we're going to go ahead. This is going to be a float type. And we will set the default value to 100.0. Okay, awesome. Next up, we're going to do another @export. This one is going to be variable tank_turn_speed. This is also going to be a float. Equal it to 2.5. Make sure to put the colon or you're going to get that error. There we go. All right, next up, we're going to go ahead, do another @export. This one is going to be variable. It's going to be called turret_rotation_speed. Okay, awesome. It's also going to be a float, and we are simply going to equal it to 10.0. Okay, great. All right, next up, we're going to create another @export value, variable. This is going to be called bullet_speed. And we're going to go ahead, we're going to simply make this also a type float and make the default value equal to 400.0. Below that, we're going to do another @export variable. This one is going to be the fire_rate. And it's also going to be a type float. And we're going to make it equal to 0.5. Okay, awesome. All right. We're going to have another @export. This one is going to be a variable called max_health. And we're going to go ahead. We're going to give it type int and equal it to 3. Awesome. All right, then we need the actual bullet. So we're going to do @export. We're going to call it variable. And we're going to call it bullet_scene. Okay. And we're going to equal it to our current bullet that we created earlier. So let's locate that in our components folder for this game. So let's go ahead, angle tanks, locate the bullet.tscn. And what we're going to do is we're going to make this a type of packed scene. So packed scene. Save what we got so far, and then you can simply drag and drop the bullet scene into here. And there we go. Awesome. All right. All right, so now we have a couple other variables. We're going to go ahead, do some @onReadies now. So onReady, we're going to have variable. We're going to call this tank_body_sprite. And we're going to go ahead, equal this to node2d. Oh, looks like I got a mess up right there. Make sure underscore. So node2d, and we're simply just going to equal that to our current node body. Okay, awesome. All right, perfect. All right, so next up, we're going to do another at onReady. This is going to be another variable. This is going to be tank underscore turret underscore sprite. And this is also going to be a type node2d. And we're going to go ahead and simply equal that to our turret node. Perfect. Awesome. All right, next up, we're going to do another at onReady variable. And this one is going to be our bullet underscore spawn underscore point. Perfect. And that is also going to be a node2d. And we have to equal this to that specific spawn point, which is inside the turret. Grab the bullet spawn point and put it right there. Perfect. Awesome. Looking good. All right, next up, we're going to have another at onReady variable. And we're going to go ahead. We're going to call this tank underscore hit underscore area. And that is going to be an area 2D. And it's going to represent our area 2D that we have in the tank. Okay, perfect. Now we just need our fire rate timer. So we're going to do at onReady variable fire underscore rate underscore timer. And we're going to go ahead, give that a type of timer, and simply just equal it to our current timer that we have. Okay, awesome. All right, perfect. And now we just need a couple non-export or onReady variables. We're going to have a variable representing current underscore health. This is going to be a type int. And we can make the default value set to 3. That's fine. We're also going to go ahead, do a variable. It's going to be a bool, and we're going to call it can underscore fire. And by default, we're also going to set the bool equal to true. Okay, awesome. Perfect. Okay. Now let's go ahead and make the first function. It's going to be our simple ready function. That's going to be our ready function. And we're going to go ahead, and the first thing we're going to do is we're going to set our current health equal to max health. So if we ever want to change that, we can do that pretty easily just with that. We're also going to go ahead. We're going to set our fire rate timer dot wait time equal to our fire rate. Then we're also going to set fire rate timer equal to, or not equal to, we'll do dot one shot, and then equal that to true. Okay, perfect. Awesome. All right, and then last thing we're going to do in here is we're simply going to set our input dot set underscore mouse set mouse mode. Awesome. And in that, we're going to simply do an input dot mouse mode visible. Perfect, all caps. And there we go. Let's go ahead and save that, and looking good so far. All right, next function, we're going to go ahead and move on to our process function. Let's add a couple enters here. All right, so underneath our ready function, let's go ahead, do function underscore process. All right, inside the process function, the first thing we're going to want to make sure is if the game is actually started. And how we're going to do that is just connect it to our main script that we're going to create on AngleTank's game node. So I'm going to drag and drop that right there. I'm going to do a dot game underscore started. And we're going to go ahead and determine whether or not it equals false. If it does equal false, then we're simply going to do a return. Awesome. All right, next up in that function, we're going to run a function that we're going to create. We're going to call it aim underscore turret underscore at underscore mouse. And we're going to do that by using delta. Okay, now this function does not exist yet, but it will. So just make sure you have it ready right here. Next up, we're going to go ahead. We're going to do a simple if statement. We're going to say if input dot is action just pressed, and we're going to be looking for our space bar. So spacebar is first. And remember, these are located in the project settings, input map. We already put these in, so make sure you have one for spacebar. All right, so if spacebar is hit and can fire equals true, then we're going to go ahead and we're simply going to run a function that we're going to create called shoot, which will shoot one of our bullets. And then we're also going to go ahead, set can fire, equal that to false now. And then we're also going to start our fire rate timer using fire rate timer dot start. Okay, awesome. And again, these are both going to be red for now because they do not exist, but this is going to be everything inside of our process function. All right, awesome. All right, next up, we're going to start working on our physics process function. This is going to be a process function that controls a lot of the movement of the tank. Let's go ahead, let's do that function, physics process. All right, so in here, what we're going to do, we're going to add that same line of code that, of course, returns if the game equals false because we don't want to be moving anything if the game hasn't started yet. So go ahead, just add that in there. All right. Then we're going to go ahead and add a couple other things. Starting off with a variable we're going to create. We're going to call this variable movement underscore direction. And we're simply going to go ahead and make this a type of float. And we're going to equal that to 0.0 starting off. All right, awesome. Then we're going to go ahead and say if capital I input dot is action pressed. And we're going to be looking for move up, which is going to be the W key. And if that's the case, then we're simply going to go ahead, set our move direction equal to 1.0. Okay, now we just need the opposite, and we can simply get that by copying the whole thing, pasting it right below. I'm going to add some space there to make it look nicer. So now we're doing the opposite, so we're going to say move down, and instead of making movement direction equal 1.0, we want it to equal negative 1.0. Perfect. All right, now we can start adding some of the velocity, so we're going to set velocity equal to transform.x times movement direction times tank speed. Perfect. Awesome. And then what we're simply going to do after that is run our move and slide. Perfect. All right. Now we're going to go ahead and start the secondary movement. So this is going to be underneath here. We're going to go ahead, do same thing pretty much, variable tank underscore turn this time underscore direction. Same thing we did before, make it a type of float and simply equal it to 0.0 starting off just like that. Then we're going to be doing pretty much the same thing that we did up here except moving left and right. So let's just copy this whole thing here, paste it right below, and then just change out the movement direction to tank turn movement direction. All right, awesome. But then what we're going to be doing here though is we're going to say move left. All right, so if move left happens, then what we're going to want to make the tank turn direction be a negative. All right, and if you guessed it, this one bottom here is going to be move right, which of course is going to make the tank turn direction equal to 1 this time. Okay, awesome. Now we just need to set the actual rotation of the tank. So just like we did with the velocity, we're going to set rotation. And we're simply going to plus equal that to tank turn direction times tank turn speed times delta. Okay. Awesome. Perfect. And there we go. All right. So let's go ahead and save that. And looking good so far. All right. Let's go ahead and wrap up this script. Only a couple functions left. So let's go ahead underneath our physics process function, the one we just worked on. Let's create another function. And we're going to call this that aim underscore turret underscore at underscore mouse. Okay, and we are going to be using delta. So we'll get delta, which is a type float. And then we're going to go ahead and simply just arrow to void. All right, awesome. Let's put a pass there. I want to make sure that the name goes away. If we scroll on up, we're going to see this no longer is red, which is great. All right, awesome. All right, but in this function, we're going to do a couple things. First thing we're going to do is we are going to set a variable called mouse underscore POS for position. Simply equal that to get underscore global mouse position. Okay. Once we have that, we're going to set another variable. We're going to call this direction underscore to underscore mouse. Okay. And we're going to equal this to a set of parentheses with mouse position minus tank turret sprite. There we go. Dot global position. And then we are going to dot normalize that entire parentheses set. All right, perfect. Once we have that, then we're also going to create another variable. We're going to call this target underscore angle. And we're going to simply equal that to our tank turret sprite. Awesome. And with that tank turret sprite, we're going to do a dot global position dot angle to point. And the point we are going to angle to is going to be that mouse position. Okay, perfect. Awesome. All right, and the last thing we need to do in here after describing all the variables, we're simply going to go ahead and do a tank turret sprite dot global rotation, and we're going to simply equal that to lerp angle. Within lerp angle, we are going to do a tank turret sprite dot global position, comma, target angle, comma, it should be, yep, turret rotation speed. So turret rotation speed times delta. Perfect. And that's going to handle our entire rotation of the turret. Okay, awesome. Now let's see what we have wrong here. We have our comma. We have our comma here. We should have a comma in between that, or at least a space. Did we not end at the parentheses set? Yes, we did. Parentheses set. Angle lerp tank turret sprite dot global rotation, not global position. Global rotation. Perfect. Because again, we're messing with the rotation, not the positioning, so we need to set it correctly. Okay, awesome. But that looks pretty good for that function. Nice. Let's go ahead and keep moving. All right, so now we need the actual shoot function, which is pretty easy. So outside of that function, we're going to create a new one. We're going to call it underscore shoot, parentheses set, arrow to void, colon. Now we're going to go ahead and describe the actual bullet scene. So bullet underscore instance. And we're simply going to equal that to our bullet scene dot instantiate. All right, awesome. That'll create the new bullet. Then we, of course, have to set it. And where we are going to set it is we are going to set it to the get underscore tree. And we're going to go ahead and do dot current scene dot add child and simply add the bullet instance in there. Perfect. Then we need to set some positioning. So we're going to set bullet instance dot global underscore position. And we're going to equal that to our bullet spawn point dot global position. And of course, we also need to do the velocity. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to do our bullet instance again dot velocity, because it is a character body, so we can set that. And we're going to go ahead, equal that to tank turret sprite. Perfect. Dot global position. Actually, instead of global position, we'll use a global transform. Perfect. Dot x times the bullet speed. Perfect. Awesome. There we go. Looks great. All right, now we just need our area 2D. So let's go ahead and connect that using the node itself. So we can go ahead, select the area 2D, and we're going to go to node, signals, area entered, connect it to the appropriate script, which is on the player. Perfect. Inside of here, we are simply going to go ahead and say if our area dot is underscore in underscore group, parentheses, double quotes, if it's in bullet, colon. And we're going to go ahead, again, set a couple things in our main script that we do not have yet. We will have it by the end, though. First off, we're going to have some minusing for blue underscore tanks. And we're going to go ahead minus equal that to 1. That's going to help determine who wins and lose, depending on how many tanks. We're also going to have a variable as well that we are going to call dot, or not a variable, we're going to have a function called game over that we can activate, which will end the game, which is great. And then we're also just going to queue free the player as well. Perfect. Super simple, just like that. All right, awesome. All right, the last thing we need to do, of course, is have the function for the timer. Let's go ahead, connect that to the player. And the only thing we're going to do in here is simply set one thing, the can fire, and just simply equal that to true. And there you go. Perfect. And this is going to be the entire player script. Now I know that was a lot. Remember, you can always check the source code. I'm going to save what I got here. Perfect. All right, let's go back to 2D view. Let's close this up, and looking good. All right, in this section, we're going to create the enemy script. We're going to start off adding a new script to our opponent tank. Then we're going to ensure they can move and aim the tank correctly. Then we're going to go ahead and add a randomizer for the tank's movement and firing. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead now and create the enemy script. This is going to be on the opponent node that we created earlier. So let's go ahead, select one of our opponents, like opponent 1, add a script, take away the 1. You can either call it the opponent script or the enemy script. It's completely up to you. I'm going to make sure that we're saving it in the correct spot. Angled Tanks Game under Components. Let's go ahead, make sure that's there, hit create, and there we go. All right, so we can copy most of the variables that we used in the player script. So I'm going to jump over to the player script, scroll up to the top, and simply copy all the values going all the way down. Let's copy all those. Let's jump back into our opponent script. Simply paste those in. Awesome. All right, so we are, though, going to add a couple extra ones, specifically only one that's going to be underneath our fire rate timer, and that's going to be our movement timer. All right, so if we open up our thing here, we can go ahead now and create another @onReady variable, and we're going to go ahead, we're simply going to call this movement underscore timer. It's going to be type timer. And then go ahead and just equal that to our current movement timer. There we go. Perfect. Awesome. All right, and that should be everything else we need. We're only going to create one more thing towards the bottom, but also before we move on, don't forget to drag and drop the bullet scene into this. So we have our bullet scene on the inspector over here. Just go ahead, take that bullet.tscn, drag and drop it in there, and there we go. Awesome. All right. So we do need to create a couple more extra variables just before the randomizer actions start. So we're going to go down here. We're going to go ahead and first create an enum. An enum is a list of variables that we can do. And we're going to simply call this AI movement. All right. AI movement state. Go ahead, give it some curly brackets, open it on up. And we're going to have a couple ones in here. We're going to have the idle position. We're also going to have the move underscore forward, comma. We're also going to go ahead. We're going to have move underscore backward, comma. We're going to have turn underscore left, comma, and then turn underscore right, no comma at the end of that one because it's the last one. Okay, awesome. All right, next up we need a couple more for our randomizing movement. I'm going to add a couple enters here so we can see it a little better. All right, on line 30, still not within any function, we're going to create another variable. We're going to call this current underscore AI underscore movement underscore state. And this is going to go ahead and be a type of our current AI movement state. And we're going to simply equal that to AI movement state dot idle, all right, because we always want the tanks to stay still at the beginning. Then we're also going to go ahead, do a variable. We're going to call this current underscore AI underscore movement underscore duration. And we're going to simply make that type of float and equal that to 0.0. All right, awesome. Then we're going to go ahead, create a variable. We're going to call it target underscore turret underscore angle. All right, and that is also going to be a type float. Make sure it's lowercase. And we're going to simply start that off equaling it to 0.0. Perfect. And that's going to be all of our preset variables. So go ahead, save those, and looking good. All right, let's continue on. So this script mostly is going to be pretty similar to the one we did with the player. There's just going to be a couple differences, specifically with the random movement. So let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to add some enters here so we can see it a little better. All right, so the first function we're going to start off with is our ready function. All right, and we're going to go ahead and first off set our current health equal to max health. And then we're also going to go ahead, we're going to set our tank hit area dot area entered dot connect, and we're simply just going to connect it to our underscore on underscore tank underscore hit underscore area underscore entered. And honestly, we probably don't need this. I had this in my default script, so let's actually get rid of that and simply go to our area 2D, and we're just going to simply connect it. Make sure we're connecting it to the right script, just like that. Perfect. So there we go. All right, and we'll add stuff in that later, but for now we'll just keep it right over there. Okay, so we don't need that other piece of code. If we have it here already connected, that's fine. But we are though going to need to set our fire rate timer to our dot wait time equals random float range, and then we're going to be in here with the min. Let's do min underscore fire rate, and let's see, we should have this, oops, there we go, that's why, min fire rate, oops, there we go, comma, and then we'll do max underscore fire rate. Okay, and this just kind of depends. If you wanted to make variables for this, you totally can, or you can go ahead and make minimum. It's fine with you. But what we're going to do is we're simply going to set the min fire rate equal to 1.0, and the max fire rate, we're simply going to go ahead and just set that to something like, let's do 3.0. Okay, awesome. And that should be good. All right, so then we're going to go ahead. Underneath that, we're going to set our fire rate timer. We're going to do a dot one shot. Simply equal that to true. And then we're going to go ahead, start the fire rate timer. So fire rate timer dot start. And then we're going to go ahead. We're going to set our movement timer dot one shot, equal that to true. And then beneath that, we'll simply go ahead and we're going to simply do a function that we have not created yet. We're going to call this on underscore movement underscore timer underscore timeout. Perfect. And again, that's not created yet. We will create that. So we'll leave this here for now, but it's looking good so far. Awesome. All right, let's go ahead and move on to the next function. So underneath our ready function, let's go ahead, do function. It's going to be our process function. Inside of our process function, we're simply going to do what we've done before. We're going to do an if statement. We're going to verify that the game is on and running. So we'll do a dot game underscore started. And again, this variable will be added into the next section for the next final script. And then we're going to go ahead and set return. Awesome. All right, because again, we do not want the tanks to move around or do anything if the game is not on. All right, awesome. Then we're also going to set the same variable you did in the last script for aim underscore turret underscore randomly, which is a little different than the last one, but pretty much same functionality, except it's going to like automate it. And then we're going to pass in delta. Okay, awesome. All right. All right, beneath that, we're going to go ahead. We're going to do an if statement. We're going to say if can fire equals true, and we're going to say fire rate timer is stopped. Okay, awesome. If that's the case, then we're going to go ahead, do underscore shoot. Perfect. And then we're going to go ahead, set can fire, equal that to false. We're also going to go ahead, for our fire rate timer, we're going to go ahead, do a dot wait time. And we're simply going to equal that again to the same random f. Range of 1.0, comma 3.0. All right, awesome. Perfect. And then the final thing we're going to do is we're going to set our fire rate timer to dot start. Perfect. Awesome. So these three are still going to be red because they do not exist yet, but they will. So let's go ahead and start creating our next one. And then we can get all the way down to them. So let's go ahead, add some enters here. All right. So next function we're going to create. We're going to go ahead and we're going to simply create our physics process, which is going to be mostly for the movement. So physics process, and then we're going to go ahead and start creating what we need. We're going to have the same thing we did before. Of course, we're going to check and make sure the game's on, because we don't want the tank to move around, of course, if the game is not on. Then we're going to go ahead and start adding some movement. Before we do that, we need some variables. We're going to make a variable for movement underscore direction, and then we're going to go ahead, give that a type of float, 0.0 starting off, and then we're also going to give a variable for tank underscore turn underscore direction, give that also a type of float, and make that equal to 0.0 also. All right, awesome. Make sure those both equal 0. We should be good. Perfect. All right, next up, let's keep going. So now we can actually do some matching. So let's do match. And we're going to be looking for a couple things for the current AI movement state. So for the state, we're going to go ahead and we're going to simply say AI movement again. AI movement state, and we're going to be looking for if it equals move forward. So make sure we have the correct positioning here. It's going to give us some errors. All right, AI movement, and then we're going to do dot state dot forward, and we're going to go ahead, and once that happens, we're simply going to go ahead and set our move direction equal to 1.0. Okay, awesome. Now we need to do this for each direction, so I'm just going to copy this here, paste it in for each one, and we should have 4 overall. So we have move forward. We should also have move backward. So move backward. And then for this one here, we'll make sure move backwards negative though. It's not going to actually move it backwards. Now for the turning, so we're going to go ahead. We're going to keep the states, but we're going to change the move forward to turn left. And in turn left, we're going to go ahead and make this equal negative 1.0. And then we're going to have turn right. And we're going to go ahead, make that equal 1. Make sure that you are setting the tank turn direction and not the movement direction. There we go. Oops. Tank turn direction. There we go. There it is. Same thing for the one below. Perfect. Awesome. All right. And now we just need the idle, and that one's going to be pretty easy. We're just going to return it. So AI movement state. If it lets me add it. Oopsie. AI movement state. This is going to be the .idle one. And then we're going to go ahead inside of here. We're simply just going to pass. Okay, awesome. Perfect. All right, now we need to actually set the movement with the velocity. So let's go ahead. We're going to backspace on the same line as match. Let's go ahead, set our velocity equal to transform.x times our movement direction times tank speed. Perfect. And then below that, we're simply going to run our move and slide to actually initiate the movement. Perfect. And now for the rotation, we're going to set rotation plus equals tank turn direction. And we're going to times that by our tank turn speed times delta. Awesome. And there we go. Perfect. All right, and that's going to be everything in our physics process function. Looks great. Let's save what we got, and looking good. All right, let's continue on and wrap up this script. So let's go ahead and move on to the next function. This one is going to be the aim function. So let's go ahead, backspace all the way. Let's do function underscore aim underscore turret underscore randomly. All right, awesome. We're also going to be using delta in here. So we'll do delta type of float. And then we're going to go ahead. We're going to arrow that to void. And we'll put a pass here for now. Let's make sure that that error above goes away. Let's move on up. We shouldn't have, yep, no longer errored out. Awesome. All right, so now we can add what we need in here. Now this is going to be a bit of a calculation to randomize its movement. We're going to start off with an if abs parentheses, and we're going to be using fmod. And for fmod, we're going to go ahead, give it another set of parentheses. Within it, we're simply going to set our tank turret sprite, wherever that is. There it is, tank turret sprite dot global rotation. All right, and then we're going to simply minus that from the target tank angle, and then we are going to do a couple things with it. We're going to add pi, and then we're going to comma 2 times pi again. Okay, awesome. And this again is just going to be our calculation to help randomize that. So it's going to be a little complicated and honestly not worth explaining all the way. There's many different ways we could have done this, but I found this way works pretty well. And then we're going to say the whole thing is less than, we're going to say deg, oopsie, deg to rad, parentheses of 5, and then we can end the whole thing. Okay, awesome. All right, now inside of it though, if that's the case, we're going to go ahead and set our target turret angle equal to rand f range. In rand f range, we're going to set 0, comma 2 times pi again. Perfect. Awesome. All right. And if that's the case, then we're going to keep moving on. Outside of the if statement, we're going to go ahead and now set tank turret sprite, not body sprite, tank turret sprite. There we go. Dot global rotation. And we're going to go ahead, simply make that equal to lerp angle. Open up our parentheses set, and then simply inside of it, we're going to set tank turret sprite, wherever that is, tank turret sprite, dot global rotation, comma, and then we're also going to set the target turret angle, comma, and then lastly, we're going to do our turret rotation speed times delta. Perfect. Awesome. All right, so this whole function is going to control that randomization of the turret. Okay, perfect. So let's go ahead, save that change. All right, now let's go ahead and make the shoot function. That's the other one that's erroring right now. Let's go ahead, let's do function. It's going to be underscore shoot, parentheses set, arrow to void, colon. All right, so we're going to go ahead, define the bullet. So bullet underscore instance, and simply equal that to our bullet instance dot instantiate. It lets me do it. Oopsie, bullet scene. That's what we're setting it to. Dot instantiate. Awesome. And then we're going to go ahead. We're going to go ahead now and do what we did before. Get underscore tree dot current scene dot add child. Within add child, we're adding, of course, that bullet instance. Perfect. Now we need to set the global position. So we're going to again do bullet instance dot global position. And we're simply going to equal that to our bullet spawn point dot global position. Then we need to add the velocity, so we're going to set our bullet instance dot velocity equal that to tank turret sprite. There we go. Dot global transform, and then we are simply going to do dot x times bullet speed. Perfect. Awesome. And then we should no longer have the error for shoot anymore, which we don't. Great. Awesome. So now we're going to go ahead. We could do a couple of our smaller ones now. So we can do our area entered, I think. Yep, our tank hit area, wherever that is. Let's make sure we have the right name. We didn't name it tank hit area, we just named it area 2D. That's fine. It should still be connecting to it though. If we move up, we should have our tank hit area equal. Yep, we do. Perfect. All right, so let's go ahead and add what we need for here. Pretty small. I'm going to add some enters so we can see it a little better. All right, so inside of it, we're simply going to do an if area dot is underscore in underscore group parentheses double quotes, and we're going to be looking for a bullet. If that's the case, then we're going to simply go ahead. We're going to grab our main script, which we haven't made yet, but it's going to be located at our main node. We're going to do dot red underscore tanks minus equal 1 because we've now defeated one tank. We're also going to go ahead and just queue free the tank. Okay, awesome. Now, of course, we wanted to mess with the health. We could here, but I'm just going to make it nice and simple, just like this. All right, now we need, of course, our timer timeout. So let's go ahead and we're going to get our fire rate timer. Let's connect it real quick. Make sure you're connecting it not to the player script, the opponent one. Perfect. It's going to add it way at the bottom here. Let's move it on up. All right, so in here, all we're really going to do is something super simple. Just like we did in the last one, we're simply going to set can fire, equal that to true. Okay, awesome. Then we need to have our movement timer timeout, so let's connect that as well. Make sure we are connecting it to the opponent script. All right, in here, we're going to do a couple things. We're going to create a new variable, call it random underscore action underscore choice. And we're going to go ahead, do random I. We'll equal it to a random I range and we're going to do 0, 4. We're also going to create another variable. We're going to call this random underscore duration. And we're going to go ahead, equal this to a random f range for float. Within it, we're simply going to do 0.5 and then a comma, 2.0. Again, you can always change these around, but I think these work pretty well. Then we're going to go ahead and simply set our current AI movement state equal to our random action choice. Then we're also going to set our current AI duration equal to our random duration. Perfect. Then at the end, we're going to go ahead, we're going to set our movement timer dot wait time equal to current AI movement duration. And then we're simply going to go ahead and get our movement tire again and simply do a dot start. Perfect. Awesome. And with that, we should be set. So let's go ahead and save that real quick. Let's go back to our 2D and let's go ahead and instead of moving this around, let's simply just delete these other two we had here. I'm going to delete those two and just remake them real quick. So we're going to have 2. We're going to have the opponent 2 and 3. I'm simply going to make this one, of course, go in that same position, so right over here. And then the other one, same thing. I'm going to make it kind of match up with the players, but be on this side. So let's simply just move that over, right over there. Perfect. Awesome. All right. Let's go ahead and save that. And looking good. All right. In this section, we're going to go ahead and create the main script. We're going to start off creating a new script and attaching it to the main games node. Then we're going to ensure all the game states are calculated in this script. We're also going to be adding all the UI button functions in it as well. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and create this script. So let's go ahead and select the main node, Angle Tanks Game. Let's add a script. Let's make sure we are adding it in the correct spot, which is going to be the Angle Tanks Game. Open that up, hit create. And there we go. Awesome. So this is going to be a pretty quick script. Like said earlier, this is going to have all the game states, functions, and calculations, and also, of course, the UI button pressing. So we're going to have a couple variables at the top. Going to be called game underscore started, and we're simply going to set that equal to false. Then we're also going to go ahead and create a variable for blue underscore tanks. And because we only have one, I'm simply going to set that equal to 1. Then, of course, we need one for the red tanks, so red underscore tanks. Set that equal to 3. Okay, awesome. Then we're going to go ahead, create our first function, which is going to be our process function. And all we're going to have in here is simply set if red tanks are less than equal to 0. Then we're going to go ahead and initiate our game underscore over function. All right, and you'll see that in just a bit. That's going to be right over here. Let's go ahead and create our game over function real quick. So let's go ahead, and what we're going to do is we're going to do function game over parentheses colon. All right, so the first thing we're going to say is if our blue tanks are less than or equal to 0. So pretty much if we lose the game, then what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to grab our text in our game over screen. So let's go ahead and grab the title. This is in the game over screen. We're going to go ahead and we're going to do our dot text. And we're going to say that this equals red wins. All right. And you can put whatever message you want here, but I think this looks pretty good. And then we're going to have a pretty similar thing for the other way around. So let's go ahead, paste that if statement right below it. And this time we're going to say for the red tanks is less than or equal to 0. If that's the case, then we're going to go ahead and simply set this to blue wins. All right, perfect. And there we go, awesome. We're also going to make the entire canvas visible for game over. So let's go ahead, take that game over screen, do a dot visible, just equal that to true. And we're also going to set our game state, which is going to be game started, and simply equal that to false. So everything will freeze in the game. Perfect. Awesome. All right, that looks pretty good. Now we just need the button pressing. So let's go ahead and we can do this quit button since it's already right here. We've done the quit button before in other projects. We're simply going to connect it. And the only thing we're going to add right in here is simply going to be that get tree dot reload current scene. Now we have some other quit buttons we can connect to this one as well, such as the one in the game UI. Let's go ahead and connect to that one as well. Perfect. And then we have one more in the start screen. Let's go ahead and connect that one as well. Perfect. And now we just need the play game button. So let's go ahead, connect the play game button. And what we're going to be doing here is simply setting the game started to true. So game started is now going to equal true. And we're also going to turn off the start screen. So let's go ahead, add that there. Let's do a dot visible and simply equal that to false. Okay, perfect, awesome. All right, let's go back to the main screen now, and we can set everything back to the defaults. Perfect. And then game over one's off, game UI one's on, and everything else should be set. Perfect. Let's save what we got, and looking good. All right, in this section, we're going to do some bug fixes. We're going to start off testing the game and ensure it's working as expected. Then we're going to ensure the game can be played correctly. Then if any bugs are found, we're going to fix them. Let's jump right in and begin. All right, let's go ahead and test the game out and make sure everything's working correctly. So let's go ahead and simply start current scene. Hit play. All right. So far, I see one bug where, of course, the screen itself is a little bit too high up. And then also, looks like the bullets are not bouncing off the walls when we shoot them at it. So let's go ahead and stop that. To fix the camera angle that we have right now, there's a couple ways we could do it. I think the easiest, though, would be simply to select the map, hold down Shift, select the player on the bottom, and then just simply move everything down just a bit until it's centered. All right, awesome. So that should fix that issue. Perfect. Let's save that. All right, to fix the bullets not bouncing, I think the issue lies in the actual bullet script. So let's go ahead, locate your game components, open up Angle Tanks, double click bullets.gd, and the issue probably has to do with line 36 here. This is inside the physics process. If you scroll all the way down in the while, and once we get to this spot here where it says collider is static body 2D. But if you remember, in the map, we never use static body 2Ds. We instead were using the built-in physics layers. All right, that's going to be on this one here. See? So how can we detect that? Well, we can simply do tile map layer here instead, and that should fix that issue. So let's save that. I'm going to close up the tile map. Let's go back to the 2D view. Let's go ahead, jump back in, and then our bullets should be bouncing off the walls now, which they are. Perfect. And once we either lose or hit all the tanks, it'll say whichever team wins. Awesome. All right, things are looking good. Save what you got. In this project, we will be creating a balls game. We will be playing as a platform who can move from right to left. Our goal is to help the ball hit as many block points as possible. Once we get a block point to 0, it will destroy itself and we will gain a point. If our ball goes below the platform, however, it will mean a game over. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, in this section, we're going to do the setup for our balls game. We're going to start off downloading the assets pack we're going to be using at this link here. Then we're going to go ahead and create all the new folders for the game's art and components. Last but not least, we're going to give the starting UI a title and short description. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here is the asset pack we're going to be using for this game. It's located at kenny.nl/assets/game-icons. So once you're here, you can go ahead and download this assets pack. Now we're really only going to be using one asset in here. This is going to be the circle right here. If you wanted to use any of the other icons for the ball, that's completely up to you. But go ahead and download this. Alright, let's go ahead and start creating some folders. So where we're going to put the art, once you've downloaded it, we're going to add it to our art folder here. Let's go ahead and create a new folder for it. Create new folder. Call this balls game. Alright, let's save that name because we're going to reuse it. Let's go ahead and hit OK. Perfect. So once you download the assets pack, you can drag and drop in whichever icon you want to use for the ball right here. Awesome. Next up, we're going to create the folder for the game components. So let's go ahead, create new in there. Let's go ahead, paste that name, balls game, add it there, perfect. So any components we make, we're going to save them in this file. Awesome. Let's go ahead and continue on. Let's create the scene now. So we're going to duplicate our starting UI scene we've done in the past. So let's select it, right click. Let's go ahead, duplicate it. Simply just change the name to ballsgame.tscn. Go ahead, hit OK. Perfect. All right. Now let's go ahead and add the selection in our scene selection here. Let's go into one of the scripts, or even before we do that, let's select the third one right here to represent the name and the number. We can go ahead, put capital B, balls, space, game, capital G. Also for the game number, this is our third game, so let's go ahead, put 3 there. Perfect. Let's go into that script real quick, and then let's go ahead and simply create one of our new preloads for the games. I'm going to add a hashtag before I paste it in. Let's go ahead, take it, paste it in. Change the name here. Call this balls_game. Then we just need the actual path. Let's go ahead, remove the current one. Let's take the ballsgame.tscn, simply drag and drop it into the preload. Perfect. Then what we're going to do is get rid of the hashtag. Awesome. Now we just need to add the simple if statement for it. So let's go ahead, let's select one of the ifs here, copy it. Let's go right below it, paste it in. Simply change the text here to match the current game name we have, which is capital B, balls game. Okay, awesome. Then we just need to use the actual balls game here, right here. So let's go ahead, type in balls game, or you can select it, and then you should be all set there. Perfect. Let's save that real quick. Awesome. All right, let's go back into 2D view. Let's go ahead and open up the balls game scene now. There we go. All right. Let's go ahead and change what we need, such as the title and also the text and the main node name. We can do that real quick. Call it balls game. All right. Awesome. Let's go ahead and save that. Perfect. Now we can change the other things. So this is all going to be inside of the starting screen. Let's go ahead for the title. Change it to balls game. Perfect. Then the text. Let's go ahead and just put something simple. You can put whatever you want here. I'm going to simply say, keep your ball up as long as you can. Perfect. And that'll be my simple description. Again, you can make this whatever you want, but I think this works pretty good. All right, awesome. Let's go ahead, close these out real quick, save what we got, and looking good. All right, in this section, we're going to go ahead and create the main script for our game. We're going to start off creating a new script and attaching it to the main node. Then we're going to go ahead and add a couple variables for the game state and point tracking. We're also going to go ahead and connect all the UI buttons to functions on the script. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started creating the main script. So what we're simply going to do is we're going to select our main node. Then we're going to go ahead, add a script. Make sure we're saving it in the correct folder. So let's make sure we're inside game components. And then balls game, open, create. Perfect. All right, so let's go ahead and add a couple variables. Super simple. We're going to start off with one called game_started. And we're always going to start that off equaling it to false. Then we're going to go ahead and create another variable, call this score, and start it off equaling to 0. Okay, awesome. All right, so then we're going to go ahead and we're going to create a new function. We're going to call this function, and we're going to call this game_over. All right, and when game over happens, it's simply going to go ahead and it's going to turn on the game over screen. So let's go ahead, drag and drop that over there, do a dot visible. and then we're simply going to equal that to true. All right, awesome. All right, we're also going to go ahead and update the points. So let's go ahead and open it up. Find the title in game over. Let's take that, drag and drop it, do a dot text, and we're simply going to equal that to double quotes, capital P, points, colon, space, and then we're going to do a plus, str, parentheses, and we're going to do score. Perfect. Awesome. All right. Next up, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and start connecting some of the buttons. So let's go ahead and select some of the buttons, such as the quit button we have in the game over. Let's go ahead, do pressed, select it to the main node, and then we're going to go ahead and we're going to do a get tree dot reload current scene. Perfect. Now we know we have some other quit buttons, such as the one in the game UI. So let's go ahead and connect that real quick. Pressed. Let's connect that. There we go. Then we need, of course, the one in the start screen. So let's find that one. It should be towards the bottom. Let's go ahead, select that, connect that as well. Awesome. While we're here in the start screen node, let's go ahead and connect the button play. Go ahead, connect that. Perfect. So for button play, it's going to be pretty similar to the game over. We're simply going to go ahead and make the start screen invisible. So let's take that, do a dot visible, and now we're going to go ahead and simply equal this to false. Okay, awesome. All right. Then we're also going to go ahead and we're simply going to set our game started and simply equal that now to true. And there we go. Perfect. Awesome. All right. Now we're going to need one more function in here. This is going to be what initiates the game over. And what we're going to simply do is we're going to create a new node for this real quick. And it's going to be pretty simple. We're just going to add a node here, an area 2D. And we can call this area 2D game over. So when the ball hits this, it'll initiate a game over function. And we can simply go ahead and simply add a collision shape in here. And then we're going to go ahead and we're simply going to give it a rectangle. Make it somewhat bigger than the screen, so somewhere like this. And then we're just simply going to go ahead and just move it down. All right, perfect. Because once the ball hits below, it'll contact this and end the game. All right, so let's add that there. And what we're going to do is simply go ahead, select the main node of that, area entered, and simply connect it to the script. And all we're going to add here is simply initiate that game over. So we're going to call it by doing game over parentheses. And there we go. That should be everything in this script, and we're looking good. Let's go back to 2D view. Let's go ahead, zoom out a bit, and looking good. All right, in this section, we're going to go ahead and create a platform. We're going to start off creating a new node for the platform. Then we're going to go ahead and give the platform a color and a collision shape. We're also going to create a simple script to give the platform movement by following the mouse side to side. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started creating the platform. So we're going to go ahead and create a new node for this. Let's right click, add child node. And we're going to go ahead and we're simply going to use a character body for this. So let's go ahead, create a character body 2D. Let's rename it platform. Awesome. All right. Now we're going to go ahead and we're simply going to give the platform a color rect. So let's go ahead, do color rect. Awesome. Now so we can see it a little better, I'm going to simply make the start screen invisible for a second. And then let's go ahead and move the platform where we want it. Our script might go ahead and move it also. But let's put this somewhere like right here for now. And what we're going to do is we're going to stretch this out a bit, the color rect. Let's go ahead and make it about this long. It's kind of up to you how long you want it to be. That might be a little big, so I might go a little less. Let's do half that size. And then kind of go like this. Okay, let's see that. Perfect. Maybe make it a little thinner. Awesome. All right. And again, you can customize this however you'd like, but I think it looks pretty good. We could go a little bit smaller, to be honest, but I think it looks pretty good like this. Awesome. All right. So now we're going to go ahead and let's simply go ahead and give it a collision shape. And the collision shape we're going to use is going to be a collision polygon 2D. And the reason is we want to give it a bit of an angle on the top. All right. And that is because when the ball hits it, we don't just want it to always go directly up and down. We want to give it a little bit of movement to the left or right, depending on the angle. So we're going to give it a little bit of an angle. So let's do that real quick. Let's go ahead and add some new points. We're going to add one on each corner. First, let's just make it a nice square first. Again, it's kind of up to you how you want to do this. So let's do it like this. Okay. Let's adjust it real quick. I'm going to move this one there, this one over here, this one down one, and then this one down one as well. Just so we get that perfect rectangle look. Awesome. All right, but like I said though, we want it to go up a little bit here. So we're going to actually add a point directly in the center, and we're going to make it go up just a little bit. All right, and the best way to make this work, I found, is to actually go down on the sides a bit. So again, you might have to adjust these for yours, but I find that this makes it work really well for the game we're making. So there you go. Again, we might need to adjust this if the ball bounces too up and down, not enough angle to it, then we will adjust this, okay? But I think this will be okay for now. All right, awesome. So that's going to be our collision shape. Perfect. All right. Now what we can do is let's go ahead and create the script. So let's select the main node. Let's go ahead. Let's add script. Platform GD. Make sure we're saving it in the correct spot. Balls game. Open. Create. Perfect. Let's save what we got so far and looking good. All right, let's start on the script. So we're going to add a couple of variables first. Let's go ahead and do some add exports. So the first one is going to be variable move underscore speed. This is going to be type float. And we're going to go ahead and equal it to 900. All right, awesome. Then we're going to go ahead, do another add export variable. We're going to call this fixed underscore y underscore position. All right, awesome. And we're simply going to go ahead, make that type float, and we're going to equal that to, let's say, 600. All right, awesome. All right, one more. We're going to do another add export variable. We're going to call this dead underscore zone underscore width. All right, awesome. This is also going to be a type float. And we're going to simply equal this to 20.0. Again, we might adjust these down the road, but they should be okay. All right, let's start this off with a ready function. Inside our ready function, we're simply going to set our global position equal to our vector2 dot, or actually instead of dot, we'll simply pass it in to global position dot x, comma, fixed y position. Okay, perfect. So that's just going to ready up the starting position. Then we're going to go ahead and do another function. This one is going to be our physics process function for the movement. Okay, and first thing we need to check, of course, is if the game is on. So let's take our main script here. Dot game started equals false. All right, and if that's the case, we're going to return. And then don't forget your if at the beginning, okay? Awesome. All right, because we don't want the platform to move, of course, if the game has not started yet. All right, awesome. All right, then we're going to go ahead and make a couple variables. First one is going to be called mouse underscore x, and we're going to simply equal that to our get global mouse position. Perfect. We're also going to go ahead, do our variable. We're going to call this player underscore x, and we're simply going to equal this to our global position dot x. Okay, awesome. All right, next up, one more variable. We're going to call this direction underscore x equals, and we're going to do 0.0. Okay, perfect. Awesome. All right, two more left. Let's go ahead, create variable, and we're going to go ahead, do dead underscore zone underscore left, and we're simply going to equal that to player underscore x minus parentheses set of dead zone width divided by 2.0. Perfect. And then we're going to go ahead, we're going to do variable dead zone right, there we go, equals, and once again do player x. This time we'll do plus parentheses dead zone width divided by 2.0. Okay, awesome. All right, then we're going to go ahead, we're going to do an if. We're going to say if our mouse x is less than our dead zone left, then what we're going to do is inside it simply set our direction x equals negative 1.0. Okay, awesome. Then we're also going to have an elif, and in the elif we're going to say mouse x is greater than dead zone right. If that's the case, then we're simply going to go ahead and set our direction x equal to 1.0. Okay, awesome. All right. Then we need to actually initiate the movement by setting some velocity. So we're simply going to set our velocity dot x equal to direction x times our movement speed. All right, perfect. Then we're also going to set velocity dot y equal to 0 because we don't want it to move up and down at all. We just want it to move side to side. All right. We also need to, of course, initiate the movement with move and slide function. And then we're also going to need to go ahead and set our global position equals vector2 parentheses global position dot x comma fixed y position. Okay, perfect. And that should work pretty well. So let's go ahead, 2D view, save what we got, turn back on the start screen. Perfect. And we're going to go ahead, play this here. It shouldn't be moving around on start because we need to hit play. Once you hit play, though, looks like we're getting if our mouse direction is left, operands D2. Looks like we just forgot to add the .x to our get global mouse position because remember, we're not really tracking the y position. We only want to track the x. So on line 14, go ahead, do .x, save what you got again, turn off the current game, hit play. Let's see what happens. We load up, we hit play, and there we go. Awesome. See how that's following it around? Perfect. And again, if you wanted to make it faster, all you would have to do, of course, is go to the node here, go to inspector, and then change the value that you want. Okay? Awesome. But everything's looking good so far. I like it. Let's go ahead, save what we got, and there we go. All right, in this section, we're going to go ahead and create the ball node. We're going to start off creating a new node for the ball and some walls for it to bounce off of. We're also going to go ahead and give the ball a sprite and some collision shapes. Then we're going to go ahead and create a simple script for the ball's functionality. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started creating the ball and then some walls for it to bounce off of. All right. So let's go ahead and create the walls first. So again, I'm going to go ahead and make the start screen invisible. The walls I'm just going to surround like right over here and on top. Let's go ahead and create a node for that real quick. It's going to be a node 2D. Let's simply just call this walls. And then what we're going to do is we're just simply going to go ahead, add child node, color rect, and we're just going to make the walls like this. And we're just going to go all the way down like that. Perfect. And it's up to you how thin and thick you want to make them. I'm going to do something like that, and then maybe I'll make the walls a little gray. Perfect. I'm going to go ahead, take that, duplicate it. Simply just move this one right over here. Awesome. And then we need one more, of course. Let's go ahead and make one more. And for this one, I'm simply going to go ahead, take the layout, transform. I'm just going to rotate it 90 degrees. Perfect. And then I'm just going to extend it. Right. Awesome. And there we go. Perfect. So those are going to be our walls. Okay. Awesome. But now we need to give them a static body though, so they can actually be not pass-throughable. Let's go ahead, add a static body. There we go. Perfect. And we're going to go ahead. We're going to need a collision shape for this. I'm just going to use collision shape 2D. Let's go ahead and we're going to add the new rectangle one. And I'm simply just going to make it match up with one here, just like that. Perfect. And we could just make the same thing match over here. Awesome. Make sure it matches the top. There we go. Perfect. Awesome. And now let's go ahead and simply take that. I'm just going to duplicate it, Control D, and just simply move it on over to the other one. so it matches up with it. If it's being stubborn, just do an eyeball it. And then you can use the pointer tool to make sure it matches up a little more correctly, just like that. Perfect. And there we go. Let's check the top. Looks good. Awesome. Then let's do the same thing we did earlier. Let's just simply go ahead, take it, Control D. I'm going to go to the transform, rotate it 90 degrees. Perfect. Now, if we want to extend this, if you remember, we need to make it unique. So let's go ahead and make unique for this one. I'm going to first, of course, move it on top. Might need to adjust it a little better. All right, and then I'm going to use the tool here. Let's move this down first. Let's move this one over here. Awesome. And then simply, of course, drag this all the way over here. Perfect. All right, great. So that's going to be our wall's border. Perfect. All right. So now we, of course, need the ball. So let's go ahead, close this up there. Let's go ahead and create a new node for this. This is going to be a character body 2D. Let's just call this ball. Perfect. Awesome. All right. Now for ball, we need to, of course, give it a sprite. So let's go ahead, add child node, sprite 2D. Let's use our art that we got. I used the simple circle one. Let's find it. There we go, target. Let's add that in. I think that's a pretty good size. If you want to increase the size, that's up to you. Make sure you're moving it by the main node though. I'm going to put it just directly above, like right here. Okay, awesome. And then we're going to go ahead. We need to add a couple other things to this, such as a collision shape. So let's add that. I'm going to add the collision shape. Awesome. Let's use the circle one. And then we just got to match it up with the size. Now this one is going to be a little less. Let's just do a little less. It might not be perfectly centered. Let's make sure if it's centered on this one, that means we need to adjust the sprite. So let's go ahead and just adjust the sprite. There we go. That's pretty good. Doesn't need to be perfect. All right, that looks good to me. And this is okay. I like it. That's going to be the collision shape, but we also need to give it an area 2D. So let's go ahead, add an area 2D. And we're going to go ahead and give it like the same collision shape. I'm going to copy this and drag and drop it in there. Perfect. Awesome. Let's make this one unique. And then we're going to simply make this one just a little bigger. Make sure you're selecting the right one. Perfect. And that should be okay. If you want to change the color, you can do that too. That's up to you to make it more visible. All right. Awesome. Now we need to add one more thing, and that's going to be a group. We're going to give that. And we're simply going to give a group to the area 2D. And we're just going to call it ball. All right. Just like that. Perfect. And there we go. Awesome. All right. So now we just need the simple script. So let's go ahead, close that up. Select the main node of ball. Add script. Keep the name as ball. Make sure we're saving it in the correct location. Open it up. Create. Perfect. Let's save. And there we go. All right. Let's continue this script. So let's go ahead and create some variables first. All right, let's go ahead and do an @export variable. This is going to be called initial speed. And we're going to make this a type float. And we're going to go ahead and by default, we're going to make this equal to 400.0. Awesome. Let's go ahead and do another @export. We're going to go ahead and call this bounce _ strength. Awesome. And we're going to go ahead and make this a type float. And we're simply going to equal that to 1.0. All right, great. Then we're going to go ahead. We're going to create another variable. We're going to call it RNG. And we're going to go ahead and equal this to random number generator. And we're going to be creating a new one. So we're going to do new just like that. Perfect. All right. Next up, we're going to create another variable. We're going to call this current _ velocity. And we're going to go ahead, give this a type of a vector 2. All right, and we'll leave it as blank for now. Awesome. All right, let's go ahead and create the first function. This is going to be our ready function. So let's go ahead and first set our RNG. And we're going to go ahead and do .randomize, which we're going to create. There we go, perfect. Then we're going to go ahead and do set _ random _ initial _ velocity. All right, perfect. And then give that a set of parentheses. All right, so then we're going to start off again with function underscore physics process. And then we're going to go ahead and make sure that the game's on, just like we did before. Drag and drop dot game started. If that equals false, then we're going to go ahead and return. Don't forget your if at the beginning. All right, so then we're going to go ahead. We're going to set a couple things. First thing we're going to set is the initial velocity. So we're going to set velocity equal to our current velocity. Perfect. Then we're going to go ahead, create a new variable. We're going to call this collision underscore info. Awesome. And we're going to go ahead and equal that to move and collide. And within move and collide, we're going to go ahead and simply set our velocity times delta. Okay, perfect. Awesome. All right, next up, we're going to say if our collision info equals true, then we're going to go ahead and we're going to simply set a new variable. We're going to call it a normal, and we're going to equal that to our collision info dot get normal. Perfect. Then we're going to go ahead. We're going to set our current velocity now equal to current velocity dot bounce. Within bounce, we're going to set normal. And then we're simply going to times the whole thing by our bounce strength. Okay, awesome. All right, so still within this if statement, then we're going to go ahead and we're simply going to get our global position. We're going to plus equal that to normal times 2. All right, perfect. All right, then outside of the if statement, we're going to do another one. We're going to say if current velocity dot length squared, and we're going to say if that is greater than 0.01, then we're simply going to go ahead and set our current velocity equal to current velocity dot normalized times initial speed. All right, perfect. Awesome. All right, now we need to have the set random initial velocity function. Let's go ahead, add a couple enters here. All right, let's go ahead, do function, paste that name there, give it a set of parentheses, open it on up, and here we go. All right, so now we're going to go ahead, create a new variable for this. Variable, we're going to call it angle underscore degrees. And we're simply going to equal that to our RNG dot random f range, and we are going to do, let's do 45 comma to 135. Okay, perfect. We might play around with that value later, but I think it'll be okay. Then we're going to say if our RNG dot random I, and we're going to say percentage symbol to 2 equals 0. If that's the case, then we're going to go ahead and we're going to simply set our angle degrees plus equals 180. And then outside of that if statement, we're simply going to do another variable for our initial underscore direction. We're going to equal that to a vector 2 dot right dot rotated. And inside the parentheses, we're going to do a deg to rad angle degrees. Perfect. And then finally, we're going to go ahead, set our current velocity equal to initial direction times initial speed. Okay, perfect. And with that, we should be set with the ball's movement. Let's go ahead, clean it up a bit. Here we go. Awesome. Let's save what we got here. Perfect. Let's go back to 2D view. Let's hit play and make sure this goes and bounces off. All right. Oh, well, we forgot to, of course, turn on the start screen. Let's do that first. Oop, well, that was the wrong one. There we go. Perfect. All right. Let's do it again. let's go ahead, hit play. Looks like we're getting some issues for our collision. I think what we should do is actually just remove this here. Okay, and we should be set. We might not actually need that. Let's go ahead and try again. Hit play, and there we go. There's our ball bouncing, and it should bounce off all the static bodies, which looks pretty good to me. Awesome. And remember, you can adjust the speed and also the bounce, but I think overall it works pretty well. Let's see what happens when it hits the bottom and it ends the game. Perfect. Awesome. All right, looking good so far. Let's save what we got, and there we go. All right, in this section, we're going to go ahead and create the blocks for our game. We're going to start off creating a new node for the blocks. Then we're going to go ahead and give the blocks a shape and a collision. Then we're going to go ahead and create a simple script for the blocks to give the player points when hit. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and start creating some of the blocks. So I'm going to go ahead and make the start screen invisible real quick because we're going to have to see exactly where we're putting all the blocks. Let's go ahead and let's create a new block. We're going to go ahead and create a node that's going to hold all the blocks. So let's go ahead and create node 2D. Let's rename this blocks with an S. All right, then inside of it, we'll go ahead, add child node. We're going to create another node 2D, and this will just be an individual block. All right, and we'll simply call this block 1. All right, perfect. All right, so for the blocks, we're going to add a couple things. The first thing we're going to add, of course, is the color rect, which gives it the actual color we want. All right, and I'm going to move this block in the corner. So let's go ahead and just move this simply like right here. And I want it to be a little bigger, so let's select the block here. Go to Inspector, Layout, Transform, and just increase the size. So let's see what 2 looks like. We might need to go a little bigger, but that might also be okay. Let's see. I think that'll be all right. All right, so we'll use that as the size, which is 2. Okay, perfect. All right, then we need to give it a static body. All right, so let's go ahead and right-click on the block. Let's give it static body 2D. Perfect. And we want to go ahead and just surround the block with a collision shape. All right, let's go ahead. Let's do that there. Perfect. Let's go ahead and just surround it. And we want to go a little bit less than it because we're going to have an area 2D that comes into contact with it. So let's first match it up, and then we'll go a little less. So we're going to go there, and then what we're simply going to do is go a little less out of it, just like this. Okay, because we're going to have that area 2D when it enters it. All right, awesome. So there we go. Perfect. All right. So now, of course, we need the area 2D, so let's go ahead and add that next. Right-click, add child node, and we're going to go ahead. Let's do an area 2D. All right, and let's go add that collision shape. Perfect. And if you want to, we can simply just copy this one here, Control-D, take it, and then drag and drop it into here. Or it looks like we already added it there, so I'm going to delete that original one we had. All right, but we need to make this unique, so let's go ahead, right-click, make unique, and then simply make it go all the way out. Oop, looks like I might have used the wrong one. Nope, it's just here. That's the overlapping of the other one. So I'm going to change the color of this one to like a red, and then I'm simply going to go ahead and just stretch this to each corner, okay? So let's go ahead and grab it. There we go, and then let's do the other side. There we go, perfect, awesome. All right, so that's going to be the area 2D where it comes in contact with the ball. All right, great. Alrighty, so now let's go ahead and let's give it a nice color. So I know we can't see it very well right now, but in game it's going to be white, just like that. So for the color, let's go ahead and just give it a nice green. Now it's kind of up to you how you want to do it. I'm just going to go all the way to the main green value, just like that. Perfect. All right, because once it loses points, it's going to then eventually go to the different colors. So we know exactly what it is. Now, to also determine what point it's at, I like to give it a little label, so let's do that as well. Let's go ahead and just simply add a label. And let's go ahead and just stretch it out to the size of it, just like that. Perfect. It's always going to start at 3. But let's go ahead and center that up. Nice and neat, just like that. Perfect. Let's give it a label setting. Let's go ahead and increase the size. Let's do something like 30. Again, this is completely up to you, how big you want to make it. I might do a little bigger. Let's do 40. Perfect. Let's go ahead and give it an outline. I'm going to do, let's do 18 for the outline and make the outline black. Perfect. I think it's a little too thick. Let's do 16. There we go. That looks a little nicer. Again, you can always customize this. It really just depends. I'll do 15. There we go. That looks good. Awesome. All right, so that's going to be the label. All right, so then we're going to, of course, attach a script to this, but I think everything in here so far should be great. So let's go ahead and select the main node of the block 1, add a script. Now make sure we're adding this in the right spot. So go ahead, select the balls game, open. Make sure though it is not labeled. Whoops, it looks like I added it to the wrong thing. I'm going to cancel that. Select the main node, add script. There we go. So again, make sure it's saving in the correct location. I'm going to get rid of the underscore and the 1 because we're going to reuse this for the other blocks. So we're just going to do it just like that, hit create, and there we go. All right, let's save. All right, let's continue on. So the next thing we're going to do, of course, is start adding in what we need for the script. So let's go ahead and start off with a variable. We're going to do an @export, and we're going to start off with a variable for the health of the block, which we are going to by default equal that to 3. Okay, awesome. Then we're going to create a function. All right, let's go ahead and create a process function. Perfect. In this process function, we're going to start off and say if our health is less than or equal to 0, then we're simply going to go ahead and first add a point. So we're going to go to our balls game, drag and drop it in there, do a dot points, and it should have points in there. If it doesn't, that means we are describing it wrong, so we can check it in here. Oh, it looks like it's score, not points. So let's go ahead, back on our script. We're going to do score, and we're simply going to do plus equals 1, okay? On top of that, we are going to queue free the block itself, so we can simply do that to remove it. Awesome. All right, but now, of course, if the health isn't that, so let's go ahead and do an elif. If the health now equals 1, then what we're going to do is we're simply going to change the color, okay? So let's go ahead and take the color rect, which is the block color right here, and what we're going to do is change it to whichever color we want. And to do that, we'll do a dot color, and we'll simply just go ahead and equal this to capital C color. And we'll give it a set of parentheses, double quotes, and a hashtag. And now we just need to paste the color we want to use. So I'm going to select the color rect real quick. Go back to the node inspector. Make sure you're selecting it. I'm going to make it red once it's at 1. So let's go ahead and locate red. There we go. I'm going to save the hex value right here and just simply paste it in right over there. Perfect. Awesome. All right. Now we need to do the other values. So let's copy that. Let's go ahead, paste this here. Let's do for number 2 now. So for this one, I'm going to do a yellow. So let's go back here, slide it over to yellow. Let's go ahead and copy the hex value, paste it in right here. Make sure to keep the hashtag. Awesome. All right, let's do the third, which we know is green. So I'm going to go ahead, take this, paste it in here. There we go. Equal it to 3 now. And simply change the color here to the green color, which is the default one. Copy that value, simply paste it right in, and there we go. Awesome. Now, of course, we need to update that label we have, but that's pretty easy. Let's just take the label right here. Let's go ahead, let's do a dot text, and then we're going to just simply equal that to str, converting the health value into it. Perfect. And there we go. Now we just need the actual area entered, which is super easy. Let's just select the area 2D, go to the node, signals, area entered, and then just simply connect it to the correct script, which is the block 1. Perfect. Awesome. And then what we're going to do is we're simply going to say if area dot is underscore in underscore group, parentheses, double quotes, if in group of ball, then we're going to go ahead and we're simply going to do a health minus equals 1. Okay, perfect. And there we go. That should be set. All right, awesome. All right, let's go back to 2D view here. And now we just need to, of course, is put these blocks into the world. So let's go ahead and simply just make one row real quick. So we'll use the move tool, Control D, and I'm going to simply just slide it on over. Just like that, we should be good. One thing to do though, before I forget, is let's turn on the collision shapes just in case. All right. Now, if these are too close, then we might have an issue, but I think we'll be okay because the block itself, if you use the move tool here, the pointer tool to the block, it should still be not close enough. So we can see that. Yeah, we should be okay. But I'm going to make these visibles real quick, just like that. It'll gray it out, but it still is the same color. All right, so let's go ahead and keep adding these and moving these over. So I'm going to go ahead, move tool again, select block 2, Control D, hold down the shift key and do that there, do that there. And then I'm just going to go ahead, copy all of these now, Control D, simply just move them on over and make sure they connect. Control D, move them on over. There we go, perfect. Awesome, and then let's go ahead. I'm going to close these up so it looks a little nicer. I want to make sure that we can go all the way to the end. We might need to just adjust it a bit. So I'm going to take the end ones here, Control D. And let's go ahead and just put that there. Now, as you can see, that's not necessarily going to fit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply first close these all up. I am going to take the box itself and just center it somewhat. So I'm going to go ahead and simply just center it just like that. And then I'm going to move it down just a bit as well. And if you guessed it, we're just going to adjust the walls to these, okay? So it'll be super easy. Let's just go to walls real quick. Let's go ahead, and I'm just going to adjust the walls. And then we just need to adjust the static bodies. So let's go over there, perfect. Let's go over here, perfect. And then over here, perfect. Now we just need to adjust the static bodies like I mentioned. After we get these looking good, perfect. Which are right in here. So we can go ahead and simply just take these and go, let's go like right, let's go right there, awesome. You could do a little more if you want, I just don't want them touching it. That should be okay, awesome. All right, and then let's go ahead, let's get the other one here. Instead of adjusting this one, I'm simply just going to move it a little bit. About like right, oops. Let's get a little closer. Let's move it like right there, awesome. And then the top one, same thing, I'm just gonna adjust it by moving it down just a bit. Right there. Let's see how that looks. Should be great, perfect, awesome. All right, and again, if you wanted to adjust it, you can. You just move it up like that, perfect. All right, great, let's save all that. There we go. Let's go ahead and just hit play real quick. I just wanna make sure that they don't get instantly defeated. So let's go ahead, play that real quick. Whoops, forgot to hit play, of course, with the start button. There we go. Let's go ahead, hit play, and let's see if it works correctly. It looks like it's not initiating it. To fix that issue, what we're gonna do is simply we are gonna go ahead and select our ball, open it up. We're gonna go to its collision shape, and we're gonna zoom in a bit, and what we're gonna do is simply just increase the size of that just a little bit, and that should fix the issue. So if we go ahead and save that now, we go ahead back up. Make sure that our start screen is selected on, just like that. Let's go ahead, play again. Let's let this load, hit play, and there we go. Now it should be working a lot better. All right, awesome. And that's just because we needed a little bit more room on that collision shape. Okay, perfect, awesome. And of course, if the ball drops, we get that, perfect. Let's go ahead, close that, awesome. Let's go ahead and save what we got, and looking good. All right, let's go ahead now and do some bug fixes for our balls game. We're going to start off testing the game to ensure it is working as expected. Then we're going to ensure the game can be played correctly. Lastly, we're going to fix any bugs that we find. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, so far the game works pretty well. If we go ahead and start it, everything does work as expected. All right, the ball moves around, it defeats the blocks. If we miss it, it'll go ahead and hit game over. There's one thing I noticed where, of course, the platform is still moving as game over, so we can go ahead and fix that real quick. We could also add some more blocks into the game and move the top part down just a little bit so it doesn't have this little blue marker. Okay, so let's go ahead, and first thing we'll do, we'll fix the script. It's super simple. So inside the game over, right here, we are not actually setting the game back to false, so we need to go ahead and do that. So I'm just gonna simply copy this, just paste this here, and that will of course stop the movement of the platform, okay? All right, then we're gonna go ahead back to 2D view. Let's turn off the start screen for a second and just duplicate a couple of these to make the game a little more difficult and last a little bit longer. I'm gonna take the block 1, hold down shift, select block 13, and then I'm simply going to Control D, and just simply bring these on down just a bit. All right, I'm going to have simply 3 rows. It's up to you if you want more, or if you wanted to do a different style of design. That's completely up to you. All right, but I think this works pretty well. So I'm going to go ahead, close up our block node. There we go. Perfect. Save that. Awesome. Let's turn back on start screen. And then let's simply go ahead, hit play again. Let's go ahead, start the game, and there we go. Now it's going to be a little more difficult because the block is pretty close. But we also got rid of that. One thing we missed, though, of course, was the marker. So let's go ahead and get rid of that little marker at the top. That's pretty simple. We just have to go again to the walls. We're going to go to the color rect on the top, which I think is 3. And we're simply just going to go ahead and just move that down just a bit to cover that one little spot there. Perfect. Awesome. Let's save that, close that up. One more time. Play current scene, and we should be set. All right. Perfect. It looks really good. I like it. Awesome. All right. Looks pretty good. Let's close it out, and there we go. In this project, we will be creating a race cars game. We will be playing as a top-down blue car. Our goal is to get around 3 laps before our opponent, the red car, does. We will also have to watch out for oil spills on the track, because if hit, it will slow our car down for a few seconds. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, in this section, we're going to go ahead and start creating our race cars game. We're going to start off with the setup by downloading the assets pack being used at this link here. Then we're going to go ahead and create all the new folders for the game's art and components. Then we're going to go ahead and give the starting UI a title and a short description. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here is the assets pack we're going to be using. It is located at kenny.nl/assets/racing-pack. Once you download it, extract the art pack, and then we'll drag and drop it into our art folder. Alright, let's go ahead and set up a couple things, starting off with creating the new art folder. So let's go ahead and select the main art folder, right click, create new folder. We're going to call this race car game. Save that name. Let's go ahead, create that folder. Once you have downloaded the art pack and extracted from the zip, just drag and drop everything into the race cars game folder. Then we're going to go ahead and create a components folder as well. So let's go ahead, create new on here, paste that name, hit OK, and perfect. Any new components we create, we will put inside the race cars game component folder. Awesome. Let's go ahead now and create the scene. So let's select the starting UI scene we have, right click it, duplicate. Let's go ahead and paste that name, racecargame.tscn, hit OK, and there we go. All right, now we just need to add it into our selection page. Let's go ahead and select the node right here, 4th one down. Let's go ahead, and what we're going to do is we're simply going to go ahead and give it a name, call it race cars. All right, for a number, this is our 4th game, so let's type in 4, enter, and perfect. Let's open up that script now. Let's give it a new prefab. Let's go ahead, take this here. Let's go ahead, give it a hashtag, paste that in. All right, let's go ahead and put the name here. So we're going to do race underscore cars, and then there's underscore game. Let's take away the current value we have in the preload. Let's drag and drop the new race cars game TSCN right there. Perfect. Awesome. Now we're going to copy the name, or we can just type it in again once we have it. We're going to have to create a new if for it right here. So I'm going to simply take our current if, paste it in, change the value here to match, which is race cars, or race cars, yep. Perfect. And then we need to change which game we're creating, and we are going to be creating this one up here, so make sure you uncomment it. And then go ahead, simply put our race cars game. Perfect. Let's save those changes. Awesome. Back to 2D view. Let's go ahead, double click our race cars game, TSCN, open it on up. Let's go ahead, close all the drop downs here. All right, so now of course we need to change the main node's name. So I'm going to type in a race cars game. Perfect. We need to give it a game title, which is going to be located in the start screen. So let's go ahead and find that at title. Let's type in race cars. Perfect. Now we need to give it a short description. Let's go ahead, give it a description here. Let's just say race your car to win. And then we could also say avoid the oil spills. Perfect. Let's go ahead, back out of there, save those changes, close everything up, and looking good. All right, in this section, we're going to go ahead and create the main script. We're going to start off creating a new script and attaching it to the main node. Then we're going to go ahead and add a couple of variables to keep track of the game state and the car's laps. We're also going to go ahead and connect all the UI buttons to functions in the script. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started creating the main script. So let's go ahead and select the main node of our game, Race Cars Game. Let's add a script. Let's go ahead and make sure we're adding it in the correct spot. Let's go up a path, select in here, select our Race Cars Game, open that up, create. Perfect. All right, so let's go ahead and add a couple variables here. The first one is going to be called game_started. And we're simply going to go ahead and equal that to false. Then we're going to go ahead and create another variable. We're going to call it blue_laps. Then we're simply going to go ahead and equal that to 0. After that, we're going to create another variable. We're going to call it red_laps. All right, awesome. Same thing, equal that to 0. Okay, awesome. All right. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we're going to create our game over function. So let's go ahead, let's do function. We're going to go ahead, call this game_over parentheses. All right, let's go ahead. Inside of this, what we're simply going to do is we're going to go ahead and make the canvas visible for game over screen. So do a dot visible. Simply go ahead and equal that to true. All right. All right. Next up, we're going to set, of course, the game started equal to false now. All right, perfect. All right, next function we're going to create is going to be our process function. So let's create that real quick. Inside of it, we're going to have a simple if else. We're going to have an if statement for if blue laps are greater than or equal to 3. Then what we're going to do is we're going to simply go ahead and take in the game over screen the title that we have. We're going to set the dot text. We're going to set that equal to, double quotes, blue wins exclamation point. All right, perfect. Then we're also going to call our game over. So let's go ahead and add game over there. Perfect. All right. Then we're going to have an elif, and we're going to go ahead and we're simply going to see if red laps now are greater than or equal to 3. If that's the case, then we're going to do just the opposite. We're going to grab again that title for the game over text. So dot text to that. Simply set it equal to double quotes, red wins. All right, perfect. And then of course we need to activate the game over function just like that. And there we go. Awesome. Now we need of course the quit and start button. So let's do the quit button first. Let's select the quit button we have in the game over screen. Go to node, go to pressed. Go ahead, make sure it connects to the main script. All right, now in here we're going to do the same thing we've always done. We're just going to do a get_tree. And then we're going to do a dot reload current scene. Okay, perfect. Let's connect the one in UI game now. Let's go ahead in game UI, select the quit button, select pressed, connect it to the main script, and there we go. Let's go ahead and do the last quit button, which is inside the start screen. Locate the quit button right there. Go ahead, connect it. Perfect. Let's now do the play button. Select it, connect it. There we go. Now for the play button, let's go ahead and do the game started. Let's go ahead and simply equal that to true. And then what we're going to do is we're simply going to turn off the game started screen. So take that node, do a dot visible, and then we're simply going to equal that to false. Okay, awesome. And there we go. We should be all set. Let's go ahead and save that real quick. Go back to 2D view, and looking good. All right, in this section, we're going to go ahead and create the track node. We're going to start off creating a new node for the game's track. Then we're going to go ahead and give the track a tile map layer with some borders. We're also going to go ahead and add some nodes for the oil spill spawn points and also a lap marker. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's get started creating the track. So let's go ahead and create a new node for this. Let's select the main here. Add child node. We're going to simply add a node 2D starting off. Let's go ahead and rename it track. Perfect. All right, so just to see track a little bit more visibly, let's go ahead and make the start screen invisible. Let's add some grass to the track. So let's go ahead, add child node. Let's add a color rect. Let's go ahead and just scale this to the same size as the screen. Perfect. We can make this now green. And there we go. I will rename this grass. And there we go. All right. So next up, let's go ahead and add our tile map layer. Let's go ahead and do that real quick. So we're going to add the tile map layer, which is going to actually have these sprites that make up the track. So let's go ahead and we need to create a new tile set for this. Let's go ahead, go to tile set here, open up our art folder, open up our race cars game folder. Now I dragged and dropped the PNG and the sprite sheets because these are the two we're going to be using. I'm going to go ahead and open up these sprite sheets. Again, these are from the assets pack mentioned before in the setup section. Let's go ahead and select the sprite sheet tiles.png and simply drag and drop these into here. Select no here. And we need to rearrange the texture region here because it's a little bit too big or too small in tiles. Let's go ahead and we're going to do 128 for X, and then we're also going to do 128 for Y. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that there. Perfect. And then let's go ahead and open up the tile set here. We have to match it up with the tile size or it's not going to be configured correctly. So let's do 128 here and then also 128 here as well. All right, perfect. Now we can go ahead and start designing the track. Let's select the pieces we need. So we're going to make kind of like an oval. All right, so let's go ahead and first get the borders. So we are going to need the curves like these over here. So let's go ahead and select that there, this one over here, I think. And then we need one more for the opposite side, which I think is this one. Yep. So we should have all the corner pieces. Now we need the ones going up, down, left, and right. So we have this one going up and down, this one left and right. We need the reverse ones. So I have this one. I think it's this one. And then, of course, the middle piece here is just the plain road. All right, so let's add those. Perfect. All right, we also need the area where it's going to have basically the line where we cross and get a lap point. So we need these ones here and here. So let's go ahead and let's select this one. And then the opposite one, which I think is this one. And then I think the middle one here should work. And we should be set with that. All right, we might need another one, but I think that'll be good overall. All right. So let's go ahead and let's go to tile map. Let's start designing this now. All right, so let's go ahead and simply design the part here first. And again, we can always adjust this later. Looks like it is a little big. So let's go ahead and shrink this just a bit. I'm going to go ahead and take our tile map layer. I'm going to go to transform and I'm simply going to make this, let's do 0.5. Okay, perfect. And that looks a lot better, but this is not really selected correctly. So I'm going to go ahead and just select it and simply just move it over to where I want the middle to kind of be, which should be like right here. Okay, awesome. Let's keep going though. So I'm going to go ahead and start drawing some more. Let's go ahead and add a couple more over here. Make sure you're using the right tools though, like this. Perfect. Let's do it like this way across. Awesome. Let's start the curve. Let's go ahead, do the one here. And then we can go ahead, let's do the other one, which is going to be over here. Perfect. And let's go ahead and make our way down now. So we need the correct ones, which is going to be this one here for this side. And then I think we might want to go a little bit farther just because I think we're a little close, making the game a little too small. So what we could do after it, we'll just extend it. But for now, let's go ahead and finish this up. So let's do one more lower there. Perfect. We could do one more, honestly. Let's go ahead and curve it out. There we go. Perfect. let's do the one going across now, which is over here. All right. And let's go ahead, let's do the curve over here. Perfect. And let's go ahead, simply do this way, going like that. And then let's go ahead and just fill out the inside. Now I want there to be some things in the middle, but for now I think this will be okay if we do it like this. Let's do one more in the middle. Awesome. I think that looks pretty good overall. If we wanted to make it a little thicker, we could, but I think that makes it look a little too thick. Looks like we missed a patch right there. So I'm going to use my eraser tool. I'm going to go ahead and just remove there and there. And yep, let's do one more over there and one more over there. Okay, awesome. Yep, and that should be okay. So let's go ahead and now extend this just a bit. We can use this little tool over here. Let's just grab all the tiles real quick, and I'm just going to move this over just a bit. So make sure you're selecting the whole thing though, or it's not going to do it. Let's just move it on over, like, yeah, let's do one more right there. All right, let's fill out the inside again. Let's go ahead, make sure you don't have eraser selected. Let's add those there, and then we also need, of course, the border. So let's add that, and then let's go ahead, add the bottom one. Perfect, awesome. So this will be our track. Again, if you want to make it a little longer on either side, simply go ahead, just grab the whole thing. I might move it just one more over here so it's a little more even. And then of course you just need to add in everything that you want, okay? Awesome. All right, let me fill that out real quick. Perfect, and then the middle one. All right, and there we go. Now we need, of course, the actual line area, which should be right about here. So let's go ahead and let's go find that real quick. Let's do, what is it? Let's do this one here. So we need the one going down, of course, so we need this one first. And then we need the middle one. Let's make sure they match up correctly, which they do. Perfect. All right, and that is going to be our track. Now we are going to add some things in the middle for the tires, and we're going to need to do that with a Sprite 2D because we're also going to be adding a little bit of collision on there. So let's go ahead and select out of that. Let's go ahead and add the tires now. Let's right click on track, add child node. Let's go ahead and create a simple node to collect all the tires. Let's go ahead, do tires. Perfect. 4 tires. Let's go ahead, right click, add child node. We're going to add a Sprite 2D here. Let's locate the actual tire, which should be in objects. And then let's go ahead, locate that. It should be around here. We should have a darker tire instead of a lighter one. If not, we could just use one of these. That's okay. Yeah, let's just use one of these. And then we can just darken it out. So I'm going to use this one, drag and drop it in here. Perfect size. Let's go ahead. I'm going to simply just move the tire in right about there. I mean, you might center it up more later on, but I think that'll be okay. I don't really like how bright it is. I think it matches the road. So let's change the visibility color, like I said, and just darken it a little bit. Like that. Perfect. And let's go ahead. Let's duplicate going down. And it's kind of up to you how you want to do this. I think it'll be pretty good if we just do this and then we just increase all these just a little bit so it'll fill it out. So let's go ahead, do the transform. Let's do like 1.2 and see how that looks. I think that'll be okay. We might just need to do 1.1. All right. And then we're going to go ahead, move it down again, make sure it's connecting right. Perfect. And then the other one. I just want to make sure they're all about the same distance from each other. We could go up a little bit there. Perfect. Let's see how that looks. I like it. Then, of course, we just need to move the whole thing down just a little bit. And across if you want to. That's up to you. Awesome. I think that looks pretty good. Perfect. All right. Then what we got to do is just copy all of them again. Let's go ahead, Control D, and just simply move them on over. Make sure that you're holding down Control so they're on the same line together. Perfect. Then, of course, go copy the whole thing again, Control D, move them on over. And then let's do it one more time. Selecting them all, Control D, move them on over. And then we just need to do the last couple ones. If they don't fit, we'll go ahead and recenter everything over. So let's go ahead and just do those there. Control D, move them on over. Control D, move them on over. All right. And like I said, there might be a little space in between. So what I'm going to do is just select the bottom one, scroll up, hold down Shift, select the top one, and then what we're going to do is we're simply just going to move them on over all together, just like that. Perfect. All right, awesome. I think it looks pretty good. All right, perfect. There we go. So now we need the actual like static body though, so we can't go through these things. So let's add that real quick. It's going to be 2 different static bodies, one for, of course, around the track, and then one for just the middle. So let's go ahead, add child node, static body 2D. Let's go ahead and add a collision shape. And let's go ahead, let's add a nice square. Let's go ahead, put it like over here. And then let's simply go on. And I'm going to leave a little room for the grass because I know we didn't stretch all the way there. So it'll probably feel a little more natural if we can go at least a little bit in the grass. So let's do it like that. Awesome. All right, I think it looks pretty good. Perfect. So now, of course, we need the one that goes around, and we can go ahead and use a different type of collision shape. You can simply just use a collision shape polygon 2D. And what we're going to do this, I found the best way to do this is just to make it into 2 sections. So let's go ahead, select where we want to start. Let's do like right here. And we're going to simply go all the way across. We're going to go ahead, wrap around. Doesn't need to be perfect. It's up to you really how you want to do it. And I'm going to go like there to there. And now I'm going to go ahead and go from the outside. Go like this. And then connect it. Perfect. So that'll be one of the borders. Now we need the other one. So let's go ahead, just duplicate, or we could just make a new one entirely. Perfect. Let's go ahead and start off. We're going to connect it. Let's go ahead, wrap around. Perfect. Let's do it there. Go all the way across. All right, now we can go ahead and just do a nice little wrap around into something like that. And there we go. Perfect. Awesome. So that's going to be the border, so we can't go, of course, outside of the track. All right. Awesome. All right, so there we go for that. Looks good there. All right, so now we need a couple other things. We are going to need a timer. Let's add a timer in here. Let's go ahead. This is going to be, let's just call this the timer oil spill. So timer oil spill. Okay, perfect. Then we need the actual oil spill spawn point. So that's pretty easy. Let's just add a node 2D for that. We can call this simply oil spawn 1. And then we'll just do 2 and 3. So we're going to go ahead for the first oil spill. I'm going to put like right here. Let's put the second one somewhere a little farther down, like right there. Maybe we'll put it more to the corner. And then the third one, we'll put it right over here. Okay, and it really depends wherever you want to put them. That's completely up to you. All right, awesome. Alrighty, looking good there. Now we just need the lap marker. So let's go ahead, add the lap marker. It's going to be an area 2D because we want to be able to drive through it. Okay, so let's just go ahead and we're going to simply call this lap marker. Perfect. Let's go ahead and give it a collision shape. So let's go ahead, do collision shape. And then we're going to give it a nice square. There we go. And let's simply just put it directly on the thing here. Perfect. And let's go ahead, just move this down. Nice. And there we go. Looks good there. Maybe move it down just a bit. Perfect. Awesome. All right. We will give it a specific group, though. We're going to simply just call this lap. So select the main node, go to groups, and then we're just going to say lap. All right. Perfect. Awesome. And there we go. That's going to be everything for our track. Okay. Awesome. So we can go ahead and close that up. Let's save what we got, and looking good. All right. In this section, we're going to go ahead and create a oil spill. We're going to start off creating a new node for the oil spill. Then we're going to go ahead and give the oil spill an area 2D and a collision shape. We're also going to go ahead and create a simple script that makes the oil spill go away after the timer is up. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started creating the oil spill. So let's go ahead and create a new node for this. Add child node. This is going to be a base node of a sprite 2D. Let's just go ahead and just call this oil. All right, So for oil, we're going to have to add the sprite. Let's locate the sprite in the current PNG assets folder pack. It should be right here, oil.png. Let's drag and drop right there. Now that's a pretty big oil spill, so I'm going to go ahead, select the main node. Let's go ahead and just make this like a 0.7. And it's up to you. You can make it less or more. I think this will be okay overall. I just don't want it poking out on the other stuff, so let's be safe here and just do 8.6. Just to be careful. All right, awesome. Now we need to add a couple things for this oil spill. We need to add, of course, an area 2D, so let's do that. Add child node, area 2D. Let's give it a nice collision shape. Give it a nice little circle. And just make it big enough to kind of surround the oil. Just about there. Perfect. All right, awesome. We're also going to go ahead. We're going to give it a group name for that area 2D. So we're going to go ahead, give it a new group name. We're going to call it oil. All right, perfect. Then, of course, we just need the timer. So let's go ahead. We're going to simply add a simple little timer here. Awesome. And we're going to make this timer. It's kind of up to you, but I think 4 seconds works really well. So let's do that. And then we're just going to have auto start. Okay. So let's save this as a scene real quick. Right click the main node of it. Save branch as scene. We're going to save it in the correct folder for components, which is race car game. Save that. Perfect. I'm going to delete this one here. Well, even before we delete it, let's go ahead and jump into it. Go back to the original. Simply delete it. Perfect. All right. I'm going to save that change. Back to oil. All right. So now we need to create that simple script, and it is a pretty easy one. Let's just select the main node. Make sure we're adding that oil.gd in the correct location. All right. So all we're going to do in here is we're simply just going to queue free it once that timer goes up. So we're just simply going to select timer. We know it already has auto start, so we know it's going to start by default when it appears, but we need to connect it now to the script. Let's do that, and all we're going to do is once that timer goes up, we're simply going to queue free it. Perfect. Awesome. All right, and that'll make it functionally work correctly. Okay, so let's go back to 2D. Awesome, there we go. Make sure it's centered here or it's going to spawn somewhere else. Perfect. I'm going to close that up. Let's go back to the race car game, and there we go. All right, looking good. In this section, we're going to go ahead and create the track script. We're going to start off creating the new script and attaching it to the main track node. Then we're going to ensure that the script has a variable referencing the oil spill. Then we're going to go ahead and create a function when the timer goes up to randomize the location of the oil spill. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started creating the track script. So what we're going to do is we're simply going to go ahead, select our main track node, open it up. Let's add a script to it. Now let's make sure we're saving the script in the correct location, the race cars game. Let's go ahead, open that up. Perfect. All right, let's go ahead and create that. All right, now in here we are going to go ahead and create a variable to reference the oil. So let's do oil equals preload. And the preload we are going to be using is the oil spill. Now make sure it is the oil.tscn, not the PNG or the other one, GD. Make sure it's this one here, okay? Perfect. All right, now once we have this, now we just need to connect the timer. So let's select our timer oil spill, select the timeout signal, and then simply go to source and locate the actual main node of the track. And there we go, perfect. Now the first thing we're going to check, of course, is if the game is on. So let's drag and drop our race cars game node right here because that is where it's going to exist. We'll do an if, and we're going to be looking for, of course, if the game started equals false. If that is the case, then what we are going to do is return and not run anything else below it. But if that's not the case, then what we're going to do is create a new variable. We're going to call it random, equal it to a random I range. And that range is going to be from 1 to 3 because that's how many current oil spill spawn points we have, okay? We're going to get that random value, and then we're also going to do a variable for new oil, equal it to our oil dot instantiate, okay? Perfect. Then what we're going to do is simply add child, and we're going to go ahead, add that new oil as the child. Perfect. Now we need to give it its correct location, and we're going to do that simply by a couple if statements. We're going to say if random equals 1, If that's the case, then what we're going to do is we're going to set our new oil dot global, global position equals oil spill bond 1 dot global position. Okay, perfect. So now we just need to do these for the other ones. So I'm going to copy that whole if statement, paste it below. Let's change the 1 to a 2. And for the oil spill spawn, we just need to change that to our second one. Perfect. Let's go ahead and do it for the next one. So let's go ahead, paste that. Random now equals 3. Okay, awesome. And then of course we need to change the oil spawn to 3 as well. And there we go. Perfect. And that should be everything we need. So let's save all that. Let's go back to 2D, close up the track, and looking good. All right, in this section, we're going to go ahead and create the player node. We're going to start off creating a new node for the player. Then we're going to go ahead and give the player a sprite and a collision shape. We're also then going to add a timer for the oil spill effect. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started creating the player node. So we're going to have a nice little blue car for our player node. So let's go ahead and add that real quick. It's going to be a character body. So let's go ahead and create that. We can rename it player. Perfect. All right, so we're going to add a couple things in here, starting off with the sprite of the player. So let's go ahead and add a sprite 2D. And we're going to be using the blue car. You can use whichever one you want, but I think this works pretty well. So I'm going to locate the blue car. There's a bunch of different options here. I'm just going to use the one with the single window here and drag and drop it. Perfect. All right, so it's a little big. Let's first reposition it a bit. I'm going to put the whole node somewhere like right here. Let's select the sprite 2D. Let's go to the inspector. And what we're going to do is we're simply going to turn it to the right first so we can rotate it 90 degrees. Perfect. Now it's a little big, so let's select the sprite 2D. Let's shrink it to 0.5 and see how that looks. I think it's still a little big. Let's do 0.4. Perfect. All right. And the positioning, I'm going to position it about right in front of the line. So we could do like right here. Perfect. All right. So now, of course, we need to give it a collision shape. Let's go ahead, add that real quick. I'm going to go ahead, add a collision shape. Collision shape, perfect. I'm going to surround this with the car. Let's do a rectangle. And then let's go ahead, make sure it matches up with the car. Doesn't need to be perfect, but relatively would be nice. There we go. And there we go. Perfect. All right. Awesome. Now we need a timer. Let's go ahead, add that. Let's add a timer. Let's go ahead and rename this. Let's call this oil effect timer. Okay, perfect. So this is the timer that's going to go off where it kind of slows us down for a bit once we run into an oil spill. Okay, awesome. All right, now we need, of course, a player detection. So let's go ahead, add child node, area 2D. Let's rename this, simply call it player detection. All right, let's give it a collision shape. Let's right click, add child node, collision shape. Let's go ahead, make it also a rectangle, and we're going to make it just a little bit bigger than the current one we have. So something like that should be okay. Perfect. Awesome. All right, if you wanted to make the color red, you can, just like that. And there you go. All right, looks good. So let's go ahead, close that up, zoom out a bit, save what we got, and there we go. In this section, we're going to go ahead and create the player script. We're going to start off creating a new script and attaching it to the player node. Then we're going to go ahead and give the player the ability to drive forward and turn like a real car. We're also going to ensure the car slows down if the player runs into an oil spill. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started creating this script. So let's go ahead, select the main node of the player, add a script. Let's go ahead and make sure we're saving it in the correct location, race car game. Let's go ahead, open that up. All right, let's create it. And there we go. So let's go ahead and add a couple of variables starting off. We're going to create a @export variable. We're going to call this variable max underscore speed. Okay. This is going to be a type float, so let's add that there and make it a default value of 300.0. Okay. Awesome. Let's add another at export. We're going to go ahead, call this variable. We're going to call this acceleration. Might not be spelling that right, but that's okay. And we're going to say rate. And then this is going to be also a type of float. And we're going to go ahead and equal this to 100.0. Okay, awesome. Then we're going to go ahead, add another at export variable, and we're going to do deceleration. And this is going to be underscore rate again, type float. And we're going to go ahead and give this a default value of 150.0. Okay, awesome. Then we're going to go ahead, give another at export variable. And then we're going to go ahead, do turn underscore speed. And then we're going to go ahead, give this a type of float, equals, let's simply do 3.0. Okay, perfect. Let's go ahead and do another at export variable. And we're going to go ahead, do break underscore acceleration. Or we'll do deceleration actually. And we're going to go ahead, give this also a type of float. And this will be equal to a default value of 400. Okay, awesome. So again, these are all the values that are going to be used to make the car a little more realistic, giving it that acceleration, the deceleration, turn speed, brake acceleration, and also the max speed. Okay, awesome. So now we're going to need some variables for our oil spill. So let's do an at export variable. We're going to say oil underscore slow underscore factor. Okay, and we're going to simply equal that to a type float. And then the default value is specifically going to be 0.5. Okay, awesome. Let's do another at export. Let's do a variable. We're going to call this oil underscore turn underscore factor. Give this also a type float, and we're simply going to equal this again to 0.5. Okay, awesome. We're going to do another at export variable, and we're going to do oil underscore effect. And we're going to go ahead and do duration. This will be as how long we want the effect to last, and we're going to do a float of simply just 1.0 seconds. Okay, awesome. All right, so then we're going to need some other default values. Make sure you have this set correctly, or it's going to give you that little error. Perfect. All right, so for the variable, we're going to do current underscore speed, and we're simply going to make this a type of float equal to, starting off with 0.0. Okay, then we're going to do another variable. This is going to underscore represent our sprite underscore node, and we're simply going to equal this to our current sprite 2D. Perfect. Then we're going to have another variable. We're going to call this is underscore oiled, which means it's in the effect of being in the oil spot. And we're going to set that bool currently to false. Okay, perfect. Awesome. All right, a couple more on readies, then we should be set. We're going to do an on ready. We're going to go ahead, call this variable underscore player underscore direction underscore area. Or you know what, instead of direction, let's do detection. There we go. And this is going to be an area 2D. And we're going to go ahead and currently equal that to our current one right here, player detection. Perfect. Let's do another at on ready variable. And we're going to go ahead underscore oil underscore effect underscore timer. And we're going to go ahead, give this a type of timer. And we're going to set it simply equal to our current oil effect timer. Okay, awesome. All right, so those are going to be all our default variables. Let's save those real quick. Looking good. All right, let's continue on and create our first function. So we're going to start off with our ready function, underscore ready. All right, inside of this function, we're simply going to go ahead and set our sprite node equal to our current sprite 2D. Perfect. All right, then we're going to go ahead and say if our underscore oil effect timer colon, and we're going to say underscore oil effect timer dot one shot and we're simply just going to equal that to true. Okay, perfect. Awesome. All right, then we're going to go ahead and we're going to start off with our next function. This is going to be our physics process function. So let's go ahead, let's do a function underscore physics process delta. Let's go ahead and add a couple enters here. Perfect. All right, and then what we're going to do is start off and make sure the game is running. So we're going to take our main script here. Don't forget your if at the beginning. We're going to do a dot game started, and we're going to be looking for if it equals false, because if it does, then we're simply going to do a return. Okay, awesome. Then we're going to go ahead and set a couple of default values. We're going to go ahead and do a variable for current underscore max underscore speed, and we're going to go ahead simply equal that to our max speed times parentheses oil slow factor if is oiled else 1.0. And this is just a nice little way we can do this without adding multiple statements and keeping everything in one line, which is really helpful. All right, awesome. Then we're going to do another one. We're going to do variable. We're going to call this current underscore acceleration underscore rate. And this time we're going to go ahead and simply equal this to our acceleration rate times parentheses. Inside of parentheses, we're going to say oil slow factor. And we're going to say if is oiled else 1.0. Perfect. All right, awesome. Let's do another. We're going to have variable. All right, this one's going to be our current underscore deceleration underscore rate. And then we're simply going to go ahead, equal that to our deceleration rate. Okay, awesome. Then we're going to create another variable. We're going to go ahead and do our current underscore turn underscore speed. And we're going to go ahead this time, set it equal to our turn speed times parentheses oil turn factor if is oiled else 1.0. Okay, perfect. Awesome. All right, next up, we're going to go ahead, create another variable. This is going to be our acceleration input underscore input. We're going to go ahead and equal that to capital I input dot is action pressed. And inside of is action pressed, we are going to be doing our space bar. Okay, perfect. Awesome. Then we're going to go ahead, we're going to create another variable. We're going to call this break underscore input. And we're going to go ahead, equal that to capital I input dot is underscore action pressed. This time we're going to do move left. Then we're also going to do an and we're going to do the same thing but for move right. So I'm going to copy that whole thing, paste it right after, change move left to move right. Perfect. Awesome. All right, then we're going to go ahead, we're going to add a couple of statements. Let's go ahead below it, do if, and we're going to say if our acceleration input, and then we're going to set our current speed plus equals current acceleration rate times delta. Then we're going to go ahead, we're going to set our current speed again equals min. Within the parentheses, we're going to set current speed, comma, current max speed. Perfect. Awesome. All right. So then we're going to have also an else if it is in the case of acceleration input. And what that else is, or even before the else, we could just do an elif also. And we're going to do an else for our break input. So we got to remember that. If that's the case, then we're going to go ahead and set our current speed equal to move toward. There we go, move toward, inside parentheses, current speed comma, 0, comma, break deceleration times delta. Then we're going to go ahead and do an else. Within our else, don't forget your colon though. Within our else, we're going to go ahead and set our current speed equal to move toward. Within move toward, we're going to set current speed, comma, 0, comma, current deceleration rate times delta. Perfect. Awesome. All right. Looking good for that. All right, now we're going to handle some of the turning. So let's go ahead and continue on, still all in the same function outside of the if and else's. We're going to go ahead, create a simple variable. We're going to call this turn underscore direction. Okay, and we are simply going to make this a type of float. Make this equal to 0.0. All right. Once we have that, then we're simply going to do an if input dot is action pressed. Within is action pressed, we're going to be looking for move left. And if that is the case, then what we're simply going to do is we're going to set our turn direction equal to -1.0. Then we're going to go ahead, we're going to do an elif. This time we're going to set the same thing basically. But of course we're going to be looking for move right. So let's go ahead and paste that there. Let's do move right. And if that's the case this time, then we're going to set our turn direction equal to just 1. All right, no longer the negative. Okay, perfect. That's going to help us handle the direction. All right. Then we need to start adding some of the rotation and then the speed. So to do that, we're going to go ahead and simply do an if abs parentheses current speed. If that is greater than 5, then what we're simply going to do is we're going to set our rotation plus equals turn direction times current turn speed. Okay, perfect. All right, and of course we got to times the whole thing by delta so we get the frame rate correctly. Awesome. Now we need to simply set our velocity. So we'll set our velocity equal to transform dot x times current speed. And then to actually initiate that velocity movement, we need to use our move and slide. Perfect. Awesome. Alrighty, and there we go. That's going to be everything in our physics process function. So let's go ahead, save what we got so far, and looking good. Alright, let's go ahead and wrap this script up with 2 more functions. Alright, so now we need the area entered. Okay, so let's select our player detection. Go to node, area entered. Let's go ahead, make sure we're selecting the player script. It'll add it at the bottom. Let's get rid of the extra spaces we made. Perfect. All right, so inside of here, we're going to do a couple things. First thing we're going to do is we're going to say if area dot is underscore in underscore group, and we're going to be looking for that lap. Remember the lap? We need to make sure we're finding that. And if that is the case, then what we're going to do is simply add 1 to our main script. So let's drag and drop this over here. Do a dot blue laps because now we're adding 1 to that. So we'll do a plus equal 1. Okay, awesome. All right, now we need the oil spill one. So we're simply going to again do another if area dot is underscore in underscore group. And we are this time going to be looking for oil. Okay, so if that's the case, but we're also going to have an and because we don't want to duplicate it. So and not is oiled, which is probably not going to happen anyway, but it's nice to just have there just in case. Then what we're simply going to do is we're going to go ahead and set is oiled equal to true now. And then we're also going to go ahead, we're going to do an underscore oil effect timer dot wait time, and we're going to equal that to oil effect duration. Perfect. Then we're also going to go ahead and start that timer. So we're going to do oil effect timer. Make sure you got it correctly. Dot start. Perfect. Awesome. All right. Now we just need the actual timer timeout function. So I'm going to go ahead and add that. Let's select the oil effect timer, select the timeout, connect it to the appropriate script. There we go. Now we need to add what we need. So let's go ahead and just simply set our is_oiled equal to false. Okay, perfect. Awesome. All right, looking good there. Let's save that real quick. Let's go back to 2D view. And let's go ahead and just turn back on the start screen. Let's go ahead and test the car out now. Let's go ahead, start current scene. All right, hit play. Let's go ahead and press the space key, which should accelerate the car. And if we use the A and D key, we should be able to move just like a car. Awesome. Looks like it works pretty well overall. I like it. One thing I'm noticing though is there is no oil spills. So we can fix that real quick. I think I know the issue. Let's go ahead and close out of there. I think what's going on there is if we go inside the track and then select the timer oil spill, we never turned on auto start. So let's go ahead and auto start that real quick. And let's do 2 seconds instead of 1 because that might be a little too quick. Let's save that change. I'm going to close that up and close up the player. Let's start current scene. Let that load, hit play. Awesome. Oh, there's an oil spill. Awesome. Let's see what happens if we drive into it, if it doesn't go away. Yep, looks like our car slows down. Perfect. Looks like it works really well. Awesome. All right, I like it. All right, let's close out of that. Let's save what we got. And looking good so far. All right, in this section, we're going to go ahead and create the rival node. We're going to start off creating a new node for the rival opponent. Then we're going to go ahead and give the opponent node a set path they will drive on. We're also going to ensure the opponent has all the same nodes as the player. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started creating the rival opponent. So what we're going to do here is we're going to start off by turning off the start screen so we can see the map a little better. We're going to create a new node that we're going to call a path2D. There we go. Awesome. So this path2D, this is going to be the path that the enemy rival is going to be driving on. So we can go ahead and design this real quick. I'm going to start this off like right next to the player. So all we got to do is select the path2D and then plus the little add point value right here. And then all you got to do is keep adding the points to where you want the car to go. I'm going to do it like this. And then here, here, and then let's say we want to go up a little bit. So like to there. And then we'll go down a little bit here, up a little bit here, and then we'll go a little more up. So it's about the same evenness of this. And then we'll reconnect it. Perfect. Awesome. So if you select away, oops, we're going to have to get rid of some extra ones if you have too many. There might be too many over here. Let's make sure it's all connected, which it looks like it is. Perfect. And again, you can organize this however you'd like. I think this works really well though. It's really just kind of up to you how you want to do it. I might lower this one just a bit. Perfect. Awesome. All right. Again, you can customize this however you'd like. This is just going to be the path that the enemy is going to be on. All right. So now we need to add the actual little node that's going to follow this path, and that is going to be a path follow 2D. So make sure you add it on top of the path 2D. Let's go ahead. Let's add that. So that's going to be path follow 2D. Perfect. Okay. Awesome. And as you can see, it is going to be set right there. I don't really want it set right there though. We want it to be set at the beginning. So let's select 2D path again. Looks like we never connected these dots as well. So we got to make sure we do that. Okay. So make sure you connect those or we're going to have an issue. Okay. So make sure you connect every single one. There we go. Perfect. All right. So now we go back to path 2D. Perfect. And we should be able to just move this back somewhere. Let's say it's like right here. Because this is where we're going to put the player. We might adjust this later, but I think this will be okay. All right, awesome. Okay, so that's going to be the enemy player. Perfect. Now we just need the actual car. And I'm simply going to get this by duplicating the current player we have. So let's go ahead and take our player, Control D, change the name, opponent. Awesome. Then we're going to drag and drop that opponent into the path follow 2D. Perfect. Then we just want to match it up with the current node we have, which is right over here. So let's go ahead, just make sure it's matched up really well. Awesome. There we go. And we can change the color of the car. So we have the sprite 2D. Let's go ahead and locate the red car. You can use any other color you want. I think it'll look cool as a red one though. There we go. Perfect. All right. So we should be all set here. Again, we might adjust the actual path follow 2D and of course the path 2D if it looks a little weird, but I think it'll be all right just like this, okay? Now let's go ahead and disconnect the original script on here though, because we're gonna make a new script for this. Perfect, and you can go ahead and disconnect all these other signals. So I'm gonna disconnect the signal here and also the one right here. Okay, perfect. And there we go, awesome. All right, things are looking good though. Let's save what we got, and there we go. All right, in this section, we're gonna create the rival script. We're gonna start off creating a new script and adding it to the opponent. Then we're gonna go ahead and create movement for the opponent on their set path. We're also gonna ensure the opponent will be affected by the oil spill. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started on the opponent script. Let's go ahead and select the main opponent node. Make sure you're selecting the opponent node, not the path 2D or the path followed 2D, just the opponent node, okay? Then we're gonna add a script. Let's go ahead and make sure we add it though correctly. So I'm gonna add it again. Make sure we're adding it in the right position, which is gonna be the race car game. Open that up, create, and here we go. All right, so this is gonna be pretty similar to how we did the player script with a couple differences. Let's go ahead and start off with a couple variables. We're gonna do @export, variable, base underscore speed. And we're gonna go ahead, give this a type float, and simply equal this to 250.0, okay? Then we're gonna go ahead, we're gonna do another @export, variable. We're gonna call this rotation underscore smoothness, perfect. And this is gonna be a type of float, and we're gonna go ahead and equal this to 5.0, okay? Awesome. Make sure to put the colon after this here. All right, so now we're gonna add a couple more. Let's go ahead and add another @export. This time we're gonna do variable. This is gonna be called oil underscore slow underscore factor, okay? This is also gonna be a type float, equals 0.5, okay? We're gonna do another @export, variable, and we're gonna do oil underscore effect underscore duration. All right, awesome. This is also going to be a type float. So let's go ahead, type float, and then simply equal that to 1.0, okay? Awesome. Then we're going to go ahead, create another variable, call this path underscore follow underscore parent. This is our path 2D. So let's go ahead, do path follow 2D, perfect. And this will start off equaling it to null. We will drag and drop it in there though, or we'll just set it in the ready actually instead. Then we'll do another variable. We're gonna do is, and we're gonna do oiled, just like we did for the player one, type bool, equaling it, starting off at false, okay, awesome. Then we're gonna go ahead and create some @onReadies. First one is gonna be for our player, or we'll do underscore player, underscore detection, underscore area. This will be a type area 2D. And we're gonna go ahead and simply just equal this to our player detection, okay, awesome. Let's do another @onReady, variable. This will be for our timer, so we're gonna go ahead to our underscore oil underscore effect underscore timer. We're gonna go ahead, give this type timer. Simply just equal this to oil effect timer, okay? Awesome. All right, that's all our variables. Let's save that and looking good. All right, let's continue on to some of our functions. Let's go ahead and start off with our ready function. So let's go ahead, do function underscore ready. And inside of here, we're simply gonna go ahead and say if our get underscore parent, and we're gonna be looking for is, and we're simply gonna say path follow 2D. If that is the case, then we're simply gonna go ahead and set our path follow parent equal to our get parent, which we know is true. All right, awesome. Get parent, there we go, perfect, awesome. All right, now we're gonna set a couple things for the oil timer. Let's go ahead and say if underscore oil effect timer. If that's the case, then we're gonna do underscore oil effect timer dot one shot equals true. And then we're also gonna go ahead, we're gonna do underscore oil effect timer dot wait time and we're simply going to equal that to our oil effect duration. Perfect. Awesome. All right, and that's going to be it for our ready function. So let's move on down to our process function next. Let's go ahead. Let's do function underscore process. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is make sure the game's on. So let's take our race cars game, drag and drop it here. Don't forget the if statement at first. There we go. And we're going to say dot game started, and we're going to go ahead, if say equals false, then we're simply going to go ahead and just return, because we don't want anything to happen if that's the case. We also want to go ahead and we're going to set a new variable, okay? We're going to go ahead and do variable, and we're going to do current, let's do current effective speed underscore affected underscore speed. And we're simply going to equal that to our base speed times, and let's times it by a parenthesis set of oil slow factor if is oiled is underscore oiled, and then we're going to say else 1.0. Okay, awesome. All right, then we're going to go ahead. Right after that, we're going to do a simple path follow parent. Then we're going to do a dot progress, because that's actually accessing our location on our current path 2D. We're going to go ahead and plus equals, and we're going to do current effect speed times delta. Perfect. And then we're going to go ahead, create another variable. We're going to call this target underscore global underscore rotation. Okay. There we go. We're going to equal that to our path follow parent dot global rotation. All right, perfect. Awesome. All right, then we're going to set that real quick. Let's set that right below. Let's go ahead. We're going to set our global rotation equal to, let's do lerp angle. In lerp angle, we're going to do global rotation again. And we're going to go ahead, do comma, target global rotation, comma, rotation smoothness times delta. All right, awesome. And there we go. That's going to be everything in our process function. All right, awesome. Let's continue on. Let's go ahead and add our area entered now. So let's go ahead and select our player detection, area entered, connect it to our current script, the opponent script, hit connect. Awesome. All right, and this is going to be pretty similar to our last script. So let's go ahead. In here, we're going to simply do an if area dot is underscore in underscore group, parentheses set, double quotes, and we're going to be looking for a lap. If that is the case, then what we're simply going to do is add a lap to the red value, which is in our main node's parent script. So we're going to do dot red laps plus equals 1. All right, awesome. Now we need to add the same thing for our oil contact that we did for the player. Let me add a couple enters here so we can see it a little better. We're simply, again, going to do another area dot is underscore in underscore group, parentheses, double quotes, oil. Don't forget, we only want this to happen if we haven't been already affected. So we're going to do an and not is oiled, is underscore oiled. If that's the case, then we're going to go ahead, simply set is oiled equal to true. And then we're going to go ahead and start our underscore oil effect timer dot start. Okay, perfect. All right, and now the last thing we need to do is, of course, just add that oil effect timer signal. So let's select it, add the timeout, select it to the script, and the last thing we're going to do is, of course, set the is oiled equal to false. Perfect. And there we go. We should be set with this script. Awesome. Let's save what we got. Let's go back to 2D view, and looking good. In this section, we're going to go ahead and do some bug fixes. We're going to start off testing the game to ensure it is working as expected. Then we're going to go ahead and ensure the game can be played correctly. Then we're going to go ahead and fix any of the located bugs. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and test out the game. So before we do that though, let's go ahead and turn on the start screen so we can start from scratch. Let's save that little change. Start current scene. Let that load. All right, well, off the bat, looks like the red car is spawning a little too forward, but overall, I think everything looks pretty well. Looks like they're both getting affected by the oil and they're following the path, which is great. All right, but let's go ahead and fix that little issue with the red car. Let's close out of there. Let's turn off the start screen. So the reason this is doing this is because if you go into our path follow 2D and you slowly increase the progress, it's putting the starting 0 point right here. So what we could do is simply just move that back a bit and add a new one for that corner, which is perfectly fine. So let's go ahead and do that. So select the path 2D. Make sure you're using this tool here, the select points. Select this white one here. Let's move this one back just a bit. Let's take this one here. Make sure you're selecting it there. Now we had two on top of each other to reset it. So I'm going to put this one over here. Let's bring this one back over here. And then let's just add a new one like right over here. And I'm going to do something like this, I think. And then what we could do is for our path follow node, let's just turn this a little bit. Just rotate it so it's facing the correct direction. Okay, awesome. Let's go ahead and save that change. Let's go back, turn back on the start screen, close up that there, save that change, start current scene. Let's go ahead, hit play, and looks like it's starting off correctly. Looks like the direction though isn't doing it as necessary that we want it to. Let me show you what I mean. Simply by turning off the start screen, starting current scene. Looks like we're starting horizontal. That's not good. What we want to do is we want to start that correctly. So let's select path follow. Let's recenter this, and I think this is what's going on. Is it's thinking that ours right there is facing that way, which is not correct. We don't want it to do that. So let's go ahead, select the path again. And what we're going to do is go ahead, select it there. Let's go ahead and just make sure this is facing right. So it's always going to face the direction of the arrows. And for some reason, it doesn't like to do that way. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to remove this current one we're at. And let's go ahead and just move that one back. Let's make sure that we have this set correctly over here. And let's go ahead, and I want to make this not do it like that. Yeah, for some reason it is adjusting our rotation. So let's select our one here, double check the rotation. Looks like we're there, which is not great. So let's go ahead and change that back to there. Let's save that change. Let's go ahead, zoom back out, turn back on the start screen. Or you know what, better yet, we could just keep that off and just double check that it is starting in the correct spot. And looks like it is perfect. Now to start it though, we need that play button, so let's do it again. Let's do it like this. Let's go ahead, hit play, and yep, there we go. Looks a lot better now. Awesome. All right, looks like the game's working. I like it. Let's go ahead, exit out of there, close up here, save what we got, and looking good. I really hope you're enjoying this course, but if you would like to continue it, you will have to become a student at Red Fools Academy. On first sign up, you will get a free 7 days back guarantee. Once a member, you will have full access to not only this course, but all of our courses in game, app, and website development. On top of that, you will get full support from the Red Fools Studio team. A link will be attached to the description, and you can also use this URL as seen below. See you in the lectures!